Evil? So what if it's evil? Does evil deserve to be eradicated? A deep bell tolled through the clouds as Li Xianxiao ascended the mist-covered peaks of Shushan, carrying a black, ancient-looking box. A voice echoed from within the box, cynical, wheedling. Heretic cultivators. So we're just supposed to die. You Shushan folks call yourselves righteous. If you are, why not save me instead? Even Buddha says that laying down the butcher's knife brings enlightenment. Why can't you hypocrites offer the same mercy? Li Xianxiao said nothing. His steps were steady. His eyes, colder than the mountain air. Before him flowed the sacred three radiance divine water, a stream composed of the sunlight, moonlight, and starlight essences. Treasured by sages, fatal to demons. Sunlight eroded flesh and bone. Moonlight corroded soul and spirit. Starlight dissolved essence and will. Even great Dao immortals dared not touch it. And now, it would be the end of the sky-devouring demon lord. Inside the box, panic surged. Aren't you curious? The demon lord hissed. Your first senior brother was sent here too, yet he brought me back instead of finishing the mission. Ever wonder why? No reply. He was a genius. A once-in-a-millennium talent. But at the last moment he hesitated. Want to know why? It's because your sect founder and I were sworn brothers? Our fates intertwined through a Dao oath. If I die, so does he. Li Xianxiao didn't blink. He raised you like a son. Can you really kill him with your own hands? When you return to the sect, how will you face your fellow disciples? You'll have killed the very man who gave you life. Still no answer. Li Xianxiao reached the edge of the divine water. The sky-devouring demon lord grew frantic. Have you no heart? A person without emotions, is he even human? You think you're pure? I know you're not. Desperately, the demon lord tried to read his mind, to latch onto the hidden darkness within. He found it. Sky-devouring demon lord must die. Kill him. Dismember him. Let him suffer. 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough. The voice in the box fell silent. This boy is terrifying. If the demon lord didn't trigger Li Xianxiao's evil desires, he would die. If he did trigger them, he might die even faster. There was no winning here. Then came the final nail. Disciple Li Xianxiao, he declared, forming a hand seal, requests the sect leader to die. Wait. Shouldn't you ask him first? He still dreams of becoming an immortal? He has a first love? He has so many regrets. This is coercion? You can't sacrifice someone else just to purify your own Dao. Li Xianxiao's reply was calm, expressionless. Enough nonsense. Into the water. No. The box hit the surface. A chilling scream tore through the mountain. Meanwhile, back at Shushan sect, the sect leader slowly turned a roasted lamb on the fire, calmly savoring each bite. This might well be his last meal. He'd sent others before, disciples, elders, even his own star pupil. They all failed, because none of them knew the cost. If the demon lord dies, so do I. And no one, especially not Li Xianxiao, would ever kill him knowingly. That boy, he'd carried him up the mountain as a dying child. Raised him like his own grandson. Surely, he wouldn't go through with it. The seal would fail soon. He'd have to reconsider. Perhaps this wasn't a burden the sect could bear. Just then, 5 disciples entered. Seeing their sect leader roasting lamb, they weren't surprised. By now, junior brother should have reached the 3 radiance divine water. He's young, too young to bear such a burden. Especially when he reveres the sect leader like a father. He'd never go through with it. That's when it happened. A voice thundered through the heavens like divine judgment. Disciple Li Xianxiao, requesting the sect leader to die. Silence. Then, a wave of unseen power slammed into the sect leader. His chopsticks fell. His body trembled. His soul shattered like glass under pressure. No resistance. No time to plead. Only stunned eyes and roasted lamb left uneaten. In the year 21 of the Great Treasure Era, across the Middle Continent, the sect leader of Shushan was no more. Li Xianxiao was a transmigrator. 20 years ago, he arrived in this world. No chosen one. No system. No golden finger. Just talent and effort. In a world where demons prowled and monsters ruled the night, he had been lucky to be found by the sect leader of Shushan. Under his guidance, Li Xianxiao survived. He cultivated. He grew strong. 20 years passed in a blink. Now, mission complete, he returned to Shushan. The moment he stepped into the sect leader's sword let out a low hum, then turned into a streak of silver light and vanished. He looked up at the mist-wreathed peaks of Shushan. A flock of white cranes flew out. In Shushan, cranes leaving the mountain meant one thing: a disciple had fallen. So many cranes, too many. The sect leader, the shameless, wine-loving old scoundrel, was dead. Li Xianxiao had already prepared himself. Along the path back, he'd received many glances. Conflicted, wary, unspoken judgment. He ignored them all and went straight to the main peak. There, Daoist Lingxiu, his master, waited. He said nothing, only placed a steady hand on Li Xianxiao's shoulder. You did well, he said. Li Xianxiao lowered his head. The other martial uncles watched him too. No accusations, no blame, only quiet approval. He had been ready for hatred. Prepared to be condemned. After all, he had sent the sect leader to his death. But instead of condemnation, he found understanding. Daoist Lingxiu spoke again. Go see him. He was the one who found you. It's only right you see him off. Yes. Underscore 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 underscore. The sect leader hadn't been buried yet. Li Xianxiao followed a familiar trail to the back mountain. The sect leader never liked the main hall. He preferred his quiet little hut, tucked away in the trees. There he sat, in his chair, eyes closed, as if asleep. The wind over Shushan stilled. Li Songxiao's mind drifted back. His 5th year after transmigrating had been the hardest. The novelty of another world had long worn off. Reality had hit like a hammer. No system, no family, no safety net. That winter, he nearly died from sickness. Then came that man dressed in rags, drunk out of his mind, calling himself the greatest sect leader in the world. The old scoundrel. The one who saved him. Who conned his parents. Who carried him up the mountain and never let go. They'd stolen chickens together. Slept under stars. Crossed rivers and scaled cliffs. The old man had raised him on wine and wild stories. On sword forms and starry skies. Li Xianxiao slowly unsheathed his sword. Snow began to fall. The wind rose. He had practiced the 3 talents sword art for years, heaven, earth, and man. But he had never reached heaven. That year by the lake, the old man had wielded a wooden staff and parted the great river in a single swing. Remember this, Shushan disciples slay demons and uphold the Dao. We fight, even when we know we'll lose. We stand, even when all others flee. Even if we die 100 times we never regret. Li Songxiao's grip tightened on his blade. The sorrow in his chest gave way to something sharper. Stronger. Sweep away evil. One sword to slay all fiends. His blade roared to life, releasing a wave of sword energy that howled with the wind, shredding the falling snow into a whirlwind of brilliance and fury. It was breathtaking. And terrifying. Then laughter. Clear. Familiar. He looked up. The old scoundrel stood before him, ruffling his hair. You didn't embarrass me, kid. Li Xianxiao dropped to one knee, his voice steady. Disciple Li Xianxiao respectfully bids farewell to the sect leader. Underscore 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 underscore. As he left the back mountain, he spotted a figure in a tree. First senior brother. Shui Yun drank from his gourd and said calmly, what I couldn't do, you did. You're stronger than me. Li Xianxiao chuckled softly. He didn't quite agree. Shui Yun was a once-in-a-millennium genius. Even the demon lord had acknowledged it. In another life, Li Xianxiao would have been his shadow. Sometimes, he wondered if Shui Yun was the true protagonist of this world. The old man is dead now. Though he was my biological father, I never liked him. With a sigh, Shui Yun tossed over a jade box. He left this for me. But I'm not worthy. It's yours? Li Xianxiao caught the box. Shui Yun downed the last of his wine and sighed again. My father's gone. The woman I love is marrying someone else. They say strength changes everything, but here I am powerful, yet powerless. Tell me, Xianxiao, am I a failure? Li Xianxiao thought for a long moment. I would cultivate. Until I became immortal. Shui Yun's eyes lit up. That's right. If I become immortal I can win her back. Li Xianxiao, oh, that's not what I... But Shui Yun was already gone, vanishing into the mist. Li Xianxiao stared after him, speechless. First senior brother, your father just died. At least wait until the funeral.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Underscore 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 underscore. First senior brother, calm down. Li Xianxiao rode the wind on his sword, chasing after his first senior brother, Shui Yun, as he followed his trail beyond Shushan. I've already lost my father, I can't lose her too. That saying is true. Only after losing something do you realize how much you cherish it. My father was like that. She is like that. I will not let myself regret it again. Li Xianxiao, senior brother, have you forgotten why you embarked on the path of cultivation in the first place? You're absolutely right, I love her. Li Xianxiao. It was clear that his senior brother wasn't listening to a word he said. Shui Yun's cultivation was far superior to Li Songxiao's. Even at full speed, Li Xianxiao couldn't keep up. Before long, he was left behind. Stopping in the middle of a dense forest, Li Xianxiao sighed helplessly. From the distance, Shui Yun's voice echoed, if I can't have her, then what does it matter if I rule the world? Li Xianxiao, oh. My hopelessly love-struck senior brother. Abandoning the chase, Li Xianxiao decided to return and report the situation to the sect. Just then, the sound of battle erupted below. Glancing down, he saw a fierce fight breaking out in the forest. A figure was struck down and plummeted directly toward him. Li Xianxiao instinctively reached out to catch them. The person was clad in black robes, with long, slender, porcelain-white legs and a face so stunning it was almost unreal. Hiss. This is trouble. Li Xianxiao suddenly felt a headache coming on. This plot. Why did it feel so cliché? So overused? He didn't know who this woman was, whether she was righteous or evil. Should he save her? Saving her might bring unnecessary trouble, but leaving her would go against his principles as a disciple of Shushan. At that moment, he noticed her injuries. She seemed to have been struck by a cultivator who practiced demonic techniques. Li Xianxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. After a brief hesitation, he made his decision. Zhao Lu slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. She found herself inside a cave. Glancing down at herself, she realized her clothes had been removed, and her wounds had been treated. You're awake. A clear, composed voice rang out. A man? Zhao Lu's expression flickered, and for a moment, she panicked. Countless stories she had secretly read behind her father's back suddenly flashed through her mind. The male and female protagonists would always meet like this. And judging by the voice, the other party was undoubtedly a young man. Zhao Lu turned her head. You. She froze. Because standing before her was not a person. It was a paper figure? Yes, a paper figure. Zhao Lu blinked. You. Who are you? Men and women should not have physical contact, so I had no choice but to take this approach. Then where are you? Zhao Lu looked around. Aside from the paper figure, there was no sign of anyone else in the cave. At that moment, outside the cave, Li Xianxiao had concealed himself underground using earth escape techniques. Using the paper figure, he spoke. I'm not in a position to show myself. Just rest here in peace. I've already given you an antidote. Do you know who the ones who attacked you were? Zhao Lu hesitated for a moment. I don't know. I was just traveling when they suddenly ambushed me. An ambush? Li Xianxiao recalled the moment he had treated her wounds. Her attire inside and out was nothing like that of an ordinary person. Most likely, she was a noble from the royal palace. Were there 3 of them? Yes. Zhao Lu nodded. Li Xianxiao continued. Take a look, were these the ones? Following the direction the paper figure pointed, Zhao Lu finally noticed 3 corpses inside the cave. It's them. She was slightly stunned. She had considered herself one of the strongest among her generation, otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to run away from the palace to explore the world. Yet the moment she stepped out, she was ambushed and completely overwhelmed. And now, all 3 attackers had been slain. Clearly, her savior's strength was terrifying. Now that he had confirmed there were no survivors, Li Xianxiao said. Good. Since the enemies are dealt with, just focus on recovering. I'll take my leave. Wait. Zhao Lu hurriedly called out, Young master, you saved my life. I have no way to repay such a great kindness. You refuse to meet me in person, fine, but at least tell me your name and sect. How else can I repay you in the future? No need. Eliminating demons is simply my duty. You don't have to dwell on it. Without giving her a chance to respond, Li Xianxiao disappeared into the distance. The paper figure in front of Zhao Lu burst into flames, quickly disintegrating into ashes that scattered with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Lu watched the scene unfold and knew her mysterious benefactor had already left. This. She looked down at the white bandages wrapped around her body. They were wrapped with incredible precision, flawless in technique. Clearly, her savior was an extremely meticulous person. As she lowered her gaze further, her face suddenly flushed red, tinged with an embarrassed, ambiguous air. Because she realized that the bandages extended across her chest, the inside of her thighs, and other, private areas. The fabric was soaked in a special medicinal solution with hemostatic and detoxifying properties. Suddenly, Zhao Lu remembered something. She hurriedly removed the purple crystal hanging from her chest. A recording stone. This purple crystal was exquisitely crafted. Any ordinary cultivator would assume it was merely an ornament and never suspect it was a recording stone. Fortunately, it had not been damaged during the battle. Zhao Lu activated it. In an instant, an astonishingly handsome face appeared in the recording. His features were sharp yet refined, perfectly proportioned. He wore a pure white daoist robe, his sleeves billowing, drifting effortlessly with the wind. The daoist robe was impeccably tailored, fitting his tall and slender figure perfectly, making his posture appear as straight as a pine tree, exuding an air of elegance and transcendence. Delicate cloud patterns and soaring cranes were embroidered on the robe, as if these auspicious creatures had been brought to life, fluttering around him in harmony. His entire presence radiated a sense of unwavering righteousness. It's him, the one who saved me. Zhao Lu blinked. She watched as he slowly removed his outer robe, her face flushing red once more. At first, he had indeed intended for the paper figure to handle the bandaging, but clearly, the paper figure wasn't capable of such precise movements. Zhao Lu was not the type to obsess over being seen by a man, especially in a life and death situation. If not for him, she would have already perished. Judging by his attire, he was most likely a disciple of Shushan. But, he saved me, so why wouldn't he even leave his name? A man of righteousness, dedicated to slaying demons and upholding justice, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. Possessing such exceptional strength and an unshakable moral character, it was impossible not to develop admiration for him. This was Zhao Lu's first time leaving the imperial palace. From this day forward, she understood something. In life, one must never meet someone too stunning at the very beginning. The sect leader of Shushan was dead. Yet Shushan did not fall into chaos. The sect leader had 4 disciples, and among them, the most respected and capable was the second disciple, daoist Lingxiu. For years, while the sect leader remained in seclusion, it was Lingxiu who had been managing the sect's affairs with meticulous order. Now that the sect leader had passed, Lingxiu took over, and no one raised any objections. After returning to Shushan, Li Xianxiao reported everything about first senior brother to his master, deist Lingxiu, without leaving out a single detail. After hearing about first senior brother, deist Lingxiu let out a deep sigh. Ah, just another poor soul who suffers for love. Let him go. Let him go. Li Xianxiao asked, puzzled. His master's death, along with Shui Yun's situation, seemed to have made Lingxiu sentimental. Life is unpredictable. Sometimes I wonder why I live so exhausted. If I hadn't let go back then, perhaps we would have been together. Li Xianxiao, master, your Dao heart isn't very firm? After bidding farewell to his master, Li Xianxiao returned to the mountain peak. He was deeply worried. The most talented disciple of Shushan, the unrivaled leader of the younger generation, first senior brother, was now drowning in love. How could Shushan possibly rely on him in the future? And then there was deist Lingxiu, his own master, now the sect leader. His Dao heart also seemed a little shaky. This was the best of times. To attain immortality, transcend life and death, it was the dream countless people longed for. But it was also the worst of times. The strong preyed on the weak, and the powerful took lives at will. Li Xianxiao thought, in the end, everyone is the protagonist of their own story. It was just that some people became legendary heroes in best-selling tales, while most were merely the failed protagonists of abandoned, forgotten stories. Li Xianxiao wanted to be the former. In his previous life, he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness at a young age, ALS. He was forced to leave school and live in a hospital. As his condition worsened, he lay bedridden for 10 years. By the end, the only thing he could still move was his eyes. At that time, he just wanted to die to be free from suffering. For Li Xianxiao, life itself was torture. When the ventilator finally shut down, he thought, this is the end of my life. Then, he found himself reborn. In this world, in this life, he had only one wish, to live. To attain immortality, he wanted to see a greater world. He wanted to be the main character. But Li Xianxiao soon realized this wish would not be so easy to achieve. After the news of Shushan's sect leader passing away spread, various sects came to Shushan to offer their condolences. Days passed, and guests continued to arrive in endless streams. Even the Grand Xia imperial family came to Shushan. It was said that Empress Chengsun personally brought the princess to Shushan. First, to mourn the late sect leader. Second, to ask Shushan to train her unruly daughter. Li Xianxiao was responsible for welcoming the Grand Xia royals. From afar, he saw a dozen magnificent silver-white war horses approaching. Each horse was clad in heavy, gleaming armor. Their heads were held high, hooves striking the ground with a deep, rhythmic boom. Behind them, a luxurious imperial carriage followed, pulled steadily forward. The dragon-carved carriage was adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, exuding an aura of noble supremacy. On either side of the carriage, imperial guards in golden armor stood in precise formation, gripping their long, sharp spears. Li Xianxiao bowed in greeting. Greetings to the Empress. Deist, no need for formalities. The Empress nodded slightly, showing proper respect to a disciple of Shushan. The sect leader is waiting in the main hall. Please, your majesty, follow me. Mother, it's him. Li Xianxiao looked up. The curtain of the imperial palanquin had already been lifted. Inside sat Empress Changsun and her most beloved daughter, Zhao Lu. Li Xianxiao hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He had no interest in making his rescue of the Grand Xia princess a public matter. As far as he was concerned, he had simply saved an ordinary person. Getting entangled with the imperial family was not a wise decision. Serving a ruler is as perilous as serving a tiger. The political whirlpool was deep and bottomless. One misstep, and he'd be swallowed whole. Inside the main hall, Empress Changsun spoke, so, you're the one who saved my daughter. His master, deist Lingxiu, along with the 3 martial uncles, all turned their gaze toward Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao remained unfazed. Your majesty must be mistaken. I have never met the princess. Oh, truly. Absolutely. Zhao Lu pulled out the recording stone from her chest, a purple crystal. The crowd watched as Li Xungziao's face appeared in flawless clarity. Li Xianxiao narrowed his eyes. This 4K Ultra HD. That thing was a recording stone? No wonder he hadn't noticed it before. Zhao Lu's recording stone was too extravagant, too high-end. Royal treasures, how was I supposed to know? Deist Lingxiu chuckled. Your majesty, please forgive him. My disciple, Xianxiao, is simply indifferent to fame and fortune. Not at all. I should be the one thanking him. Without him, my precious daughter would have been lost to me forever. He is her savior. Li Xianxiao forced an awkward smile. The Empress spoke. Deist Lingxiu spoke. The Empress spoke again. Lingxiu spoke again. As a junior, Li Xianxiao barely had a chance to speak at all. He noticed that across from him, Princess Zhao Lu kept sneaking glances at him. But every time he looked back, she quickly lowered her head. A bad feeling crept into Li Xungziao's heart. Could it be, she has taken a liking to me because of this? Marrying a princess? No way. Absolutely not. Palace coups. Dynasty overthrows. Political struggles. His mind raced far, far ahead before he finally snapped out of it. A few days later, the sect leader's funeral ended. During these days, Li Xianxiao had been busy receiving guests. He saw Zhao Lu a couple of times, but each time, he quickly ran off, like a mouse spotting a cat. Once everything was settled, Li Xianxiao returned to the sect to resume his cultivation. Then, fourth senior sister arrived on her sword, bringing bad news. The sect leader had agreed to accept Zhao Lu as his disciple. Li Xianxiao sighed silently. Forget it. If trouble comes, I'll deal with it when it does. Fourth senior sister chuckled. I saw the princess. She's really beautiful. You're in luck. It's just an empty shell. Fourth senior sister chatted with him for a bit before leaving. Her name was Suan, a classic femme fatale, like the protagonist of a fantasy romance drama. Naive and sweet. All the senior and junior disciples took special care of her and admired her. This, of course, made several female disciples unhappy, causing them to constantly stir up trouble for her. Yet no matter what she faced, fourth senior sister always remained cheerful and optimistic. Not long after, deist Lingxiu brought Zhao Lu back to Shushan's sect. Zhao Lu looked up and saw Silver Sword Peak, towering into the clouds like a colossal, razor-sharp blade piercing the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. The mountain was lush with greenery, bursting with vibrant flowers, and birds chirped joyfully from the treetops. A gentle breeze carried the fresh fragrance of blossoms, filling the air with a sense of serenity. Wisps of mist drifted through the mountains, revealing and concealing the landscape in a dreamlike dance. The breathtaking scenery made Zhao Lu sigh in admiration. This place truly feels like an immortal paradise. Deist Lingxiu led Zhao Lu to Li Xianxiao. Xianxiao, from now on, she is your little junior sister. You are no longer the youngest disciple under my tutelage. Remember to take good care of her in the days to come. Disciple will obey the master's orders. Take your junior sister around Shushan. I have matters to attend to. With that, deist Lingxiu vanished. Zhao Lu looked at the young man in front of her with a hint of shyness. He was unlike anyone she had ever met in the palace. Greetings, senior brother. Li Xianxiao nodded. Now that you've joined Shushan, there are a few things you must remember. Cultivation is not just about refining spiritual power, it is about refining oneself. This is the path of ruthlessness of Shushan, but the problem is, while many begin this path, few ever graduate. Path of ruthlessness. Zhao Lu was confused. Does that mean cutting off emotions and love? Ruthlessness sounds so cold. Li Xianxiao explained, true love is without attachment. It does not focus on petty romantic entanglements but seeks to bring blessings to all living beings. Great love is not about cutting off feelings, it is about treating all lives as equals, rather than being shackled by personal emotions. I understand, senior brother. Senior brother is so mature. Nothing like those arrogant, spoiled noble sons in the palace. Li Xianxiao waved his hand and stepped onto his flying sword. Get on. Zhao Lu blinked. Flying on a sword? She didn't know how to do that yet. In a moment, would she have to hold on to senior brother's waist? Maybe just grab the corner of his robe instead. There was no helping it. The sword was only 3 feet long, standing on it meant inevitable close contact. Zhao Lu stepped onto the sword. Then, Li Xianxiao formed a sword seal, and in the next moment, the 3-foot sword expanded to over 10 meters long. Li Xianxiao stood at the front of the sword, while Zhao Lu stood at the very end. The two of them seemed worlds apart. Zhao Lu, oh. Shushan has 7 peaks: Silver Sword Peak, Little Kying Peak, Heaven-Reaching Peak, Dragon Head Peak, Falling Sunset Peak, Great Bamboo Peak, and Little Bamboo Peak. Among them, Heaven-Reaching Peak is the main peak. Li Xianxiao went on and on, explaining the basics of Shushan to Zhao Lu. Senior brother, I can't hear you clearly. Zhao Lu took a step forward. In the next second, a voice transmission spell was cast. Li Songxiao's voice rang clearly in her ears. Can you hear me now? Why yes. I can hear you. Remember this, cultivation must not be swayed by emotions. Since you have chosen this path, you must be prepared for it. Now, let's say there is a powerful cultivator who falls in love with you. For your sake, he turns against the world and slaughters countless innocents. What do you think of him? Would there really be such a person? I think he must be very devoted. Good. Now let's say you are just an ordinary citizen, living a simple but peaceful life. Your parents arrange a good marriage for you, and on the day of your wedding, a deranged cultivator you've never met before suddenly arrives and slaughters the entire city. You survive by sheer luck. You see your family's corpses. You see your husband, still dressed in red wedding robes. Zhao Lu fell silent. Remember this, that is not love. Behind this so-called devotion lies the blood and tears of countless innocents. It means broken families, endless corpses. When immortals love, the mortal world suffers. I understand. Now, close your eyes and imagine the following scene. A tall, handsome man stands before you, as if he had just stepped out of a painting. This dashing young man appeared in your moment of crisis, saving you. For that instant, time seemed to freeze, everything around you faded away, leaving only his firm, unwavering figure burned into your heart. Since that fateful encounter, your destinies became intertwined. Every fleeting glance exchanged between you sent sparks flying, leaving ripples in your heart. Every soft-spoken conversation felt like a gentle breeze, calming and soothing. Gradually, an indescribable feeling began to bloom between you. Li Songxiao's deep, magnetic voice carried like heavenly music. His words painted a vivid picture, easily drawing Zhao Lu into a dreamlike fantasy. Unknowingly, Zhao Lu thought of her senior brother, Li Xianxiao, the one who had saved her life. At that moment, Li Songxiao's voice shifted sharply. But one day, you discover, he is from the demon sect. He is the enemy of the righteous path. The innocent lives and righteous cultivators he has slain could form mountains of corpses. What would you do? Zhao Lu bit her lip, struggling. I should. It's all right. Say what you truly think. Li Xianxiao encouraged her. Zhao Lu took a deep breath. I should kill him. Yes. This was the answer senior brother wanted to hear. She couldn't let herself appear like a love-struck fool in front of him. Wrong. Zhao Lu was stunned. Then, should I spare him but cut ties with him and face him on the battlefield later? Still wrong? The correct answer is to tell him you want to introduce him to your parents and start preparing for marriage. With your current strength, you can't kill him. Your best option is to trick him into the sect, where everyone can attack him together. That is the safest and most effective strategy. Zhao Lu, never let emotions blind you. Never naively believe that a demon will love only you forever. And never become an accomplice to evil. If you discover the truth, stay calm and plan carefully before acting. I understand, senior brother. Zhao Lu took a deep breath. Somehow, today's conversation felt like it would influence her for a lifetime. Good. Now, let's continue imagining. 2 years later. Underscore 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 underscore. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Take a good look. This woman before you, whose heart is dead as ashes, is named Sawan. At this moment, she was kneeling in front of the main hall, falsely accused. Fourth senior sister, I don't know what grudge exists between us, but why would you be so cruel to me? The sobbing beauty was called Zhang Luoshui. She wept like a pear blossom battered by wind and rain, her tears streaming like a flood breaking through a dam. Her delicate body trembled, as if she were a flower swaying in the wind, ready to wither at any moment. Truly pitiful. In contrast, fourth senior sister Sawan's face was icy cold. She looked at Zhang Luoshui with disdain. Her again. Once again, she was framing her. Sawan was exhausted, tired of it all. She didn't even want to explain anymore. The law enforcement elder glanced at Zhang Luoshui, then at Sawan. Sawan, the wounds on Luoshui's body bear the distinct marks of your sword. How do you explain this? Everyone watching turned their eyes to Sawan. Sawan looked toward senior brother Mirong Emo, hoping he would speak up for her. But Mirong Emo remained silent, and in that moment, Sawan's heart turned to stone. Disciple, has no way to defend herself. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The law enforcement elder spoke in a deep voice. Sawan, do you realize that Zhang Luoshui was at a critical moment in her breakthrough when your sword nearly took her life? Harming a fellow disciple is punishable by expulsion from the sect. I also have evidence of your collusion with the demon sect. How do you explain that? I have no desire to explain. I accept my punishment. Sawan refused to argue any further. As soon as she said this, the murmurs around them grew louder. How could this be? Fourth senior sister colluding with the demon sect. Sawan has always been jealous of junior sister Zhang. It makes sense that she would act out of desperation. That's right, not only is junior sister Zhang more talented than senior sister So, she surpasses her in every way. Most importantly, ever since junior sister Zhang arrived, senior brother Mirong no longer treats senior sister So with the same closeness. For a moment, rumors flew, and voices overlapped in heated discussion. Sawan let out a cold laugh. Sawan, you have violated sect rules. As punishment, your cultivation will be abolished, and you are hereby expelled from the sect. Sawan noticed Zhang Luoshui's gaze. Just for a split second, she caught a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Yes, she had won. Back then, it was Sawan and senior brother Mirong who had brought Zhang Luoshui back to the sect. They had saved her life. She had been her benefactor when Zhang Luoshui had first entered the sect. She had given her the best cultivation resources, guided her in her training, and even risked her life going down the mountain to find a life-saving medicine for her. And now, Zhang Luoshui had repaid her kindness with betrayal. She had even driven a wedge between her and senior brother Mirong. But what truly crushed Sawan's spirit was Mirong Mo's attitude toward her. Even if the whole world refused to believe her, he, of all people, should have. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait, I have something to say. 1 incense sticks time earlier. Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao was cultivating inside the peak. The sect leader, who had passed away, had left a box to first senior brother, who then gifted it to Li Xianxiao before leaving the sect. Li Xianxiao opened the box. It was a storage-type artifact, similar to a storage pouch. Inside was a sword case, which held 4 swords named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. A sword manual. 2 marrow cleansing pills. With Li Sungziao's current strength, he could only wield the spring sword among the 4. Spring symbolized the growth of all things, full of vitality. Senior brother, something big has happened. A breathtakingly beautiful face suddenly appeared in Li Sungziao's view. That face was like a masterpiece of jade carving, delicate and smooth, with a faint glow that made it look like fine white jade. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains brushed with ink, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, and her nose was small yet elegantly defined. Zhao Lu reached out to grab Li Sungziao's sleeve, but he effortlessly brushed her hand away. If you have something to say, just say it. Senior brother, 4th senior sister is in trouble. When is she not in trouble? Li Xianxiao said helplessly. She was, after all, the biggest femme fatale in the sect. Naive and clueless. The Zhang Luoshui she had brought into the sect years ago. Li Xianxiao had seen through her scheming nature long ago and had discreetly warned 4th senior sister Sawan multiple times. But Sawan had never paid attention. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but think of the female-oriented web novels he had read before. According to the usual plot progression, next would be the junior sister falsely accusing the senior sister. The senior sister would be condemned, pointed at by thousands. Her cultivation would be abolished, her spiritual roots destroyed, and she would suffer countless tortures. And the one to carry out the punishment would be none other than the man she loved, senior brother Mirong. Then, the senior sister would leave Mount Shushan in despair. Next, she would find herself on the brink of death, only to be reborn and reverse her fate. If the world had betrayed her, then why should she continue upholding the righteous path? She would then turn to the demon sect. Since they already suspected her of colluding with the demon sect, she might as well make it real. In the end, she would destroy the entire Mount Shushan. And finally, senior brother Mirong would step forward to stop her. The two would fall in love while battling each other. As for Mount Shushan, and his own innocent self by that time, he'd probably have already reincarnated. If you asked Li Xianxiao why he knew so much about these kinds of stories, simple. He'd just seen too many of them. In his previous life, lying paralyzed in bed, his greatest joy every day was reading novels. This kind of plot, he was all too familiar with it. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to do everything he could to stop it. They said fourth senior sister ambushed senior sister Zhang Luoshui and even colluded with people from the demon sect. Zhao Lu rattled off like a machine gun. I already know everything. Li Xianxiao nodded calmly. Let's go, let's see what's going on. This sect really never gives me a moment of peace. With that, he and Zhao Lu headed toward Tongtian Peak. I have something to say. Having listened to everything, Li Xianxiao finally stepped forward, drawing all eyes to him. Fourth senior sister Suan, who had already closed her eyes in resignation, now opened them clear as autumn waters, gazing at her little junior brother in confusion. Li Xianxiao cleared his throat. Junior sister Zhang, when you were attacked, did you see with your own eyes that it was senior sister Su? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The wounds on my body prove it as well. That's right, I saw it too. At that moment, another female disciple spoke up cautiously. When exactly were you attacked? Li Xianxiao asked again. This morning at the hour of yin. This morning at the hour of yin, fourth senior sister was cultivating in her cave dwelling and never left. Zhang Luoshui's gaze darkened as she looked at Li Xianxiao, who had suddenly appeared to disrupt things. She then gave a subtle glance to the female disciple who had spoken earlier. That female disciple immediately added, and how can you prove, just by your word alone, that she never left her cave dwelling? Besides, Suan herself already admitted it. Senior sister Su, I apologize. Li Xianxiao said. Suan was baffled by Li Sungziao's sudden apology. Li Xianxiao then raised a twin recording stone. I've been monitoring senior sister Su's cave dwelling for the past 5 years. Her every move is within my grasp. I can prove that she never left at the hour of yin. Suan. Li Sungziao's words left everyone present in utter silence. Underscore 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 underscore. Everyone present was stunned. Monitoring, since 5 years ago? Didn't that mean everything fourth senior sister had done in her cave dwelling, including bathing and changing clothes, had all been? Another disgrace has appeared in Mount Shushan? Fourth senior sister Suan quickly realized something was wrong. Her fair cheeks flushed red, and she looked at Li Xianxiao with a hint of anger. Zhao Lu, on the other hand, looked at Li Xianxiao in disappointment. Senior brother, got stolen by someone else? Senior brother is interested in women? Then why couldn't it be me? Before the others could react, Li Xianxiao continued, everyone, please look. Here is everything that happened with fourth senior sister today. Li Xianxiao activated the recording stone, projecting its contents for everyone to see. On the screen, Suan was about to remove her clothing. Without a change in expression or a quickened heartbeat, Li Xianxiao swiftly skipped past the revealing scene. Some of the male disciples looked at him in dissatisfaction. Couldn't you have moved your hand a little slower? The footage clearly showed that at the hour of yin, Suan was meditating inside her cave dwelling and had not stepped outside even once, all the way until the hour of chen. This. Zhang Luoshui immediately raised her voice to defend herself. But I saw it with my own eyes. And what about these wounds on my body? The female disciple beside her chimed in, exactly, I saw it too. I wouldn't mistake it. Suan still did not argue. She simply gazed at Zhang Luoshui with a look of disappointment. Li Xianxiao found himself utterly speechless. Not even a fart after 3 beatings? You're a total pushover? What's wrong with saying something? Just explain. Someone falsely accuses you, and you just let it happen? So, Li Xianxiao had no choice but to step in. Alright, then let me ask, why would fourth senior sister ambush you? Let me put it another way. Why would she attack you so openly, without even bothering to disguise herself, using her own personal sword? If she truly hated you to the bone, do you think she would resort to such a stupid method? Even if she succeeded, what good would it do her? If she really wanted revenge, wouldn't it be much easier to take care of you during a mission outside the sect where you could simply disappear, dead or alive? This. Zhang Luoshui was left speechless. The other disciples, who had initially just been watching for entertainment, now nodded thoughtfully, finding Li Sungziao's reasoning quite logical. Suan looked at Li Xianxiao with a complicated expression. Li Xianxiao continued, so, in conclusion, the person who attacked you could not have been fourth senior sister. Then who do you say it was? Zhang Luoshui asked in frustration. Perhaps someone is secretly trying to frame fourth senior sister. Li Xianxiao remained calm. This matter requires a thorough investigation by the sect. Think about it, the accusation of fourth senior sister colluding with the demon sect surfaced right after this attack. It's obvious that someone is setting her up. The law enforcement elder nodded. In truth, he couldn't be blamed for failing to discern the truth earlier. The main issue was that Zhang Luoshui had presented all the evidence directly before him. Meanwhile, when he questioned Suan, she had simply maintained a cold face as if the whole world owed her something. And in the end, she had only said one thing: no way to defend herself. If someone is trying to sow discord among our sect disciples, we absolutely cannot let this matter rest. Suan, you have suffered an injustice today. Zhang Luoshui, don't worry. The sect will find the true culprit behind the attack. It seems you misunderstood your fourth senior sister. Zhang Luoshui bit her lip, seething with hatred toward this meddlesome Li Xianxiao. Where did he even come from? Everything had been planned perfectly. Suan, just like before, hadn't defended herself at all in the face of false accusations. According to the plan, by now, Suan should have already had her spiritual roots removed and been expelled from the sect. She herself would have smoothly risen in status and won senior brother Murong's heart. But now, even so, Zhang Luoshui was an excellent actress. No matter how much hatred she felt inside, she still managed to force a smile and say to Suan, "Fourth senior sister, it was a misunderstanding on my part. Please don't blame me. The real villain behind this is too cunning. Thank goodness senior brother Xianxiao was here to testify for you. In truth, I have always believed in your character. If anyone is to blame, it's the one working behind the scenes with such sinister intentions." Suan shot Zhang Luoshui a cold look and turned to leave. Zhang Luoshui's eyes welled up with tears. What should I do? It seems senior sister is angry with me. The surrounding disciples quickly comforted her. It's all right. In the end, this wasn't really your fault. Yeah, little junior sister, you were a victim too. Senior brother Murong, you've always been close with fourth senior sister. I know she must be upset with me. Could you help me apologize to her? Zhang Luoshui looked pitifully at Murong Mo. Murong Mo nodded. Don't worry. Won'er has always been generous. She won't hold a grudge over something so small. I'll talk to her. Thank you, senior brother. You're the best. Watching this scene unfold, Li Xianxiao sighed internally. I just want to cultivate in peace. Can you people stop stirring up all this drama? This is literally playing out like a female-oriented web novel. Just as Li Xianxiao was about to leave. As for you, Li Xianxiao, the law enforcement elder's voice rang out. Spying on a fellow sect disciple and even installing a twin recording stone in her cave dwelling, what do you have to say for yourself? All eyes turned to Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao shrugged. When he had secretly installed the recording stone in Suwan's cave 5 years ago, he had already anticipated this day would come. So he was fully prepared to accept punishment. 5 years ago, Zhang Luoshui had already been pulling all kinds of tricks. Looking at fourth senior sister Suwan's personality, and at senior brother Murong Mo, it was impossible not to associate it with every ancient cultivation drama and female-led web novel. Suwan would be framed by Zhang Luoshui, expelled from the sect, and then, she would descend into darkness and wipe out Mount Shushan in revenge. To prevent the worst, Li Xianxiao had made a lot of preparations. All he wanted was to cultivate quietly and survive in this world. But that wish didn't seem so simple. In the end, because he had bravely stepped forward at the last moment, his merits and faults were balanced out. His final punishment was merely 6 months of confinement. This punishment was exactly what he wanted. It gave him 6 months of peaceful cultivation. On his way back to his mountain peak, the passing disciples gave him strange looks. Clearly, the rumor about him spying on Suwan had already spread. But Li Xianxiao didn't care about his reputation. As long as Suwan didn't descend into darkness, he'd already be thanking the heavens. All the way back, Zhao Lu didn't say a word. Once they reached the mountain, she quietly left. Standing at the door of his cottage, Li Xianxiao hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. As expected, a cold glint flashed. A sharp sword was pressed against his throat. A cold glint flashed as the sword pressed against Li Sungziao's throat. Just an inch forward, and it would pierce that vulnerable spot. Suwan's face was filled with shame and anger. If only you could be this tough when facing Zhang Luoshui. Li Xianxiao spoke calmly. Suwan said in a low voice, how is this the same? Speak. Why did you place a twin recording stone in my cave dwelling? Li Xianxiao shrugged. Isn't the reason obvious? You. Suwan's fair face, usually as smooth as jade, now flushed like a peach blossom blooming in spring, a shade of red so enchanting it made her delicate features even more mesmerizing. Unfortunately, Li Xianxiao was completely oblivious to such things. He remained expressionless, his gaze steady, his breathing entirely unaffected. Suwan had always thought she had a decent relationship with this little junior brother, but never had she imagined he harbored such thoughts about her. She hadn't noticed a single sign before. He had even installed a recording stone in her cave dwelling for 5 whole years, and she had never realized it. I knew this day would come, Li Xianxiao said. From the moment senior sister brought Zhang Luoshui into the sect, I warned you don't bring just anyone back to the sect. It didn't take long before I noticed that Zhang Luoshui had ulterior motives. She says one thing and does another, one face in public, another behind closed doors. So, just in case, I had no choice but to take this extreme measure. Are you trying to fool a ghost? So-won said coldly. Under normal circumstances, if she found out that someone had installed a twin recording stone in her cave dwelling, monitoring her every move for 5 years, and had most likely seen her entire body, she would have killed that person with a single sword strike. But this same person had also stood up for her at a critical moment, proving her innocence. That was the source of So-won's inner conflict. Li Xianxiao remained unfazed. He was confident he could subdue So-won, even with her sword at his throat. He appeared to have weak cultivation that was only because he wanted others to think so. He had no system, and he was not the child of destiny. But with his unwavering heart for cultivation and his comprehension of the Dao of emotionlessness, among the younger generation of Mount Shushan, Li Xianxiao did not believe he was weaker than anyone. Except for first senior brother Shui Yun. That guy was a complete monster. An unparalleled prodigy tragically, a hopeless romantic. So-won's gaze flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected that even in this situation, Li Xianxiao could remain so composed, his breathing steady, speaking righteously as he explained himself. I can swear a great Dao oath, Li Xianxiao said. Before today, I have never once spied on senior sister So-won inside her cave dwelling. Everything I did was solely to prevent Zhang Luoshui from framing you. Seeing how firm his words were, even willing to swear on the great Dao, So-won found herself believing him a little. You, why did you do this? What? Why are you helping me? We are fellow disciples. Helping you is helping Mount Shushan, which is also helping myself. So-won's expression shifted slightly. That's all. That's all. Also, let me remind you, senior sister, when something like this happens in the future, don't just stand there coldly and stare. Not everyone will believe your silent explanation. You need to speak up. Even if there's only a slim chance, you must argue your case. Otherwise, today's situation will happen again. So-won lowered her sword. Li Xianxiao smiled faintly. Senior sister, I hope you will be more careful in the future. For today's matter, thank you. You're welcome. And don't ever install a twin recording stone in my cave dwelling again. Understood. So-won left the cottage. Li Xianxiao shook his head with a smile. Fourth senior sister, senior brother Mirong isn't who you think he is. Be careful. On her way down Silver Sword Peak, So-won's thoughts were in turmoil. Could Li Xianxiao like me? Yes, if he didn't like me, why would he do all of this for me? He planned this out 5 years ago. No, even earlier than that when I first brought Zhang Luoshui back to the sect. He warned me back then, but I didn't take it seriously. Now that she thought about it. But judging from his past actions, there had never been any sign that Li Xianxiao had feelings for her. Li Xianxiao was recognized throughout the sect as the most hard-working little junior brother. His days consisted of nothing but cultivation. Later, he had saved the princess of the great Xia Empire, Zhao Lu, who had then become his little junior sister. Everyone in the sect said that Li Xianxiao had taken advantage of proximity and gotten lucky. But for 2 years, their relationship had remained purely that of senior and junior disciples. Even Zhao Lu and otherworldly beauty Li Xianxiao had never once shown the slightest improper thought toward her. Of course, she herself was just as beautiful as Zhao Lu. Li Xianxiao secretly liking her, silently protecting her from the shadows. This explanation made perfect sense, and based on all the evidence so far, this had to be the case. Thinking this, So-won's cheeks flushed. What a devoted man. Even knowing that I have a deep relationship with senior brother Mirong, he still chose to protect me in silence. As long as I am safe and well, he can be at peace. So-won couldn't help but imagine Li Xianxiao standing under the moonlight late at night, letting out a pained howl of longing. A longing for her but no one knew. And during the day, he had to pretend as if nothing had happened, focusing solely on his cultivation. He works so hard at cultivation, is it because he wants to protect me? Thinking of this, So-won nearly burst into tears. Just then, a graceful figure stepped into her path. Mirong Mo was dressed in a robe as white as snow, his sleeves billowing gently. His handsome face carried a faint smile, as warm and soothing as the spring breeze, making those around him feel an incomparable sense of comfort. There was a calm and unwavering confidence in his smile, along with an underlying tenderness and kindness. His eyes were as bright as the stars, deep and captivating. When his gaze shifted, it seemed as if he could see through the deepest, most hidden corners of a person's heart. On ordinary days, whenever Mirong Mo smiled, So-won's heart would waver. But at this moment, So-won looked at Mirong Mo with a blank expression. Junior sister, you didn't go looking for junior brother Li Xianxiao, did you? You didn't do anything to him, did you? No, he protected me. I only went to thank him. I never expected that, at the critical moment, the one to speak up for me would be him. So-won had none of her usual gentleness. Junior sister, are you blaming me? For not speaking up for you at the time? You, how could you have such a childish thought? That really upsets me. So-won took a deep breath, recalling what Li Xianxiao had said to her before she left. She carefully examined the man standing before her. Compared to Li Xianxiao, the difference in how the two treated her was like night and day. One had meticulously planned for years, all just to protect her safety. The other had remained silent when she was falsely accused. The difference was clear as day. Senior brother, I'm really disappointed in you. Disappointed. Mirong Mo frowned slightly. For the first time, he felt as if a pet he had kept at home had slipped out of his control. This feeling was deeply unpleasant. He stared at So-won. Suan, however, refused to look at him. Do you know, junior brother Li Xianxiao has been silently protecting me, secretly in love with me, yet he buried these feelings deep in his heart. And you, senior brother, you truly disappoint me. Li Xianxiao, that pervert who placed a twin recording stone in your cave dwelling. He's not a pervert. He loves me. He would even give up his life for me. At that moment, the two of them were still within the boundaries of Silver Sword Peak. And, of course, still under Li Songxiao's surveillance. Li Xianxiao, confused face, I saved your life, and this is how you repay me? Slandering me? In the end, Suan and Mirong Mo parted on bad terms. As Mirong Mo left, he cast a fierce glare toward Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao sighed helplessly. Senior sister, oh, senior sister. I saved you, and fine, you don't have to repay me. But why do you have to frame me? With no other choice, Li Xianxiao pulled out his little notebook and jotted down, on this day of this month of this year, Mirong Mo developed dissatisfaction toward me. And to eliminate this dissatisfaction, Li Xianxiao devised several strategies. 1. Avoid getting involved with Mirong Mo and Suan as much as possible. 2. Keep monitoring Mirong Mo, as he might harbor resentment because of Suan's words and decide to kill me. 3. Stay far away from Mirong Mo and Zhang Luoshui during missions. If I take on any tasks, I must ensure they are nowhere near. 4. Gather information on Mirong Mo and Zhang Luoshui's artifacts, cultivation, and trump cards. If I ever have to fight them in the future, I need to ensure my survival. After writing this, Li Xianxiao shook his head. As expected, he hated trouble the most. To prevent senior sister Suan from descending into darkness, he had somehow managed to offend both Mirong Mo and Zhang Luoshui. Li Xianxiao let out a sigh. Face challenges as they come. The coming days would be anything but peaceful. By dusk the next day, Li Xianxiao returned to his cottage from outside. He had been lurking around, trying to take advantage of Mirong Mo's absence to plant a twin recording stone in his cave dwelling, but he never found an opportunity. Through indirect questioning, he managed to learn about 2 of Mirong Mo's commonly used artifacts. As for Zhang Luoshui, while her cultivation was far inferior to Mirong Mo's, caution is the key to survival. Who knew what hidden trump cards she had? Cultivators had countless tricks up their sleeves. If one wasn't careful, they could pull out an artifact that completely neutralized a power gap. It happened all the time. Li Xianxiao pushed open the door to his cottage. As he stepped inside, a scene that would make any man's blood boil and heart race unfolded before his eyes. The room was lavishly decorated, and flickering candlelight bathed the space in a dreamy glow. A rich, intoxicating fragrance filled the air, enchanting and impossible to ignore. In the corner of the room sat an exquisite incense burner. Thin wisps of smoke curled from it, floating like silk in the air, adding a layer of mystery to the already suggestive atmosphere. Following the trail of smoke, his gaze landed on a wide, soft bed in the center of the room. A woman lay sideways upon it. Her figure was graceful, curves accentuated by the sheer, translucent veil draped over her. The fabric barely concealed her snow-white skin, revealing just enough to stir one's imagination. Through the veil, her slender waist and long, elegant legs were faintly visible, along with the gentle rise and fall of her chest. It was an utterly seductive sight. The woman turned her head slightly. Senior brother. Li Songxiao's expression remained unchanged. Who told you to get on my bed? Senior brother, I think I've been poisoned. Poisoned. Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. I feel dizzy, my vision is blurry, and my body is getting hot. Zhao Lu pressed a hand to her forehead. Li Xianxiao sat down in a chair. Any other symptoms? The rest? I don't know. I just feel so dizzy. Senior brother, come closer and check my pulse. With that, Zhao Lu suddenly collapsed onto the bed as if she had fainted. Li Xianxiao calmly picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. What an acting prodigy. He flicked his fingers, and a black pill precisely landed between Zhao Lu's lips. Senior brother, what is this? You said you were poisoned. This is an antidote pill, Li Xianxiao explained flatly. It works by forcing your body to expel the toxins, through excretion. Zhao Lu's expression changed instantly. Senior brother? How could you give me something like that? I'm saving you. Zhao Lu wanted to argue, but just then, her stomach let out a loud gurgle. Clutching her abdomen, she yelled, stupid senior brother. I'm never talking to you again. With that, she bolted out of the cottage. Li Xianxiao waved a hand, restoring the room to its original state. Of course, what he had given Zhao Lu wasn't actually a laxative, it was just a beauty-enhancing pill. He wasn't ignorant of Zhao Lu's feelings for him. But women were too much of a distraction from cultivation. Mount Shushan wasn't without cultivators who had attempted dual cultivation, sixth martial uncle and his wife, for example. The result? Fights every 3 days, full-blown battles every 5. Their household was in constant chaos. Instead of advancing their cultivation, their relationship ended up becoming a mess over trivial matters. Not to mention, Zhao Lu was a princess of the Great Xia Empire. That made things even more complicated. Stupid senior brother? Evil senior brother. Zhao Lu angrily kicked at a tree on Silver Sword Peak. Fourth senior sister is fine, so why not me? What's so great about fourth senior sister? What does she have that I don't? Is my face not pretty enough? You'd rather spy on fourth senior sister? After returning from the main peak, Zhao Lu rummaged through her residence 3 times. The result left her utterly disappointed. Her place hadn't been equipped with a recording stone by senior brother. Why is it that even when I want you to look, you won't? Yet you secretly go spy on fourth senior sister? Zhao Lu couldn't figure it out. She even felt like crying. 2 years, and she still hadn't won over senior brother. And now, he already had someone in his heart. Could it be that fourth senior sister had something special about her? Zhao Lu pondered for a while, then glanced down at her own chest. Well, she was still young, not quite at fourth senior sister's level yet. That was only natural. So, without hesitation, Zhao Lu headed straight for Mount Shushan's famous alchemy hall. She was going to get some pills to fix this. Meanwhile, Li Xianxiao had no idea that his little junior sister had just set foot on a path of no return. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. On this day, Sword-Bearing Pavilion sent a message. Sword-Bearing Pavilion was the mission hall of Mount Shushan. Any peak that needed to accept a mission had to go to Sword-Bearing Pavilion. Each peak had a set mission quota every year. And the reason Sword-Bearing Pavilion sent a message today was precisely this. They informed Li Xianxiao that this year, their mission quota had not been completed. A major reason was that first senior brother Shui Yun had gone down the mountain. There was no other way. Shui Yun had always been the main force of Silver Sword Peak. There was no other way. Silver Sword Peak already had few people. He had no choice but to take on this mission himself. Li Xianxiao arrived at Sword-Bearing Pavilion to report in. There, he saw the last people he wanted to see for this mission: Murong Mo, Zhang Luoshui, fourth senior sister Suwan, Tisk. Li Songxiao's expression remained unchanged. After avoiding them for so long, he still couldn't escape in the end. He had still run into them. This time, I'll be leading the team. The target is the human-faced serpent in the Weivong Mountains on the southern border, Murong Mo said. Li Xianxiao hesitated for a moment. When he saw Murong Mo and Zhang Luoshui also in the team, he immediately thought about pretending to be sick. As long as he took the pill he had refined, within moments, he could start foaming at the mouth and have his breath become erratic. But when he heard that the mission was to go to Weivong Mountains in the southern border and search for the human-faced serpent, he gave up on that idea. Weivong Mountains were located on the southern border. Poisonous insects and venomous snakes were everywhere, but for cultivators, this also meant resources. The puppet mechanisms he refined needed materials, and Weivong Mountains were clearly the best choice. Moreover, even though Murong Mo was leading the team this time, because they were heading to Weivong Mountains, a junior elder was also accompanying them. As the group left Sword-Bearing Pavilion, Murong Mo summoned his spirit beast. A large white bird emerged from the rolling, surging sea of clouds. Its wings flapped gently, scattering the mist around it. When the white bird was fully revealed before them, the silky smooth feathers on its body shimmered with a faint silver glow, as if bathed in moonlight. Only senior brother Murong could afford to raise a spirit beast like this, someone immediately said enviously. Murong Mo motioned for everyone to board the spirit beast. The journey to the southern border is long. Using sword flight would be too exhausting. The group quickly stepped onto the spirit beast. Only Suwan seemed unwilling to ride Murong Mo's spirit beast. However, seeing that everyone else had gone up, she silently followed along as well. The junior elder was named Feng Yun and was making small talk with Murong Mo. There were many junior elders like Feng Yun in Mount Shushan. They were simply accumulating seniority. At Feng Yun's age, this was likely the highest position he would ever attain in his lifetime. But Murong Mo was different. He was young, talented, and had an influential family background. His future was full of possibilities. Junior brother Li Xianxiao glanced at fourth senior sister Suwan. Suwan was looking at him. It had been a long time since she had seen Li Xianxiao. It seemed like he had been deliberately avoiding her. This didn't sit well with Suwan. She worried that it was because of her that Li Xianxiao was too embarrassed to see her, so he had simply chosen to avoid her altogether. But at this moment, Li Xianxiao was looking at her with his usual calm expression, without the panic she had imagined. Suwan couldn't help but think, as expected, he's still the same, acting like he doesn't care, when in reality, just talking to me is making his heart race like crazy. If Li Xianxiao could hear Suwan's thoughts, who knows what expression he would make. Senior sister, your imagination is truly impressive. Junior brother Li, when we get to the southern border, if you need anything, I can help you look for it, Suwan said. Thank you, senior sister, but there's no need to trouble you with such small matters. Li Xianxiao politely declined Suwan's offer. He's still nervous. Suwan thought to herself. Li Xianxiao, however, noticed that Murong Mo, who was talking to the junior elder Feng Yun, had been glancing in their direction from time to time. Was he bothered by him talking to Suwan? Senior sister, please stop making me an enemy. Li Xianxiao felt a bit helpless. 3 days later, they arrived above Weivong Mountains. The group dismounted from the bird and landed on a small forest path. The southern border was shrouded in toxic miasma year-round. Although Weivong Mountains were located on the edge, they still couldn't be underestimated. The junior elder Feng Yun remained in the sky, waiting for them. Murong Mo quickly assigned formation positions. The task of clearing the path fell to Fen Ziyu, Li Xianxiao, and 2 other disciples. Due to the miasma in Weivong Mountains, cultivators typically couldn't replenish their spiritual energy in time. But along the way, they would inevitably encounter plant spirits, venomous insects, and snakes blocking the path, requiring someone to clear the way. Murong Mo, having the highest cultivation, was the main force against the human-faced serpent. So he couldn't afford to waste his energy on tasks like this. Xianxiao, be careful. Li Xianxiao was the first to take the lead. Murong Mo patted his shoulder and gave him a gentle smile. Li Xianxiao responded with a cool and indifferent nod. Senior brother, my cultivation is weak, so you have to protect me. Zhang Luoshui said coyly to Murong Mo. Murong Mo affectionately ruffled her hair. Seeing this, Suan let out a cold snort. She turned to Li Xianxiao, junior brother Li, let me take care of the path clearing instead. Although Suan meant well, Li Xianxiao couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Am I just a part of your love triangle play? He shook his head and chose to reject Suan's goodwill. The group quickly moved forward. Li Xianxiao led the way, walking at the very front of the team. They had been walking for about half a stick of incense when they encountered their first obstacle. A venomous snake with an entirely emerald green body. It suddenly emerged, catching Li Xianxiao completely off guard. Watch out! Fortunately, a disciple behind him reacted quickly, raising his sword and slicing the snake in half. Are you alright? I'm fine, thank you. The people behind them watched the scene, and a faint sense of disdain inevitably rose in their hearts. That emerald green snake's cultivation level wasn't high. It had been hiding in the trees just now, and they had all noticed it. Only Li Xianxiao had been running too fast. Suan stepped in front of Li Xianxiao, taking over the task of clearing the path. I'll take the lead from here. Murong Mo watched it all coldly. The group continued forward and was soon attacked by a slightly more formidable spider. However, with their teamwork, they made quick work of it in just a few moves. Without giving other creatures in the forest a chance to be drawn over, they kept moving forward. At this pace, they reached the human-faced serpent's lair in just 1 hour. Murong Mo, who had remained still until now, finally made his move. With a flick of his wrist, the renowned thunderclap sword in his hand instantly transformed into a dazzling blur of light, as brilliant as a streak of lightning across the night sky. In an instant, rolling thunder surged forth like a raging tide, crashing toward the human-faced serpent. The human-faced serpent was clearly no ordinary foe. Its agile body twisted sharply, narrowly dodging Murong Mo's fierce first strike. However, before it could even breathe a sigh of relief, it found itself trapped in an even more perilous situation. Murong Mo had already set up a sword aura cage, lying in wait for it to step right into the trap. At that moment, Murong Mo gripped the thunderclap sword tightly in his right hand, each swing unleashing a brilliant arc of lightning. Meanwhile, his left hand continuously formed hand seals, sending out streaks of mystical runes from his fingertips, fusing them into the surrounding sword aura. The cage of sword energy grew even stronger and more imposing. Die. Before the others could even make a move, the human-faced serpent had already collapsed to the ground under Murong Mo's relentless assault. The group let out a series of exclamations. As expected of senior brother Murong. Senior brother Murong really is too well-rounded. We're completely outclassed. We were probably just here to accompany senior brother Murong on a stroll. The mission was completed with unusual ease. Of course, now that the mission was over, according to the usual practice, the disciples carrying out the task were free to tend to their own matters. Each person set out to search for the medicinal herbs or other resources they needed. I need to find a spirit herb, so I'm heading deeper into the southern border, Murong Mo said. This was routine after completing a mission. Most Mount Shushan disciples would choose to split up and search for what they needed. But since the deeper regions of the southern border were perilous, only someone of Murong Mo's cultivation level would dare venture that far. Zhang Luoshui originally wanted to follow senior brother Murong closely, but when she heard that he was heading even deeper into the southern border, she abandoned the idea. Junior brother Xianxiao, what medicinal herbs are you looking for? How about we go together? Although Wuvong Mountains were on the border of the southern region, they were still dangerous. If one was careless and had the misfortune of encountering a ferocious plant spirit, any mistake could spell trouble. Thank you, senior sister, but I'd prefer to train by myself. Li Xianxiao once again declined Suwan's offer. Being rejected over and over again, Suwan was a little confused. No matter how shy he was, could he really be this shy? So much time had passed, was he still holding a grudge over what happened before? She had clearly already forgiven him. Junior brother Xianxiao, there's no need to be so formal with me. Li Xianxiao smiled, but inside, he was losing his mind. If possible, he truly wished he could stay far away from this fourth senior sister. Someone nearby advised, Xianxiao, you should go with fourth senior sister. With her help, you will be able to gather the herbs you need. Finding herbs is secondary. The most important thing is training myself. Senior brothers and senior sisters, there's no need to worry. Please take care. After saying that, Li Xianxiao didn't wait for them to respond. He immediately soared eastward on his sword. Since flying at high altitudes in the southern border was inconvenient, he schemed just above the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was gone, leaving Suwan standing there with a deep frown. What's with this Li Xianxiao? Fan Zhao was envious and a little resentful traveling with senior sister Suwan, and yet he wasn't willing? Exactly. Fourth senior sister, don't be angry. Maybe senior brother Li has his own difficulties. Zhang Luoshui deliberately added, making it sound as if Suwan had eagerly approached only to be met with indifference, now left embarrassed and furious. Suwan shot a cold glance at Zhang Luoshui but ignored her. Murong Mo said, Junior sister, so, why don't you come with me to the deeper regions of the southern border? Suwan pretended not to hear. Seeing that Li Xianxiao truly had no intention of traveling with her, she gave up on chasing after him. After hesitating for a moment, she set off in another direction alone. Mirong Mo gazed deeply in the direction Soan had gone and murmured, "That was the last chance I gave." Then, he too departed. Zhang Luoshui, on the other hand, formed a small team with the remaining two and continued forward. Li Xianxiao moved swiftly, weaving through the forest. Sigh. After covering more than 30 miles in one breath, Li Xianxiao let out a barely audible sigh. Was this really necessary? He really wished he was just overthinking things, but judging by how things were going. After resting for a moment, Li Xianxiao continued forward. By nightfall, he had set up a simple formation on the ground. He drew a circle in the dirt with his sword, then sat inside and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. The bright moon hung high above, like a silver disk casting its cold glow, illuminating the quiet and shadowy forest. In the midst of this darkness, Li Xianxiao, who had been sitting motionless with his eyes tightly shut as if in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. His gaze flashed with a sharp light, as if capable of piercing through all the secrets hidden within the night. In that instant, a cold gleam shot toward him like lightning from behind. It was so fast that it left almost no time to react. The cold gleam was a razor-sharp flying sword, piercing straight through Li Xingxiao's body at an incredibly cunning angle. Astonishingly, despite its deadly force, the sword aura it emitted was exceptionally precise and keen. It neither disturbed the surrounding airflow nor caused any excessive destruction to the environment. The flying sword effortlessly sliced through the fallen leaves on the ground as if passing through a thin sheet of paper. Then, like a phantom, it silently embedded itself into the thick trunk of a tree not far ahead, leaving behind only a barely noticeable hole. From start to finish, this heart-stopping attack had not revealed the slightest trace of its presence, nor had it made even the faintest sound. It was as if the assailant was extraordinarily cautious, fearful that even the tiniest disturbance might alert someone to the anomaly occurring here. The attacker slowly revealed himself. Mirong Mo looked at Li Xingxiao's corpse with an expression of cold indifference. But in the next second, that corpse erupted in a cloud of poison mist. Mirong Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, placing his hands behind his back, showing no hint of concern. Not a bad illusion technique, but unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. The poison mist failed to penetrate Mirong Mo's protective energy barrier, merely swirling around its outer edges. Li Xianxiao reappeared. Senior brother, did you really have to go for the kill? You disgusting wretch. There are some things you shouldn't meddle in, yet you insisted on interfering. Stealing my woman, aren't you just asking to die? Besides, you have the marrow cleansing pill left by the sect leader. Hand it over. Mirong Mo no longer had the slightest trace of the gentle demeanor he usually displayed on Mount Shushan. To his fellow disciples, senior brother Mirong was a refined gentleman, humble and courteous, polite and kind, even toward the disciples from the servant peaks. But look at the Mirong Mo before him, now completely different from his usual self. What's mine, I can choose to abandon. But you, Li Xianxiao sneered. You can't just take it. You can't steal it either. What kind of overbearing CEO talk was that? Li Xianxiao silently mocked in his heart. I originally planned to give you a quick death, but you just don't know what's good for you. Mirong Mo knew exactly how strong Li Xianxiao was. He had even witnessed Li Xianxiao in action recently. There was only one way to describe him, completely unremarkable. Even if they were of the same cultivation level, Mirong Mo was 100% confident he could kill him. Not to mention, he was an entire realm above him. Your fate is to die here. From the moment you accepted the mission from Sword Exchange Pavilion, you had already stepped into my trap. If I don't explain it to you, you might die without ever realizing it. Mirong Mo spoke calmly. You've doomed yourself. If you had traveled with junior sister Soan, I might have had a harder time making a move. But I never expected you to choose to go alone. I gave you more than one chance. But fate is not on your side. Li Xianxiao smiled faintly and didn't bother explaining further. He reached out and unfastened the sword case on his back. Spring. Clang. A sword hummed sharply. A gleaming blade shot out from the sword case. Senior brother, perhaps you've misunderstood something. I'm not weaker than you at all. Li Xianxiao no longer suppressed his cultivation. Mirong Mo's expression changed slightly. Foundation establishment. Judging by his aura, he was already at the late stage of foundation establishment. How was that possible? Mirong Mo raised his hand, attempting to summon his treasured sword back. Too late? The opponent's sword was too fast. Mirong Mo immediately prepared to summon his magic weapon. But Li Xianxiao seemed to have anticipated this. Within the thicket behind Mirong Mo lay a carefully arranged trap by Li Xianxiao. 2 scorpion puppets launched poison needles. Ahead, a flying sword spring. Behind, 2 puppet scorpions that had been lying in wait, launching poison needles. At this moment, Mirong Mo still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. He was still shocked by Li Xingxiao's cultivation. Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, body fusion stage, tribulation stage, great ascension stage. A cultivator with a Qi refining stage of level 3 or above could activate low-grade spiritual artifacts and talismans. At level 6, one could fly on a sword. The foundation establishment stage was divided into early, mid, late, and great perfection. After reaching this stage, a cultivator's lifespan could extend to 200 or 300 years. Their appearance would still age, but pills could preserve their youth. Reforging the body, absorbing spiritual energy to sustain oneself, food was no longer necessary. One would develop divine sense and a sea of consciousness, capable of probing surroundings and manipulating objects through divine sense. They could already wield mid-grade magical artifacts and talismans and even use high-grade ones with minimal spiritual energy consumption. It was a fundamental leap in power compared to the chi refining stage. If an ordinary martial artist could sometimes manage to kill a chi refining cultivator, then against a foundation establishment cultivator, they would stand no chance. At this moment, Mo sensed that the opponent's aura was only slightly weaker than his own, hiding his strength. The other party must have been wearing some kind of treasure that concealed their cultivation. Otherwise, he would have noticed something. Mo sensed the deadly strikes from both the front and the back and was just about to summon his magical treasure. But before he could, the poison needles had already struck him. So fast? Even faster than the flying sword. Mo tried to mobilize his true essence, but his right hand suddenly went limp and fell. The poison from the needle had sealed 3 of his acupoints Yemen, Zhongzhu, and Yangqi. These 3 acupoints happened to align with the flow of true essence needed to activate his magical treasures. If meridians were likened to a river, then acupoints were like gates. They awaited the rush of true essence to break through and activate the power within. Only after true essence successfully passed through these acupoints could one unleash their magic. But now, the key 3 acupoints in Mo's body were temporarily blocked, preventing the flow of true essence. For the first time, Mo panicked. The enemy had planned this? Mo had no idea that this was all set up after Li Xianxiao learned that Silver Sword Peak's disciples had unfinished mission quotas. It was then that he decided to kill Li Xianxiao in Weivong Mountains of the southern border. He had been quite pleased with himself, thinking he was the hunter. Little did he know, the real hunter had been preparing for over half a year. Since Mo and Soan had a falling out, since he had shot a glare towards Silver Sword Peak. From that moment on, Li Xianxiao had been on guard against him. Over 6 months, through various means. Even down to what flavors Mo preferred in his meals and what color underwear he usually wore. Li Xianxiao had figured it all out, let alone the magical artifacts he frequently used. According to Li Sungziao's predictions, there was a 70% chance that Mo would habitually use that silver ring artifact. This was also his best defensive tool against flying swords. So, another 20% probability was added to the calculation. The poison needles of the scorpion puppets had been modified by Li Xianxiao, exchanging power and toxicity for speed. They could only briefly paralyze the Yemen, Zhongzhou, and Yangqi acupoints. But these 3 acupoints were precisely the key to activating magical treasures. Mo's biggest mistake was his arrogance and underestimation. After his first attack, he didn't immediately recall his flying sword. The second time, when facing Li Sungziao's counterattack, he was momentarily stunned. Because Li Xianxiao had stopped suppressing his aura, that brief hesitation cost him the chance to dodge. Confidently, he had tried to wield his magical treasure. And then, he had no more chances. He was facing someone who had spent a full 6 months preparing, someone who knew everything about him. Spring Thunder. Renowned for its speed, the flying sword pierced through Mo's brainstem. The light in his eyes froze for a moment before fading entirely. The entire battle, excluding Mo's initial nonsense, had lasted no more than an instant. Mo fell backward, landing with a dull thud. The fallen leaves on the ground scattered from the impact. Even in death, Mo probably didn't understand. How did he die so easily? He was still stuck in that moment when the opponent had suddenly stopped concealing his true strength. With the battle over, Li Xianxiao quickly withdrew his aura. The former sect leader who was now long dead had once taught him a secret to defeating stronger enemies. It was very simple: act ordinary. Make your enemies underestimate you. Make everyone assume you're just a nobody. The world was never short of powerful cultivators. But many had lost their lives due to a single moment of carelessness. By making the opponent misjudge his strength. By exploiting the gap between perception and reality. He could deceive and kill them. That was the simplest method. Phew. Li Xianxiao let out a slow breath. He sheathed Spring Sword into its sword case. The 2 scorpion puppets let out a soft poof before turning into wisps of green smoke. As for Mo's corpse, he definitely couldn't just leave it here. If someone found the wounds and linked them to his sword, there would be no way to explain it. Even if he could explain, Mo's family and his close senior brothers would still be a threat. That would put him in danger. Li Xianxiao scattered some beast-attracting poison powder on the corpse and then hid nearby. Soon, a black panther appeared. Li Xianxiao concealed his presence, watching as the panther devoured Mo's body completely. For ferocious beasts, a cultivator's body was the ultimate nourishment. Watching this, Li Xianxiao then tracked the panther for 2 full days, before finally striking and killing it. In this era, where one can descend into darkness over a love dispute, slaughter the entire world, and take countless innocents to the grave, living and cultivating truly requires utmost caution, and more caution. Li Xianxiao headed in the opposite direction. The most important task for this trip was to find key materials for crafting puppets. 2 days passed. Most of the materials Li Xianxiao needed had been gathered according to plan. On this day, he stood in a valley. Out of habit, he cast a divination 3 copper coins. 1 throw per line, 6 throws to form a hexagram. This time, just as he reached the 5th throw, Suddenly, an incredibly powerful energy wave surged forth like a raging tide, sweeping through everything as if it could tear the world apart. At the same time, from a great distance, an earth-shattering explosion roared like thunder from a clear sky, deafening and terrifying. Looking out, he could see that the energy's radiance illuminated nearly half the sky, so dazzling that it was impossible to stare directly at. It was like a cloud ablaze with roaring flames, spreading with unstoppable force. Such a shocking eruption of energy and deafening sound. Could it be that a true powerhouse was locked in a life-and-death battle? A true powerhouse. Li Sungziao's expression changed drastically. Battles between such powerful figures were the most terrifying of all. Due to the sheer difference in cultivation, even the residual shockwaves from their fight could easily claim the lives of ordinary cultivators. Killing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Li Xianxiao had calculated everything, but never had he anticipated encountering two powerhouses locked in battle at this moment. Watch the fight? Impossible? That was pure suicide. In an instant, the terrifying shockwaves from their battle began rapidly spreading in all directions. Massive, blazing fireballs streaked across the sky like meteors, whistling ominously as they plummeted toward the ground. When the enormous fireballs collided with the earth, they erupted in deafening explosions that shook the entire world. At the impact points, violent energy shockwaves rippled outward like waves, spreading with terrifying speed. The ground struck by the fireballs couldn't withstand the devastating force. In mere moments, gaping craters dozens of meters wide were blasted open. Dust billowed, rocks scattered, and what was once solid, level land instantly became a scene of utter devastation. Cold sweat drenched Li Sungziao's back. Terrifying beyond belief. This was not a battle he could participate in. Like watching high-level players duel in an online game, newbies shouldn't even think about looting items afterward. Li Xianxiao locked onto a spot near one of the craters. According to crater theory, a projectile was unlikely to land in the same crater twice. Without hesitation, he flashed over and activated his earth escape technique. Dig, dig, dig. Slapping a tunneling talisman onto his forehead, Li Xianxiao continued burrowing underground. It was a long while before he finally stopped. The cultivation world was indeed cruel and merciless. Even so, he still didn't feel safe. Move mountains, overturn seas, pluck stars, sever rivers, raise cities, split the heavens? Too dangerous. A full day and night passed like this. The chaos outside finally subsided, but Li Xianxiao still concealed his aura, not daring to emerge. The junior elder assigned to oversee him wasn't particularly strong. If he were still alive, he was probably hiding just like Li Xianxiao. There was no one to rely on. In this situation, staying hidden was the only option. After waiting for another half a day, Li Xianxiao cautiously tunneled out like a groundhog. Only his head emerged as he scanned his surroundings. Once, twice, 3 times. Confirming it was safe, he climbed out. But just as he took a few steps forward, a figure appeared in the distance. Li Xianxiao froze in place. So unlucky? The heavens want me dead. It was a woman dressed in red, as stunning as a blood-red rose blooming in the night. Blood streamed down her entire body. The scarlet liquid soaked her already vibrant red robes, making them even more striking, as if scorched by fire. Her tightly pressed lips had turned faintly purple. Strands of disheveled hair clung to her sweat-drenched forehead, swaying gently in the wind, adding a tragic beauty to her appearance. Li Xianxiao turned and ran. Run, run! The overwhelming demonic aura. She was definitely a demoness. And not just any demoness, but an extremely powerful one. He couldn't win? No chance at all. Even if she seemed like she was about to die in the next second, she could still kill him in the 0.0001 seconds before that happened. Sword flight technique, spring thunder? His sword flashed like lightning, slicing through the sky. Li Sungziao's face was grim as he channeled his true essence to its limit, leaving no reserves. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to twist under the force of his aura as he sped away. Run? That was the only thought in his mind. Run? The next moment, Li Xianxiao tripped and face-planted into the ground. That streak of red appeared before him. It's over? My life is over. The red-robed woman's gaze locked onto the sword case on his back. The sword case trembled violently, emitting a low hum. Mount Shushan disciple? Are you that old man's student? Li Sungziao's heart trembled violently. Just from the faint energy in her voice, he could barely withstand it. The gap between them was too great, like the difference between clouds and mud. No flying swords, no puppet poison needles could make up for this disparity. He hadn't even left the beginner village, and he'd already run into a final boss. Lying flat on the ground, Li Xianxiao suddenly felt the overwhelming pressure vanish. The red-robed demoness, like a kite with a severed string, collapsed forward and landed heavily on his chest. Upon impact, she lost consciousness completely. Clearly, her injuries were too severe. Li Xianxiao was immediately overwhelmed by a scent. A mix of faint fragrance and intense blood. That unique aroma flooded his senses. At the same time, he distinctly felt the warmth of her soft, boneless body pressing against him through the thin fabric. It sent a slight tremor through his heart. Huh? Li Xianxiao froze for a moment. What kind of plot development was this? She passed out. The next second, Li Xianxiao jumped to his feet. Demoness, prepare to die? He unsheathed his sword and slashed straight at her neck. Show mercy just because she's beautiful? Who knew what kind of monstrous face lurked beneath this facade? With such overwhelming demonic energy, who knew how many atrocities she had committed? Without hesitation, Li Xianxiao raised his sword and struck at her head. Slash, but it wouldn't cut. Li Xianxiao swung again. Clang, clang, clang. His hands went numb from the shock. He switched targets and stabbed. Still useless. This was the difference in power. She wasn't even moving, and he still couldn't do anything to her. Fine, you win. Li Xianxiao turned and bolted. If he couldn't kill her, he could at least run, right? His heart pounded wildly. Just then, something landed on his shoulder. Li Sungxiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he stopped mid-flight. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the figure behind him. She's awake again? Is she going to suck me dry? Take me somewhere safe, came a voice from behind. Understood. Li Xianxiao agreed without hesitation. Saying no at this moment was basically asking to die. Inside a hidden cave, the red-robed woman removed her inner armor. Treat my wounds. All right. Li Xianxiao pulled out a collection of colorful medicine bottles, each labeled carefully. He reached for one labeled hemostatic powder. This might sting a little. Less talking, more doing. Li Xianxiao pressed his lips together. Hemostatic powder. More like 5 poison powder? As for why he labeled it hemostatic powder? Because if someone ever picked up his storage ring, he didn't want them using his stuff so easily. Li Xianxiao poured all of the 5 poisons powder onto the woman's wound, then thoughtfully asked, "Does it hurt?" The woman in red answered him with silence. Li Xianxiao picked up another bottle of disinfectant. Corrosive water. Sizzle. The woman in red trembled slightly. Did it work? Li Xianxiao reached out to remove the inner armor from her back. Even just touching it, he could feel the lingering warmth and powerful energy it carried. Her bare back was now fully exposed before his eyes. If not for the wounds, the lines of her back were graceful and fluid. Every inch of her skin radiated an enchanting glow, so delicate that it made one want to reach out and touch it, yet, at the same time, afraid of desecrating such beauty. From her slender neck down to her perfectly curved waist, the shape was just right. Li Xianxiao, however, had no interest in admiring it. He held a small green bottle and sprinkled its contents onto the wound. Anesthetic powder. A small pinch was enough to knock out an elephant. Yet, even after pouring half the bottle onto the wound, it had no effect whatsoever. All right then, let's go big. Li Xianxiao mixed several medicines together. What is that? The woman in red suddenly asked. Your injuries are too severe. These medicines need to be mixed. The woman in red said nothing more. Li Xianxiao smeared the colorful ointment onto her wound. Then he wrapped it with gauze. If I can't poison you to death, I'll be damned. The woman took a sharp breath, then slowly said, "The front." Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she turned around. Only then did he notice the enticing blush that had spread across her cheeks. That blush was as delicate as the petals of a newly blossomed peach flower in spring, lightly covering her fair, jade-like skin, making her already stunning face even more alluring and captivating. Li Sungxiao's expression remained unchanged as he thought. I refuse to believe I still can't poison you to death? As he continued applying the medicine, the woman furrowed her delicate brows, her exquisite face contorted slightly as if she were enduring immense pain. A low, suppressed groan involuntarily escaped from her straight, delicate nose. 30-year-old crane's red crown, 50-year-old peacock gall, 60-year-old broken intestine grass, Zhen wine. Li Xianxiao mixed them all together, then silently crushed a venomous scorpion. He evenly sprinkled the mixture onto her wound, then took some gauze and wrapped it up. It was finally over. The woman in red seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She lay on a stone inside the cave, her gaze lifting slightly to fall on the young man who had helped her. Consider yourself hard to kill, Li Xianxiao thought angrily. The woman in red suddenly remembered something and tugged at her clothes. The wound has been treated. Be careful not to make any large movements or engage in combat for now. As for your internal injuries, I really can't help with those. You'll have to rely on yourself. All I could do was stop the bleeding. Get some rest. I'm leaving now, no need to see me off. In the martial world, fate brings people together when they meet. Li Xianxiao muttered to himself as he turned to leave the cave. Wait, the woman in red parted her lips slightly. Li Sungxiao's expression remained unchanged. No need to thank me, you can just keep it in your heart. Stop. This time, her voice was a little colder. Li Xianxiao stopped moving. I never said you could leave, the woman in red said coldly. Sensing the situation, Li Xianxiao obediently sat back down. May I ask what else I can do for you? Until I leave, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Just to clarify, we came to the southern border for training. If I don't return for a long time, the sect elders will launch a large-scale search of the mountains. That could be quite troublesome. Li Xianxiao subtly reminded the person behind him. A mere golden core stage junior elder is nothing, the woman in red said haughtily. Great. She had already figured out his background. Li Xianxiao wisely shut his mouth. I never owe anyone anything. You can rest assured, the woman in red said before closing her eyes. Li Xianxiao wasn't sure if she had fallen asleep or was simply testing him. For the moment, he didn't dare make any rash moves. And just like that, about a day passed. When the woman in red woke up again, her complexion had improved significantly, and her wound had already stopped bleeding. What medicine did you use on me? The wound is healing quite well. Li Sungxiao's mouth twitched slightly and could only say, Shushan's best medicine. Damn it! Could she be someone with a body of 100 poisons? Able to absorb any poison as nourishment. The woman in red sat up, seemingly channeling energy to heal her injuries. Li Xianxiao felt a headache coming on. If she was already this terrifying while injured, what would happen once she fully recovered? With that thought, Li Xianxiao stood up. I'm going out to find something to eat. After all, he was just a foundation establishment cultivator and still needed food to replenish his energy. That was a perfectly reasonable excuse. I'll also collect some dew for you. Dew contained traces of spiritual energy, something high-level cultivators like her normally wouldn't care for. But now that she was injured, that might be a different story. The woman in red nodded slightly. With her approval, Li Xianxiao finally stepped out of the cave. However, he had no intention of running away. Are you kidding? With that godlike figure sitting right there. Letting himself run for a day would only make it easier for her to catch him again. As for seeking help from others, that was even more out of the question. The Golden Core Stage junior elder leading the group wasn't even worth considering in her eyes. Li Xianxiao stepped out of the cave, took a blue bottle from his storage ring, and sprinkled its contents around the area. This powder could attract the ferocious beasts and venomous insects in the forest. Once he had emptied the bottle, he slipped away. After collecting some dew and waiting a while, he pretended as if nothing had happened and returned to the cave. Inside the cave, Li Xianxiao looked at the woman in red sitting on a stone. Then, he looked at the several massive, powerful beast corpses lying around. What happened? Did you go hunting? Li Xianxiao quickly accepted the failure of his plan, keeping up his flawless act. Something like that. It'll be good nourishment, the woman in red said indifferently. Feeling guilty, Li Xianxiao took the initiative to handle the dissection of the beasts and the cooking. The small bottle labeled as chili powder poured out a red powder that looked just like ground chili. It even had a slightly pungent smell. In reality, however, it was piercing heart powder. After some time, a pot of beast meat soup was ready. With Li Xingxiao's cooking, it looked incredibly appetizing. The woman in red glanced at him. Who would have thought that young people these days could actually cook? Underscore 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 underscore. In the woman in red's impression, most cultivators of this age were all talk and no skill. Who would bother learning how to cook? As her gaze returned to the pot of meat soup before her, the rich aroma wafted through the air, carrying an almost magical allure that instantly awakened her dormant taste buds. Looking closer, she saw that the broth had a tempting reddish-brown hue, with a thin layer of shimmering oil floating on the surface. The chunks of meat inside were evenly cut, their fibers clearly visible. After long hours of simmering, they had become tender and juicy, practically melting in the mouth. The accompanying vegetables had also been cooked to perfection. They retained their texture and nutrients while fully absorbing the savory flavors of the broth. And to think, this was a dish made under such primitive conditions. No advanced kitchen tools, no variety of seasonings yet. With nothing but the chef's exquisite skills and precise grasp of ingredients, he had managed to turn an ordinary pot of meat soup into something so mouth-watering. The woman in red nodded. It's delicious. Then eat more. You should have some too. The woman in red seemed to think it wouldn't be right for her to eat alone. It's fine, you go ahead. I said eat. Li Xianxiao blinked and looked at the pot of soup. What? Nothing. Good thing I was prepared and took an antidote in advance. Li Xianxiao picked up some meat and started eating. By the way, your name? The woman in red asked. Mirong Mo, Li Xianxiao answered without hesitation. The woman in red nodded, then after a moment of silence, asked. Aren't you going to ask for my name? My master taught me not to ask questions I shouldn't when traveling outside. Your master, is he that old guy surnamed Huang? He's my martial granduncle, Li Xianxiao replied honestly. The woman in red glanced at the sword case on his back. He gave you the sword case. Looks like he values you highly. I'm just keeping it safe for my first senior brother, Li Xianxiao said modestly. He was afraid that in the next second, she would say, this boy has the potential to inherit the sect. He must not be allowed to live. Why, do I suddenly feel so hot? The woman in red suddenly muttered. Li Xianxiao, confused face, is that your line? What kind of scenario is this turning into? In an instant, a flush as vivid as the evening glow spread across the woman's fair, delicate face at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if enchanted by some spell. The blush was like a red plum blooming atop a snowy peak, vibrant, dazzling, and impossibly alluring. Starting from the roots of her ears, it quickly crept over her entire face, making her already stunning features even more enticing, with a hint of shyness and charm. What's going on? Is it because the meat is too rich in blood essence? Li Xianxiao asked tentatively. The woman shook her head. What seasoning did you use? Only then did Li Xianxiao recall when he had been spiking the food earlier, he must have accidentally added an aphrodisiac. Unbelievable. I poisoned you with so many lethal toxins, and you were completely fine. But one aphrodisiac, and it works immediately. Without hesitation, Li Xianxiao stuffed an antidote into her mouth. The woman's gaze was already turning hazy. However, once the antidote entered her system, a few moments later, the heat subsided. Li Xianxiao let out a sigh of relief. My pure yang body was almost compromised. And so, 2 whole days passed. For Li Xianxiao, these 2 days felt unbearably long. He kept simulating different ways to kill this woman in his mind, but every outcome ended in failure. In the woman in red's eyes, however, Li Xianxiao had simply taken care of her attentively for 2 days. This was something she had never experienced before. Perhaps because of her injuries, she had let go of her previous aloofness and pride. Meanwhile, Li Xianxiao remained highly concerned about her wounds, even changing her gauze once during this time. Parasites? Tetanus? There's no way she can keep going. Thanks to his dedicated efforts, the woman's wounds healed even faster. Li Xianxiao had to fight the urge to slap himself. Completely counterproductive? Over the past few days, whenever he left, he deliberately left traces behind. Since the woman in red had been wounded, that meant whoever had injured her was likely still nearby in the southern border. Li Xianxiao hoped to lure them out and finish them off as soon as possible. Heaven helps those who work hard. That day, as usual, Li Xianxiao went out under the pretense of gathering spiritual fruits while searching for an opportunity. That was when his gaze was drawn to a figure within a waterfall. A woman clad in black slowly lifted her head. She coughed up blood and murmured to herself, "Damn it, I can't believe I've been trapped by that bastard for this long." The black-clad woman's eyes met Li Xingxiao's from a short distance away. The sinister energy emanating from her body was no weaker than that of the woman in red. Li Xianxiao, dear heavens, can you stop messing with me? Without hesitation, Li Xianxiao turned and ran. The next second, as expected, he was yanked back by the black-clad woman. A rope infused with spiritual power bound him tightly. Then, the black-clad woman dragged him to a secluded cave. Mount Shushan disciple. She took off her outer robe, her back facing him. Can you treat wounds? Take care of my injuries, or I'll kill you. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but feel that this situation seemed a little familiar. Hadn't this already happened before? He took out his small medicine bottles from his storage ring. Once again, it was a combination of 5 poisons powder and piercing heart ointment. And once again, it was completely useless. Li Xianxiao felt utterly helpless at this point. Compared to the woman in red, the woman in black had a much worse temper. Her favorite phrases were, "Don't try anything funny, or I'll kill you. Don't let your eyes wander, or I'll kill you. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. What are you looking at? I'll kill you." Could this woman in black be in cahoots with the woman in red? Li Xianxiao secretly pondered the possibility. So, once again, he used the excuse of going out to collect dew. Li Xianxiao made his way back to the previous cave. The woman in red raised an eyebrow when she saw him return. "I thought you had run away. Where have you been for so long?" Nothing much, just that the dew nearby ran out, so I went farther to gather some." Li Xianxiao made up some nonsense first, then subtly pried for information, asking if she had any companions nearby and who had injured her. The woman in red shook her head and said in a deep voice, "For someone like you, the less you know, the safer you'll be." Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of her, Li Xianxiao had no choice but to give up. So, he found another excuse to leave again. And then, he headed back to the woman in black's cave. As he walked, Li Xianxiao suddenly had a realization. Why do I feel like some scumbag caught between his mistress and his side lover? Underscore 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 underscore. In the deep, dark cave, a woman dressed in black quietly leaned against the stone wall. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes tightly shut. Unlike the woman in red, this black-clad woman's features carried a strong sense of aggression. Even with her eyes closed, one could still feel the sharpness hidden within them. Below her high, straight nose, her lips were somewhat thin, yet their shape was well defined. The corners of her mouth curved up ever so slightly, as if perpetually holding a faint, unreadable sneer. Such features gave her an aura of danger and mystery. More importantly, she was huge. The black-clad woman opened her eyes and looked at Li Xianxiao, who had gone outside to collect dew. "You're quite thoughtful." The black-clad woman spoke. "Smart, quick-wit, and most importantly pleasing to the eye." She nodded. "From now on, you shall be my servant." Li Xianxiao. "I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy." Li Xianxiao hurriedly refused. "If I say you are, then you are. This is an opportunity you wouldn't get in 10 lifetimes. Consider yourself lucky." The black-clad woman snorted softly. Li Xianxiao was speechless. "My storage ring is gone as well. Do you have any other clothes?" The black-clad woman glanced at her tattered outfit, which exposed large areas of her skin. Of course, for her, that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that her clothes were stained with blood and mud. They smelled. They were dirty. She couldn't stand it. Li Xianxiao thought that if he had known this would happen, he would have brought more clothes with him. He had already given his outer robe to the woman in red. The black-clad woman glanced at him. "Give me your clothes, you lowly servant." Li Xianxiao had no choice but to take off his inner garment as well, revealing the small vest he had designed himself. The black-clad woman looked at his vest and hissed, "You lowly servant, you actually have some taste. This garment, take it off." Li Xianxiao hesitated for a moment before taking off his vest. He was doomed. He had run into a female thug. And not just any female thug, an incredibly powerful one. The black-clad woman removed her tattered robe and put on Li Xingxiao's vest. Not bad. She examined herself from left to right. "Oh, right. Servant, what's your name?" "Mirong Mo," Li Xianxiao answered without hesitation. "What a lowly name. My name is Dinifang." Seeing that he had helped her, she generously declared, "I permit you to rub your head against my feet." Li Xianxiao. Since when did the demon sect get this? Perverse. What? Not enough. Dinifang rested her chin on one hand. "You greedy little thing. Fine, I'll be more generous. I'll step on your head with all my strength. That should be good enough, right? Of course, I'll be careful not to crush your tiny skull too messy. Li Xianxiao quickly refused. That won't be necessary. Simply being by your side to serve you is already my greatest honor. Dina Feng nodded, lifting her chin slightly, her face brimming with satisfaction. Li Xianxiao realized something, this demoness was easy to please. A few compliments, and she'd be floating. Dina Feng. As a Mount Shushan disciple, Li Xianxiao naturally knew this name. Dina Feng, the Hall Master of Tianxia Hall. One of the 4 great demon sects of Central State. Tianxia Hall, Juya Mountain, Azura Hall, and Scarlet Blood Manor. And Dina Feng was the master of Tianxia Hall, rumored to possess unfathomable strength. The number of righteous cultivators who had died by her hands could pile into a mountain of corpses, their blood forming a long river. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but marvel at his luck. He hardly ever left the sect, but the moment he did, he ran into a top-tier heretic cultivator like Dina Feng. To be honest, I've long heard of your great name, Dina Feng. Never did I expect to meet you here. This is truly the luck of a lifetime. My ancestors must be smiling upon me. Oh, I didn't expect my fame to spread so far. Dina Feng's smirk was harder to suppress than a recoiling AK. Clearly, she ate this kind of flattery up. Li Xianxiao silently judged her. Big chest, no brains. Not very smart, easier to deal with than the woman in red, bad temper, stubborn. Dina Feng crossed her arms, carrot. The more she looked at this young man, the more pleasing he seemed. Besides, he had helped her. Dina Feng flicked her fingers. A pill landed directly in Li Songziao's mouth. Seeing his bewildered expression, Dina Feng explained, that is my life and death pill. After consuming it, your cultivation will increase greatly, but you will also fall under my control. Once a year, you must receive the antidote from me, or you will perish. Li Xianxiao swallowed hard. As expected, this was a demoness. Even if you helped her, she wouldn't hesitate to turn on you the moment she needed to. Don't entertain any fantasies about forming some special bond with her. A single misstep, and you'd face eternal doom. Now, this was trouble. Li Songziao's expression remained unchanged, his smile as bright as ever. You need a new name. I don't like Mirong Mo. From now on, you'll be Wangke. Wangke? That's a dog's name. Don't worry. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live in comfort way better than in Mount Shushan. Wangke, thanks your highness. Li Xianxiao quickly accepted his new name. Dina Feng nodded, looking very pleased. Wangke dares to ask, who injured your highness? What do you want to know that for? Dina Feng's expression turned cold. He had struck a sore spot. Li Xianxiao hurriedly explained, I just want to know who would dare to harm Lady Dina Feng. This cannot be tolerated. I will tear them to pieces. Dina Feng nodded in satisfaction, then shook her head. You are no match for her, but it's enough that you have the heart for it. It was Luqiashui of Azura Hall. Luqiashui of Azura Hall? Yet another infamous demoness. It was said that she had an obsession with the color red and always appeared dressed in red. However, legends were just that, legends. Li Songziao's mind spun rapidly as he cautiously probed. Could it be the legendary Luqiashui, who is always draped in red, stunningly beautiful no matter where or when? Hearing this, Dina Feng immediately jumped up, furious. Stunningly beautiful? Is she prettier than me? In what way is she better looking than me? Look at her face, what even is that? And look at my chest. Dina Feng straightened her back. Now look at my legs, and my waist. As she spoke, she began taking off her clothes, determined to prove herself to Li Xianxiao. In what way is she prettier than me? Say it. Li Xianxiao hurriedly stopped her. It took a lot of effort to coax Dinu Feng and badmouth Luqiashui. After freeing himself from Dinu Feng, Li Xianxiao hurried off to find Luqiashui. Now, he was certain that the one who had fought Luqiashui was none other than Dinu Feng. A classic case of dog-eat-dog. There was no so-called righteous faction eliminating the two of them. So if he wanted to survive between these two, with that thought, Li Xianxiao was already standing outside Luqiashui's cave. Luqiashui slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes as clear and captivating as an autumn lake. As her gaze flowed, it seemed as though thousands of stars flickered within. When her eyes unintentionally swept over Li Songziao's, that fleeting moment of contact felt as if it contained countless unspoken words. Li Xianxiao remained calm and composed, still wearing a smile on his face. The next second, a black pill fell into his mouth. Li Xianxiao clutched his throat. This is a pill I refined. It will greatly boost your cultivation, but at the same time, it's also a poison. Luqiashui spoke indifferently. Li Xianxiao. Confused face? Again? Can't you demon sect people come up with something new? Is this your go-to move? Li Xianxiao started feeling unwell. Taking 2 cultivation boosting pills with side effects in such a short time, it would be strange if he felt fine. Feeling unwell is normal. You'll be fine after digesting it for a while, Luqiashui said. Don't blame me. It's not that I don't trust you, this is just an insurance policy. Everyone who joins my sect goes through this. Besides, the pill I gave you is only for those close to me. You saved my life, so from now on, you shall serve by my side. By now, Li Xianxiao was lying on the ground. He could clearly feel the pills that Luqiashui and Dinu Feng had separately fed him. At this moment, they were like 2 lit explosives, detonating inside his body. The 2 powerful and mysterious energies clashed like well-trained, fully armed armies, waging a thrilling life-or-death battle on the battlefield that was his body. They tangled, collided, and tore at each other, each clash sending violent tremors through him. One energy was scorching like fire, consuming everything in its path. The other was cold as frost, freezing anything it touched into an ice sculpture. Neither side yielded, locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. The energies rampaged through his meridians and acupoints, recklessly disrupting the originally stable flow of his blood and qi. His internal organs throbbed with pain, and it felt as if his entire skeleton was about to fall apart. I'm done for. Li Xianxiao no longer had the strength to speak. Help, help, help. That's it. Li Xianxiao opened his eyes. His small eyes were filled with great confusion. What's going on? He could feel the raging forces inside him quickly settling down. His cultivation had skyrocketed. However, the side effects of the pills, the poison, the two poisons, cancelled each other out. Oh, Li Xianxiao was utterly delighted. Heaven wasn't abandoning him after all. Not only had the two pills significantly boosted his cultivation, they had essentially force-fed him a massive amount of power. And, as an extra bonus, they had kindly neutralized each other's side effects. Even someone with Li Xingxiao's temperament couldn't help but laugh at this moment. However, the sudden surge of power still required time to be fully absorbed. It wasn't like in martial arts novels where an expert transfers 100 years' worth of cultivation to the protagonist, and the protagonist instantly possesses 100 years' worth of power. If that really happened, the protagonist would likely explode and die. Even breaking through a small cultivation stage like this required time to process. So, over the next few days, Li Xianxiao wandered between Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui while gradually absorbing the power within him. Dinu Feng was more like a mafia queen, reckless and easy to fool. Lu Qiushui, despite her love for the color red, was not hot-tempered. On the contrary, she was much calmer. Thanks to Li Xingxiao's meticulous care, the two of them gradually grew more familiar with him. It became apparent that both of them had, to some extent, let go of their usual arrogance. This could actually be explained by the suspension bridge effect. The suspension bridge effect suggests that when someone crosses a suspension bridge in fear, their heart rate increases involuntarily. If at that moment they happen to encounter another person, they might mistake their accelerated heartbeat, caused by the situation, as attraction toward the other person, thus developing romantic feelings. Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui were usually commanding presences, practically emperors in their own right, always surrounded by followers. Now, they were severely injured, lying in a cave. The only person taking care of them was a stranger, a Mount Shushan disciple. Naturally, they would develop some fondness toward him. This is also why many TV dramas use similar setups for the main characters to fall in love. After a few peaceful days, Li Xianxiao finished his cultivation. Although he hadn't fully absorbed all the energy, his current state had reached a temporary saturation point. It was time to begin the next phase of his plan. On this day, Li Xianxiao was changing Lu Qiushui's dressing. He carefully lifted her arm and placed a clean white cloth nearby for use. Then, he slowly unwrapped the bandages, revealing the still healing wound beneath. Lu Qiushui frowned slightly as a sharp pain shot through her when the wound was disturbed. However, when she saw the young man's focused and serious expression, the pain in her heart seemed to ease a little. The wound is healing faster than I expected, Li Xianxiao said. Lu Qiushui nodded slightly. Then get some rest. Like usual, Li Xianxiao went out again. Lu Qiushui had already gotten used to it and spoke without thinking. Come back early. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Qiushui felt something was off. Li Xianxiao glanced back at her, his expression unchanged, then left the cave. Half an incense stick's time later, a staggering figure walked back from outside the cave dwelling. Run, it's the people from Tianxia Hall. With those words, Li Xianxiao collapsed to the ground. Tianxia Hall. Lu Qiushui's expression changed as she quickly caught him. Li Xianxiao had already stopped breathing. Lu Qiushui froze like a statue, completely motionless for a long while. The once calm lake of her heart rippled faintly, followed by a subtle tremor. That boy, that energetic, lively boy, now lay lifeless in her arms, his expression peaceful, as if merely asleep. His body was gradually turning cold, and the breath of life was slowly slipping away. Thinking back to the past few days they had spent together, though the time had been short, to Lu Qiushui, it felt unique and unlike anything she had ever experienced. Each day had been so simple, so pure, even somewhat dull and monotonous, yet for some reason, this ordinary routine had brought her an unprecedented sense of contentment. She still remembered their first meeting, the awkward silence between them, neither willing to be the first to break the quiet. But as time passed, they grew familiar with each other, gazing together at the beautiful sunset in the distance, sharing their joys and sorrows, laughing and chatting. Clang! A sword was unsheathed, radiating battle intent. Lu Qiushui clenched her silver teeth tightly. Just then, another figure barged in. Underscore 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 underscore. Dinu Feng stared at Li Xianxiao, who lay lifeless in Lu Qiushui's arms, momentarily stunned. Then, her eyes widened in fury. BH, it's you again. Li Xianxiao had already stopped breathing. There was no doubt it was Lu Qiushui's doing. She had promised this boy a life of luxury, drinking the strongest wine, playing with the most beautiful women, riding the fastest horses. Dinu Feng always kept her word. Besides, she had taken a liking to this boy. Lu Qiushui also glared at Dinu Feng in rage. Die. BH. The two of them burst out of the cave in a deadly clash. Lu Qiushui gripped her gleaming longsword tightly, the blade trembling slightly, as if it resonated with her will. In an instant, a dazzling sword light erupted, blazing like a raging inferno, illuminating the entire battlefield. The fiery glow carried boundless heat and an overwhelming force, making it impossible to look directly at. At the same time, a fire dragon roared to life from within the sword light. It bared its fangs, sharp and menacing, swinging its massive claws with crushing momentum as it lunged at Dinu Feng. Surrounded by flames, the dragon's presence was overpowering, distorting the air with its scorching heat. Faced with this ferocious attack, Dinu Feng showed no fear. With a gentle flap of the magnificent wings behind her, she soared effortlessly into the sky like an ethereal fairy, holding a lotus lamp that radiated a soft, multicolored glow. The divine light from the lamp bathed her in an aura of noble elegance, making her seem even more otherworldly. This wasn't the first time they had fought. The grudges between them surged anew, fueling their battle to an even greater intensity. Both fought with everything they had, determined to settle the score life or death. Wuvong Mountains trembled violently, swaying like a drunken giant struggling to keep its balance. With the relentless shaking, massive boulders tumbled down the steep slopes, colliding with a deafening roar. Rocks flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and the creatures of the mountain birds, venomous beasts, and ferocious predators scattered in panic, desperately seeking refuge. As the two battled in a fierce deadlock, neither noticed. The supposedly deadly Xian Xiao had vanished. Silently using Earth escape technique, he swiftly fled into the distance. Fight, fight. Hopefully, they both go down together. Li Xian Xiao dashed toward the prearranged meeting point. He ran non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights, finally escaping Wuvong Mountains. It's happening again. Suan gazed anxiously toward the distant Wuvong Mountains. The other Mount Shushan disciples also turned pale at the sight. They're not going to fight their way out, are they? And wipe us out along the way. Li Xian Xiao and senior brother Mirong have been gone for so long, could they already be? Shut up, don't jinx it. Zhang Luoshui puffed up her cheeks in anger. The disciple who misspoke quickly slapped himself. Pa, senior brother Mirong and junior brother Li are surely blessed with great fortune? They'll be fine. Just as he finished speaking, a figure shot out from the ground nearby. Junior brother Li. Suwan's eyes lit up. Junior elder Feng Yun let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Xian Xiao, but her expression tensed again when she noticed Mirong Mo was nowhere to be seen. Mirong Mo isn't with you. Li Xian Xiao shook his head. I didn't see senior brother Mirong. It was Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui. What? At the mention of those two names, every Mount Shushan disciple including junior elder Feng Yun turned pale. Dinu Feng of Tianxia Hall, Lu Qiushui of Azura Hall. Both were infamous demon sect figures. Not just in Central Continent, but even beyond its borders, their names were legendary. Junior elder Feng Yun made a decisive call. Send a flying sword message to Mount Shushan. We must rally and eliminate these two demon sect leaders. 3 days later, the chief elders of Mount Shushan's 3 peaks, along with 5 elders and 36 disciples, arrived at Wuvong Mountains. But by the time they got there, the battle between Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui had already ended. No one knew who had won or lost, but both of them had disappeared. Unwilling to give up, the chiefs conducted a search in the southern border. But the depths of the southern border were treacherous even for peak masters, so they eventually had to give up. As for Mirong Mo, they scoured Wuvong Mountains but found no trace of him. Most likely, probably, maybe, he had died there. And of course, it was all blamed on Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui. With Mirong Mo's strength, positioned at the border of Wuvong Mountains and the southern border, and armed with distress talismans, it was highly unlikely he had been silently killed. So the most probable explanation was that either Dinu Feng or Lu Qiushui had done it. Mount Shushan marked this blood debt. The two demon sect leaders now had another Mount Shushan disciple's life on their hands. And so, amidst Zhang Luoshui's sobs, the group ended their Wuvong Mountains mission and returned to Mount Shushan. On the way back, Zhang Luoshui kept crying. Suan stared quietly into the distance, a storm of emotions in her heart. That man. He had once been the one she loved deeply. Yet now, they were nothing more than strangers. But even so, when she learned of his death, an unexplainable ache still surfaced in her heart. Memories of the past flooded her mind, as vivid as if they had happened just yesterday. They had once walked under the moonlit sky, whispering their deepest thoughts to each other. They had shared countless joyous moments, laughing and crying together through life's ups and downs. Every smile, every embrace was etched deep in Suwan's memory, impossible to erase. But now, everything had changed beyond recognition. There was no going back. Suwan let out a long sigh, a sigh filled with helplessness and sorrow. Perhaps this was fate. A love destined to be nothing more than a fleeting chapter in her life. Even though the love in her heart still remained, she could only bury it deep inside and let time slowly heal the pain of the past. Suwan looked at Li Xian Xiao and walked toward him. Give me some time. Li Xian Xiao turned his head, looking at her in confusion. Give me some time. After all, he and I once. Although that's all in the past now, I still feel terrible. Give me some time to heal my wounds, and then I'll consider the feelings between you and me. Li Xian Xiao, confused face. Fourth senior sister, if I may ask, did a donkey kick your head? Underscore. Fourth senior sister, you didn't misunderstand something, did you? Li Xianxiao couldn't hold back and asked. Suan looked at him in confusion. Could it be? That's right. Li Xianxiao thought Suan had finally understood what he meant. Fourth senior sister, you're way too full of yourself. Could it be that you killed senior brother Mirong, just to have me? Suan exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Li Xianxiao was utterly dumbfounded. Even though Suan's reasoning was completely wrong, her conclusion was actually right. What kind of tiny brain would assume I killed Mirong Mo just to win her over? Yet, she somehow guessed it correctly. He really did kill Mirong Mo. Li Xianxiao felt like his mind was breaking. Crazy? This is way too crazy. If this got out and people actually believed it, there'd be no way to explain himself. Li Xianxiao hurriedly said, Senior sister, how could you think something like that? Suan took half a step back. You took advantage of the chaos, killed Mirong Mo, and then pinned it on Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui. With my strength, how could I possibly be a match for senior brother Mirong? Suan paused, realizing that made sense, but then suddenly added, or maybe you lured Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui into killing Mirong Mo for you, using someone else's hands. Li Xianxiao, senior sister, you're getting way too abstract. You're making me a bit scared. Senior sister, how could you have such a crazy idea? It's not me. I'm sorry. Suan suddenly thought of how Li Xianxiao had secretly watched over her for her own protection. If he had killed Mirong Mo for her, it would actually make sense. Fourth senior sister, what I mean is, you seem to have misunderstood something. I don't like you. Suan froze in place, as if she had just heard something utterly unbelievable. What did you just say? Zhang Luoshui, who had been crying, quietly lifted her head and perked up her ears. Eavesdropping mode, activated. Li Xianxiao, senior sister, I don't have any feelings for you. The reason I placed a twin recording stone in your cave dwelling was simply to protect you, because how should I put it? Fourth senior sister, let me be honest with you, and don't get mad. You are a natural-born punching bag. Back in my hometown, we have a saying you wouldn't even fart if I hit you 3 times with a stick. When people falsely accuse you, you don't say a word. You just sulk, stew over it, and cry. Even when they accused you of colluding with the demon sect, you didn't even dare to explain yourself. So when I stepped forward back then, it was because I had already seen through this. I prepared in advance to protect you in case someone tried to frame you. As for relationships between men and women, I am solely devoted to profound cultivation and have no such intentions. Besides, I am well aware of my own mediocre talent and ordinary looks. While you, senior sister, are extraordinarily gifted and incomparably beautiful. Someone like me is simply not worthy of you. That's why my feelings for you are purely admiration, with no thoughts of overstepping any boundaries. If one day, senior sister ascends to the heavens and attains immortality, and still remembers me, that alone would be my greatest blessing. Li Xianxiao cupped his hands and bowed. After finishing his speech, he left Suan standing there, completely dumbstruck. In just a few days, she had suffered 2 major emotional blows. The first was the death of Mirong Mo, the lover she once admired deeply but had never crossed the line with. The second was realizing that the little junior brother she always thought had been silently protecting her never actually liked her. He had only wanted to help her. A few days later, the group returned to Mount Shushan. After handing in their mission, Li Xianxiao went straight back to Silver Sword Peak. As for what happened after Mirong Mo's death, Mount Shushan would handle it. Back on Silver Sword Peak, thinking about everything that had happened in the past few days, Li Xianxiao felt a lingering fear. First, Mirong Mo had tried to assassinate him. Although Li Xianxiao had anticipated this long ago, and had effortlessly turned the tables on Mirong Mo, what he hadn't expected was running into people on the level of Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui. That was completely beyond his calculations. Still, he had made it out unscathed. The cultivation world is far too cruel. The only right path is to focus on increasing one's strength. Senior brother. Just as Li Xianxiao landed outside his thatched hut on Silver Sword Peak, he heard a pleasant voice. Senior brother, you're finally back. Ow. Zhao Lu clutched her head and plopped onto the ground. Senior brother, you're bullying me again. I've been gone for a few days. Have you been practicing properly? Of course I have. I can smell laziness all over you. No way, I've been cultivating properly. Zhao Lu tried to defend herself. Li Xianxiao casually shoved a pill into her mouth. This is a pill I just refined. If you like, you'll have permanent foot odor. Zhao Lu's expression instantly changed. A delicate little fairy with smelly feet? Might as well be dead. Tell me the truth. Have you been practicing properly? I'm sorry, senior brother. I was wrong. Zhao Lu collapsed on the ground, refusing to get up. Please don't make my feet stink, I'm begging you. You're not allowed to leave your room for half a month. After dealing with his junior sister, Li Xianxiao returned to his hut. He sat down in meditation, continuing to absorb the cultivation he had gained, unwilling to waste even a second. His thoughts drifted to Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui. Thinking back to everything that had happened over the past few days, though brief, it had left an unforgettable impression. He had to remember this humiliation. Li Xianxiao shook his head and muttered to himself. I wonder, did the 2 of them perish together? Are they dead or not? If they're still alive, will they come after me for revenge? Li Xianxiao naturally wasn't worried about them coming to Mount Shushan. But he couldn't possibly stay in Mount Shushan forever without ever leaving. How could he ever sleep or eat in peace like this? The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. At the end of the day, it all came down to one thing: he was still too weak. If his strength were great enough, he wouldn't have to worry about these things at all. Half a month passed like this. As soon as Li Xianxiao finished his short seclusion, he stepped outside his thatched hut and saw, beneath the willow tree, a graceful figure stood quietly. A delicate jade-like hand gently played with the cascade of black hair that fell before her like a waterfall. She wore an exquisite tasseled long dress, its wide hem flowing elegantly. The fabric was soft and smooth, swaying gently in the breeze, the tassels at the hem flickering with light as they danced. The dress perfectly outlined her graceful curves, her slender waist so delicate it seemed barely a handful, her long legs faintly visible beneath the fabric. It wasn't Sowan. Nor was it little junior sister, Zhao Lu. It was Zhang Luoshui. Why was she here? Senior brother Li, you're finally out? I've been waiting for you for so long. Zhang Luoshui walked over enthusiastically, reaching out to affectionately link arms with Li Xianxiao, but Li Xianxiao dodged her in a flash. Junior sister Zhang? What do you need from me? Zhang Luoshui didn't seem embarrassed at all. Instead, her smile grew even brighter. Do I need a reason to come see senior brother Li? To be fair, Zhang Luoshui was indeed beautiful. Her delicate little face was as exquisite as a fine porcelain doll, smooth and flawless, as if a single touch would reveal its tender, silky softness. Her refined features were arranged in perfect harmony, her brows arched like distant ink strokes, slightly curved, resembling two crescent moons. Her large, bright eyes were clear and lively, full of charm, and beneath her high, delicate nose, her small lips were naturally rosy without any need for color. She placed her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly. Senior brother Li. If it were anyone else, just this one coquettish call would be enough to make them hand over everything they owned. Li Sungziao's internal alarms blared. What is this little troublemaker up to now? Could it be she came to avenge Mirong Mo? Zhang Luoshui loved Mirong Mo deeply. After learning of his death, she was devastated. Then, she started plotting revenge. And as for her targets, Sowan, himself, or maybe someone else, it could be anyone. These hopeless romantics can't be understood with normal logic. In an instant, Li Xianxiao imagined countless possibilities. Zhang Luoshui's cultivation was weaker than his, but who knew what kind of magical artifact she might have? Still, that scenario seemed unlikely. And at this distance, even if she had a magical artifact, she wouldn't have enough time to activate it. Unless, poison. That's it, poison. Li Xianxiao narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious as he held his breath. Hidden within his wide sleeves, his hands moved subtly, cautiously, and without making a sound. His fingers flicked nimbly, like a small, agile beast exploring its surroundings. Finally, he retrieved a faintly glowing poison barrier talisman from his sleeve. At first glance, the talisman didn't seem remarkable, but once activated, it could instantly form a short-lived yet incredibly strong defensive barrier within a 3-foot radius around him. This barrier was specifically designed to counter poisonous gases, effectively blocking out any deadly toxins and giving him precious time and a safe space to react. Junior sister, what exactly do you want? Li Xianxiao asked, his tone growing heavier. It's nothing, I just wanted to chat with you. Chat. So she's planning to attack me in the middle of a conversation? Li Xianxiao took half a step back. I just wanted to have a meal with senior brother Li. Zhang Luoshui blinked her beautiful eyes. So she's planning to poison me during the meal to avenge Mirong Mo. Li Xianxiao silently took another step back. The snake's fangs, the wasp's sting. Neither is as venomous as a woman's heart. Senior brother Li, now that senior brother Mirong is gone, I don't even have anyone to talk to anymore. So, does she want me to go join Mirong Mo in the afterlife? Li Sungziao's eyes widened like copper bells. He was already in a state of full combat readiness, prepared to strike at any moment. But then, Zhang Luoshui suddenly lowered her voice and asked, Senior brother Li, forgive me for asking, but, you and senior sister Sowan. Li Sungziao's thoughts, she suspects that Sowan and I conspired to kill Mirong Mo? To be fair, it wasn't an unreasonable suspicion. Zhang Luoshui had interfered in Mirong Mo and Sowan's relationship. From an outsider's perspective, Li Xianxiao stepping forward to defend Sowan would seem like he had feelings for her, maybe even secretly protecting her. So to punish Mirong Mo, Sowan, and he joined forces to kill him. The more Li Xianxiao thought about it, the more convinced he became of what Zhang Luoshui was about to do. You and senior sister Sowan don't have any special relationship, do you? Li Xianxiao was momentarily stunned, but then he firmly answered. No, I see. Zhang Luoshui smiled lightly. That puts my mind at ease. I thought you liked senior sister Sowan. Confused face? Zhang Luoshui's smile turned sly. That's great then. After all, senior sister Sowan told us you've always liked her. Looks like she misunderstood. Huh? How ridiculous. I should go explain this properly. Otherwise, it would cause senior brother Li unnecessary trouble, right? Actually, senior brother Li doesn't like senior sister Sowan at all, isn't that right? Oh dear, I have to tell everyone senior sister Sowan has been running around telling people that senior brother likes her. She's really full of herself, isn't she? This must be so annoying for you, senior brother. Li Xianxiao. Senior brother Li, I'll come find you another day. Since we're all from the same sect, from now on, just call me Luoshui. It sounds closer that way, no need to call me junior sister Zhang anymore. Before long, Zhang Luoshui happily left Silver Sword Peak, leaving Li Xianxiao standing there, utterly bewildered. Li Xianxiao quickly analyzed the current situation. It seemed Zhang Luoshui wasn't here to avenge Mirong Mo. Or rather, she had already completely forgotten about Mirong Mo. The reason she came to see him today was because she suspected Suan had feelings for him. So she came to seduce him. Li Xianxiao frowned deeply. Suan liked Mirong Mo. Zhang Luoshui went after Mirong Mo to spite Suan. Now, suspecting that Suan liked him, Zhang Luoshui came after him, to spite Suan. Wait, could it be that Zhang Luoshui actually has feelings for Suan? I think you're the one who truly loves Suan? Mirong Mo and I were just part of your game? This world is insane. Li Xianxiao decided to go back into seclusion for another half a month. But clearly, this matter wasn't over. After returning, Zhang Luoshui went around spreading an exaggerated and twisted version of the story. That's right. Senior sister Suan was just deluding herself. Exactly. She keeps clinging to Senior Brotherly and won't let go. Yeah, Suan likes Senior Brotherly, but Senior Brotherly likes Junior Sister Luoshui. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder Senior Sister Suan looks at Zhang Luoshui like she's some kind of eyesore. That's jealousy for you. These were the words of the bystanders. Then there were the die-hard fans of both Zhang Luoshui and Suan. Li Xianxiao, get out here. Li Xianxiao, go to hell. Li Xianxiao isn't even worthy of Junior Sister Luoshui. Li Xianxiao isn't worthy of Senior Sister Suan either. Who the hell is this Li Xianxiao? I want to challenge him one-on-one. We're all Mount Shushan disciples. Why does he get to have both of them? This is unfair. Let's go, we're finding Li Xianxiao. If I see him, it's over for him. At this moment, over at Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao was utterly baffled. I don't get it. I seriously don't get it. Where did things go wrong? Rumors outside had apparently escalated to the point where there were now versions claiming that he and Suan had a child. And that he also had an illegitimate child with Zhang Luoshui. I can't afford to mess with them, but I can definitely run away. So, Li Xianxiao decisively abandoned his thatched hut and temporarily moved to the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak to hide. He planned to wait until the situation calmed down, until everyone forgot about this mess, before coming back. And just like that, over 3 months passed. During this time, Li Xianxiao remained in seclusion in the back mountain, cultivating diligently, while also using the materials he had gathered in Wuvong Mountains to strengthen his scorpion puppet. 3 months later, in a cave at the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao took a deep breath, staring at the 3 scorpion puppets in front of him. Under the infusion of his magic power, the scorpion puppets quickly started moving. The biggest issue with these scorpion puppets right now was that they weren't agile enough and their speed was lacking. The poison Li Xianxiao refined had already reached the point where it could harm a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But the problem was, how could he make a peak foundation establishment cultivator fall victim to his poison? After all, not everyone was as brainless as Mirong Mo. Li Xianxiao drew a big question mark on his plan sheet. Now, on to his swordsmanship. He had only cultivated the Mount Shushan sword manual up to the 4th level, and he had been stuck there for 6 months. Over these past 6 months, he hadn't made any progress in the Mount Shushan sword manual at all. Have I really been slacking off? His peers would say, the pressure is overwhelming. If reaching the 4th level of the sword manual counts as slacking off, then what are we doing? Eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling every day? Suddenly, Li Xianxiao sensed that someone had entered the maze formation he had set up. The next second, he disappeared from the cave and appeared outside the formation. Potato, potato, this is sweet potato. A voice came from within the maze. It was little junior sister. Li Xianxiao dispelled the formation. Senior brother, as you instructed, I got the mission for you. Zhao Lu waved her hand, revealing a jade token in her palm. Li Xianxiao nodded and took the jade token. A line of small text surfaced on the jade token, mission exterminate the tiger demons of Wei Tiger Mountain. There was also a complete route map on it. Alright, I got it. Now report the latest happenings within the section. Zhao Lu pursed her lips and took out her little notebook. Latest sect news, first senior brother Shui Yun has been found. It's said that someone saw him drinking alone in Yunzhou. The rumors about you within the sect have died down somewhat. Since senior sister Suan entered seclusion, Zhang Luoshui hasn't been persistent in looking for you anymore. Li Xianxiao nodded. This further confirmed his suspicion Zhang Luoshui liked Suan. She simply couldn't stand seeing Suan like someone else. But now that he had made things clear with Suan, Zhang Luoshui should stop bothering him. By then, no one would care about the rumors anymore. Zhao Lu continued, one more thing, third senior sister has returned from her travels, but she brought someone back with her. Who? No idea. Even third senior sister doesn't know his real identity. Supposedly, he has lost his memory. Amnesia? A man. Zhao Lu nodded. And a very handsome man. But of course, not as handsome as senior brother. Li Xianxiao ignored the last part of her sentence. An amnesiac stranger. That sounded a bit suspicious. It's said that he lost his memory because of something related to third senior sister. That's why she brought him back to Mount Shushan. Li Sungziao's eyes shifted slightly. He gave Zhao Lu a few more instructions before leaving the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak. He went straight to find third senior sister. He wanted to see this so-called amnesiac man for himself. A mysterious, handsome man with amnesia. This combination made Li Xianxiao a little uneasy. When he arrived at third senior sister's residence on Silver Sword Peak, he learned that she had been summoned by the sect leader. Li Xianxiao waited until the evening, but there was still no sign of her. He didn't want to go to Tongtian Peak and risk running into other disciples, which would only fuel more gossip. So, he decided to complete his mission first and then come back to investigate. After that, Li Xianxiao left Silver Sword Peak alone. Wei Tiger Mountain, towering and perilous, shrouded in mist. It was said that two powerful tiger demons had taken residence in this mountain. Years ago, these two tiger demons were nothing more than ordinary wild beasts in the mountains. But by a stroke of luck, they encountered an immortal passing through. Seeing that they possessed some spiritual potential, the immortal casually pointed a finger and granted them the knowledge of cultivation and the path to awakening their intelligence. At first, the two tiger demons were grateful and diligently followed the immortal's teachings, restraining their wild nature and desires, focused solely on achieving enlightenment. However, as time passed and their strength grew, so did their ambitions and desires, spreading like unchecked weeds. Gradually, they became more and more unscrupulous. Now, Wei Tiger Mountain had become a forbidden zone. Any merchants or travelers who were unfortunate enough to step into this area were most likely doomed. The two tiger demons showed no mercy, treating these innocent people as mere food, indulging in the thrill of slaughter. A deafening clap of thunder echoed through the sky as raindrops the size of beans poured down from the dense clouds. This made the already rugged mountain path even more treacherous. Rainwater streamed down the slopes, forming rushing torrents that battered the legs of anyone attempting to pass. Senior brother, let's take shelter from the rain in that mountain god temple. This path is too difficult to walk. A woman dressed in blue robes spoke. The tall man beside her was named Zhou Yan, and the blue-robed woman was Bai Shui. Both were disciples of Xiantian's sword sect. Although Xiantian's sword sect wasn't as deeply rooted as Mount Shushan, its strength was not to be underestimated. The two had come here with the purpose of slaying the tiger demons. As the two entered the dilapidated mountain god temple, they saw that someone had already taken shelter inside. Two young monks. Zhou Yan of Xiantian's sword sect, Bai Shui. The two monks introduced themselves as well. One's dharma name was Qingfeng, the other Qingming. They were from Fawa Temple. A deep mountain forest, legends of monsters and ghosts clearly, none of them were here for sightseeing in the middle of the night. A brief exchange was all it took for them to realize they shared the same goal. Since they were all here for the mission, there was no need to compete. Having more people only increased their chances of success. Thus, the four of them sat down and engaged in conversation. The moon shone brightly, while the storm raged on outside. None of the four noticed that within this dilapidated mountain god temple, the lifeless clay statue was secretly watching them with its eyes. Disguised as the clay statue, Li Sungziao's mind stirred slightly. Through their conversation, he had already learned their identities and the purpose of their visit. As for why Li Xianxiao was hiding here, naturally, it was because he had arrived at the mountain god temple first. Originally, he had planned to wait patiently here, hoping to catch the tiger demons off guard. Unexpectedly, instead of the tiger demons, he first encountered four fellow cultivators. Still, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Of course, it wasn't exactly a good thing either. Li Xianxiao wasn't used to fighting alongside others. Besides, these four were quite capable, and dealing with the two tiger demons should be more than manageable for them. With that thought, Li Xianxiao decided to continue observing for a while. If they could successfully eliminate the tiger demons, he would leave quietly without revealing himself. If not, he could take advantage of his position in the shadows to catch the tiger demons off guard. Underscore 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 underscore. At this moment, the doors of the mountain god temple were pushed open once more. This time, it was a group of traveling merchants passing through. Judging by their attire, they were from another region. If they were locals, they wouldn't have dared enter Wei Tiger Mountain, even if it meant taking a detour. Zhou Yan took the initiative to strike up a conversation with them. During the exchange, he asked if they weren't aware that Wei Tiger Mountain was home to demons. The leader of the merchants wiped the rain off his face and said, "No choice. If we don't speed up, we won't be able to sell our goods at all. By then, our entire family will be left with nothing but the Northwest wine to drink." Dressed in blue, Bai Shui curiously asked, "If you can't sell your goods, why not find another way to make a living? No capital. Can't you borrow a few hundred taels of silver from relatives or friends? That should be easy, right?" The merchants exchanged glances, staring at this pretty young girl. Hiding in the altar, Li Xianxiao glanced at Bai Shui. This was the perfect embodiment of let them eat meat porridge. Zhou Yan shot Bai Shui a look and gave the merchants an apologetic smile. "Apologies, my little junior sister is inexperienced in the ways of the world. Please don't take offense." The merchant leader waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Yan continued, "A few hundred taels wouldn't be enough to start a business. If you're going to borrow, you should borrow a few thousand taels to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, I think you could rent out your houses and farmland to others and collect rent. That's what my family does." The merchants. "Li Xianxiao, you and your junior sister, one is just as clueless as the other." The merchant leader gave an awkward smile, just as he was about to say something. A deep roar suddenly echoed from outside. The sound seemed ancient, piercing through layers of wind and rain, drilling straight into everyone's ears. Amidst the raging storm, the roar was surprisingly clear, like a sharp blade slicing through the night sky. The merchants shuddered in fear. Just their luck had they really run into the tiger demon? But Zhou Yan, Bai Shui, Qing Feng, and Qing Ming remained calm, even slightly excited. After all, they had come specifically to hunt the tiger demon. They thought they would have to spend some effort tracking it down, but unexpectedly, the tiger demon had delivered itself to them. The already dilapidated mountain god temple trembled under the violent winds. The door, rotten and barely holding together, was instantly torn apart. A gust of cold wind, carrying the scent of rain and earth, howled into the temple, sending shivers down everyone's spines. All eyes instinctively turned toward the entrance. Through the torrential downpour, a massive tiger's head suddenly emerged from the darkness. Its enormous body was like a moving mountain. Its tiger eyes, as large as bronze bells, gleamed with a chilling light. Above its head, streaks of lightning crackled through the pitch-black sky, illuminating the scene as if it were broad daylight. Each time the lightning flashed, its fur shimmered with a dazzling glow, making it look even more fearsome and terrifying. The merchants were already deathly pale. Where had they ever seen a tiger this enormous? The tiger suddenly halted, its eyes flashing with contempt. More overconfident cultivators. Zhou Yan snorted, stepping forward to shield the merchants. Whether we're overconfident or not, you'll find out soon enough. Qing Feng pressed his palms together. Tiger benefactor, the sea of suffering has no end. Turn back, lay down your blade, and become a Buddha. Amitba. The white-striped tiger let out a furious roar. Enough nonsense, hand over your lives. 4 figures simultaneously shot out of the temple, clashing with the tiger demon. One rapid sword technique followed another, appearing sharp and fierce at first glance. But upon closer observation, there were many flaws. The moves were swift, yet the transitions between them were rushed and lacked stability. Especially when performing complex sword forms, it became evident that their foundations were still weak. The essence of Xiantian sword sect's swordsmanship lay in its fluidity and stability. However, what was being displayed here, though it resembled it in form, lacked the true depth of its mastery. Li Xianxiao observed from the shadows, focusing on Zhou Yan, who had the strongest sword skills among them. The palm techniques of Fa Temple certainly live up to their reputation. Under the righteous onslaught of the 4, the white-striped tiger was steadily pushed back. The tiger roared in fury. Clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. A violent gust swept across the area. Li Xungziao's divine sense stirred. The second tiger demon of Wei Tiger Mountain had appeared. As soon as this tiger demon emerged, it exuded an overwhelming aura, causing everyone present to gasp. This one was completely white, as if covered in a thick layer of pristine snow. Not a single speck of impurity marred its fur, which glowed with a faint, icy radiance. Compared to the previous tiger, its body was even larger, more than twice the size. What lowly scoundrel dares to harm my husband? The battlefield instantly became a 2 versus 4 fight. Hiss. Zhou Yan's expression shifted slightly. Something was wrong. The information had stated that both tiger demons were at the mid-foundation establishment stage. But now, this female tiger had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just a step away from the golden core stage. This female tiger was far more ruthless. Relying on her powerful physique, her attacks were completely unrestrained. Not only was she harder to deal with, but her battle intelligence was also far superior to the male tiger. She feinted in one direction before lunging at Bai Shui, the weakest among the 4. Junior sister, watch out. Zhou Yan tried to turn back to save her, but it was too late. Bai Shui wielded her longsword, thrusting it toward the ferocious tigress. However, the tigress reacted with astonishing agility. With a powerful swipe of her massive claws, she struck the blade with overwhelming force. Bai Shui's sword, as light as a feather, was sent flying out of her hands. At this critical moment, a blinding sword light, as dazzling as a bolt of lightning, shot through the air. The sword light moved at incredible speed, carrying an unparalleled force, streaking straight toward the tigress. Li Xianxiao burst out from within the statue. The sword light was too fast. The tigress had no time to dodge. The blade pierced straight through her chest, sending her flying backward. When Li Xianxiao made a move, he ensured it was swift, precise, and lethal. A completely honorable sneak attack. One sword strike landed no unnecessary words. With a flick of his hand, a prepared talisman shot out. Caged bird. The talisman transformed into a prison, trapping the tigress within. At the same time, another sword thrust forward. Just then, a furious roar erupted. Don't you dare harm my wife. A massive figure blocked Li Xungziao's blade. It was the male tiger. Li Xungziao's sword pierced through his body. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao didn't expect this male tiger to be so loyal. His hands didn't stop moving as he kicked the male tiger away. The female tiger was far stronger than the male. Kill the female tiger first? Don't hurt my wife. Kill me instead. The male tiger roared. Don't worry, it's just a small effort. None of you are getting away. Li Xianxiao ignored him, forming a sword seal with his fingers. Die. The sword tip pointed straight at the female tiger trapped in the birdcage. At that moment, a sword suddenly thrust from the side, blocking Li Xungziao's blade. Wait a moment. Li Xianxiao frowned slightly. Standing in front of him was Zhou Yan. My friend, please hold your sword and hear me out. Li Xianxiao thought Zhou Yan wanted to personally kill the female tiger to claim credit. He didn't care about that. As long as the female tiger died, his mission would be complete. So, he quickly said, then you do it. By now, the male tiger had already pounced at the bird cage. But with his cultivation, he couldn't break through the cage immediately. Meanwhile, the female tiger inside was seriously injured from Li Songxiao's sneak attack. Wife? Wife? Wife, how are you? Are you alright? Wife? Husband? Run? These people are powerful. Run? Don't worry about me. No, no. Wife? Wife, I won't leave. He turned his head, glaring furiously at Li Xianxiao and the others. If you want to kill me, let my wife go. Amitabha, heaven has its way, and the immortals have their rules. Though the heavens may be heartless, treating all beings as mere straw dogs, demons too can have true emotions. Qing Feng pressed his hands together in prayer. Beside him, his junior brother Qingming also chanted Amitabha. Bai Shui, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel moved. My friend, may I ask which sect you belong to? Zhou Yan cupped his hands. Mount Shushan disciple, Li Xianxiao. So, you're a Mount Shushan disciple. Many thanks, deist friend, for saving my junior sister. No need for courtesy. This is no time for idle talk. We can chat after we eliminate the demon. Zhou Yan glanced at the pair of tiger demons and sighed softly. Deistly, after seeing this, do you not feel moved? Moved? What an uncommon choice of words. If you must kill me. I beg you, let my wife go. The male tiger mimicked human gestures, kneeling and pressing his head against the ground, full of sorrow. Husband, no, don't. You must run. I'll grant you both your wish. Li Xianxiao raised his sword to strike. Then, once again, someone blocked him. Amitabha, benefactor, please wait. Li Xianxiao, wait, didn't you guys move way slower when you were fighting just now? At this moment, Li Xianxiao even suspected this was a trap set for him. Qing Feng hadn't shown this level of strength before. Why are you stopping me? Benefactor, saving a life is greater than building a 7-tiered pagoda. The same applies to demons. Buddhist compassion is not just about loving those you cherish, but also about forgiving and protecting your enemies. Such broad-mindedness stems from the wisdom of seeing oneself and others as one, loving others as oneself. If you're going to kill me, just kill both of us together. The male tiger begged desperately. Husband, don't be foolish. Run. The female tiger's voice was hoarse with desperation. You must survive and take care of our children. Wife, without you, living in this world is nothing but pain. Li Xianxiao, don't worry, I'll make sure you and your children die painlessly. Benefactor, deistly, please stop. How can you be so cold-hearted? Li Xianxiao blinked. Cold-hearted? Me? He looked at Bai Shui, who had spoken. Bai Shui wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, moved by emotion. Don't you find them pitiful? Seeing this, can you really bring yourself to strike? Give them a chance. Zhou Yan said, remember this day, you too. From now on, you must never commit evil again. Considering the deep love between you as husband and wife, we shall spare you today. Thank you, immortal masters. Thank you, immortal masters. My wife and I will turn over a new leaf and never kill again. The two tigers bowed repeatedly in gratitude, their faces full of sincerity. Zhou Yan then turned to Li Xianxiao and said, deistly, eliminating demons and upholding the righteous path is, of course, justified. But sometimes, method matters. Killing alone won't solve everything. See, now we have a happy ending. Li Xianxiao looked at the two tiger demons, then at the 4 people blocking him, and reluctantly put away his long sword. At that moment, the female tiger spoke, Immortal Masters, a demon sect follower previously sent me a secret letter inviting me to join them. Now that my husband and I have chosen to abandon evil, we wish to hand this letter over to you. You may use it to infiltrate the demon sect and assist in its extermination. Is this true? Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. It is. That's great. Zhou Yan was delighted. Not only had this mission been successfully completed, but they had also found a lead on the demon sect. This was a great achievement. My friends, the words of this tiger demon cannot be fully trusted, especially since I have already investigated. This tiger demon has been wreaking havoc here for years, killing and devouring more than 300 men, women, and children. If simply saying a few words is enough to put down the butcher's knife, then what about those 300 lives lost? Li Xianxiao said in a low voice. The male tiger immediately responded, Immortal Master, I had no choice. My wife was pregnant at the time and severely injured. I had no other option but to use fresh blood and flesh to keep her alive. It was an act of desperation. If the Immortal Master must kill, then let me pay for those lives, but please, spare my wife and children. No, husband, it's all my fault, it has nothing to do with you. Zhou Yan sighed. They are just 2 unfortunate demons, but those people are already dead, and the dead cannot come back to life. From now on, you two should go down the mountain and apologize to the families of those innocent lives lost. Qing Feng quickly agreed, an eye for an eye will only lead to endless vengeance. Benefactor Zhou is wise and righteous. This humble monk has no objections. Benefactor Li, what do you think? Li Xianxiao understood that opposing them now was probably useless. Seeing that the others were planning to follow the tiger demons to retrieve the secret letter, Li Xianxiao chose not to go along. Instead, he bid farewell and left. Watching his departing figure, Bai Shui muttered to herself. Senior brother, I've long heard that Mount Shushan disciples cultivate the path of heartlessness. I didn't expect them to truly be so cold and unfeeling. Zhou Yan shook his head. If he had really killed the tiger demons, we wouldn't have been able to obtain the secret letter or track down the demon sect's whereabouts. This is what they call good deeds bring good rewards. I understand, senior brother. 4 immortal masters, please follow me. The male tiger helped the severely injured female tiger up and led the way ahead. Underscore 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 underscore. They carefully followed the 2 massive, majestic tiger demons, slowly making their way through the dense and shadowy forest. Along the way, the surroundings were so silent that only their footsteps and the occasional chirping of birds could be heard. No one knew how long they had been walking until finally, a massive cave entrance appeared before them. The 2 tiger demons entered first, and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped inside, they couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before them. The entire cave was decorated in dazzling gold and jade, so magnificent that the only word to describe it was luxurious. Countless sparkling gemstones were embedded in the cave walls, the ground was covered with soft and extravagant carpets, and exquisite crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space as brightly as daylight. Deeper inside, there were all kinds of rare and precious treasures, some glowing with strange radiance, others intricately designed with breathtaking craftsmanship. Clearly, this tiger couple had spent years looting and plundering from all over, amassing an astonishing fortune. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. You certainly have quite a collection of treasures here. The male tiger quickly said, my wife and I are willing to offer all the treasures in this cave to the 4 immortal masters as a way to atone for our past sins. Zhou Yan nodded, thinking the tiger was at least somewhat sensible. This way, please. I have an unparalleled immortal treasure here. An unparalleled immortal treasure. The 4 of them became interested and followed the tiger demon to the very end of the cave. Where is the immortal treasure? Immortal masters, please take a look. The male tiger took a step back. Then another step back. In the next instant, he flashed out of sight. A cage suddenly shot up from the ground, instantly trapping the 4 of them inside. Zhou Yan reacted immediately. You 2 demons never change? How dare you play tricks on us? Amitba, this humble monk is very angry, very furious. You 2 are truly despicable? I trusted you so much. Bai Shui stomped her foot in anger. You're just stupid, that's all. The female tiger laughed heartily. You cultivators are all idiots, so naive? Losing to us is nothing but your own foolishness. You think this can hold us? Zhou Yan snorted coldly and swung his sword. One sword split into 100 swords. This was a unique skill of the Xiantian sword sect, and at its peak, it could split into thousands of swords with a single strike. However, even though Zhou Yan unleashed such a powerful technique, the surrounding vines remained completely unharmed. The female tiger burst into laughter. Don't waste your energy. These vines were formed from a seed left behind by 2 great immortals. Forget about you, even a peak golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to break these vines. Zhou Yan refused to believe it, continuously channeling his true essence and swinging his long sword. Qing Feng, Qingming, and Bai Shui joined in as well. But just as the female tiger had said, no matter how many spells or magical treasures they used, they couldn't break the cage. For a moment, all 4 of them began to panic. Bai Shui threatened, Demon, if you release us now, there's still a way out for you? Otherwise, once our sect arrives, you will be ground to dust. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt dizzy. Soon, the other 3 felt it too. The 2 tiger demons let out disdainful laughs. These vines release a corrosive poison. In less than half an hour, you will die and be completely erased from existence. Just sit tight and wait for your deaths. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them turned pale. No matter what they did, they could not damage the vines. In the end, they even abandoned their pride and begged the tiger demons for mercy. But how could the tiger demons be like them and give their enemies a second chance? Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The 4 of them lay on the ground, completely lifeless. There was no cruelty in the cultivation world greater than this. The 2 tiger demons quickly gathered all their belongings from the cave. With these 4 dead here, their sects would definitely track this location through the unique imprints on their bodies. Staying here was absolutely not an option. Sigh, what a pity about this cave. The male tiger was full of regret. As long as we stay alive, that's what matters most. The female tiger was still unsteady. The sneak attack from Li Xianxiao earlier had truly injured her foundation. Don't worry, wife. If I ever meet that cultivator again, I will skin him alive and pull out his tendons. The female tiger smiled. All right, let's go quickly. The 2 tiger demons swiftly headed down the mountain. As the sun set in the west, the last traces of daylight faded away, leaving only darkness in the forest. The 2 tiger demons ran swiftly along the mountain path. At that moment, a streak of silver light suddenly appeared. It pierced straight through the male tiger's body, nailing him to an ancient tree. The female tiger was shocked and let out a tiger's roar. But she couldn't locate the attacker. The entire area was filled with unfamiliar presences. There were at least 10 of them. Wind? A fierce wind howled and surged toward her. But this was no ordinary wind, it was a storm, a terrifyingly violent hurricane. The female tiger's fur whipped wildly in the raging winds. Controlling wind was an essential skill for tigers that had attained spirit form. With a deafening explosion, boom, The entire space seemed to tremble. The hurricane, centered around the female tiger, swept outward like an unstoppable flood, tearing through everything in its path. Wherever it passed, sand and stones flew, trees and grass were uprooted, and even the earth itself was lifted, peeling away in thick layers. In the blink of an eye, everything within a 50-foot radius was reduced to barren wasteland. Nothing remained, only bare ground and dust swirling in the air. And, of course, the shattered puppets. The female tiger's expression changed. But it was already too late. 2 beams of sword light struck her body. The female tiger let out a wretched cry and collapsed, unable to move. From the shadows, Li Xianxiao stepped forward. Wait. Immortal Master, you promised to spare our lives, the male tiger howled. They made that promise to you, Li Xianxiao said calmly. Not me. My wife and I already agreed with those 4 immortal masters to leave the mountain and atone for our sins. If the immortal master truly wants to kill us, at least let us atone for our sins before you do, the male tiger pleaded. Your way of atonement is to die here and now. Li Xianxiao raised his sword. Wait. The female tiger panicked as well. This man's eyes held nothing but the desire to kill them. There was no trace of anything else. Our cave still holds countless treasures, as well as magical artifacts left behind by immortals. If the immortal master is willing to spare us, all of it can be yours. Li Xianxiao swung his sword down. Foolish? If I kill you, those things will be mine anyway. Female tiger. This is what they call a righteous sect? With one clean strike, the female tiger took her last breath. The male tiger's eyes turned red with fury. Wife? You bastard, I'll kill you. No rush. You're next. Li Xianxiao didn't waste words. His flying sword shot forward and pierced straight through the male tiger's head. The male tiger's head tilted to the side, and soon, he stopped breathing. After killing the 2 tiger demons, Li Xianxiao took their storage rings. Then, he followed the path they had come from, searching along the way. Underscore. Following the tracks of the 2 tiger demons down the mountain, he found their cave. Li Xianxiao stepped inside. There were still many treasures left behind that the 2 tiger demons couldn't take with them. Scanning the area briefly, Li Xianxiao walked to the deepest part of the cave, his brows slightly furrowed. At the end of the cave, 4 skeletons lay motionless. Their bodies had no trace of flesh, as if eroded by countless years, leaving behind only bones. It was Zhou Yan, Bai Shui, Qing Feng, and Qing Ming. Li Xianxiao was puzzled. He had thought that all 4 had already left. He hadn't expected the 2 tiger demons to have killed them here. Logically speaking, even if the 2 tiger demons were at their peak, they would have had little chance of winning against those 4. Not to mention, they had been heavily injured. There must be traps, formations. Li Xianxiao carefully searched around and soon discovered a concealed vine-type magical artifact. A magical artifact that came with its own formation. Hiss. Li Xianxiao sucked in a sharp breath. Judging from its aura, even a golden core stage cultivator wouldn't be able to break through. No wonder those 4 had fallen for it. Li Xianxiao shook his head, feeling a bit regretful for them. After all, they were all righteous cultivators, most likely too naive from reading too many books, never having witnessed the treachery of human hearts, let alone the even more sinister hearts of demons and fiends. Once again, he was reminded of the cruelty of the cultivation world. A single misstep, and one would fall beyond redemption. There wasn't even room for regret. The 2 tiger demons hadn't taken this vine magical artifact with them, likely because they couldn't. Only those with righteousness in their hearts could wield it. The 2 tiger demons were born to kill naturally, they couldn't take it. Li Xianxiao carefully stored away the vine seed magical artifact. Setting up traps with it would undoubtedly provide him with another means of self-defense. Raising his head once more to look at the 4 skeletons, Li Xianxiao shook his head again. Before long, people from Fuwa Temple and Xiantian Sword Sect would surely come to collect the bodies. To prevent the corpses from being devoured by wild beasts, Li Xianxiao specifically scattered beast-repelling powder outside the cave. Taiping County, just hearing the name made it sound like a peaceful and tranquil place. But in reality, the truth was quite the opposite. Not only was this place far from peaceful, but it was also filled with danger and instability. One of the key reasons for this was its proximity to the infamous Wei Tiger Mountain. Every year, no fewer than 100 lives were mercilessly taken, becoming victims of the relentless tiger menace. Some were unlucky enough to encounter tigers while working in the forests, others fell prey while hunting or chopping wood. The worst cases involved women and children laboring at home only for the husband to return to find nothing but their bones. It was truly devastating. Even more terrifying was the rumor that Wei Tiger Mountain was not home to ordinary tigers. According to some elderly locals, 2 enormous, exceptionally fierce tiger demons lurked in the mountains. Their massive bodies were said to be larger than the average horse. Just imagining such colossal creatures roaming the forests was enough to send shivers down one's spine. At the break of dawn today, a drowsy night watchman stepped out of the county office, yawning and carrying his gong. He rubbed his eyes. Something lay ahead. Oh my heavens! The watchman collapsed onto the ground in terror, staring at the scene before him. 2 tigers, no. More precisely, 2 tiger pelts. The news spread quickly. People from the nearby counties rushed to see, drawn by curiosity. Only the 2 empty tiger pelts remained. It was an eerie sight. From that day on, Wei Tiger Mountain was free of tiger demons. But who had slain them? Who had placed the pelts there? That remained an unsolved mystery. Taiping County finally became a true Taiping County. Years passed, and the world changed. Dynasties rose and fell, and a farmers' rebellion from Taiping County eventually placed one of their own on the throne. Mount Shushan. Li Xianxiao returned to Silver Sword Peak and handed his mission jade slip to junior sister Zhao Lu, asking her to report to the sword-bearing pavilion on his behalf, as it was inconvenient for him to go himself. He had to avoid 4th senior sister Suan and Zhang Luoshui at all costs. 3rd senior sister, are you at Silver Sword Peak? Li Xianxiao asked. I am. Zhao Lu nodded. Li Xianxiao gave Zhao Lu another reminder before heading off to find his 3rd senior sister. 3rd senior sister was named Lin Wanjing. She came from an ordinary background, but from the occasional words their master let slip, Li Xianxiao suspected that Lin Wanjing was anything but ordinary. She seemed to be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Of course, this was all speculation, there was no proof. Soon, Li Xianxiao found 3rd senior sister Lin Wanjing. At that moment, Lin Wanjing was playing the qin in a bamboo grove. Li Xianxiao did not immediately step forward. Instead, he observed from the shadows for a moment. Before long, he saw a man. A man so striking that he made one's eyes light up. His features carried a hint of seductive charm, capable of ensnaring souls. His skin was as white as snow, smooth like mutton fat jade, glistening faintly under the sunlight. He wore a deep blue robe, its collar and cuffs embroidered with silver-threaded floating cloud patterns. The embroidery shimmered like drifting clouds. Around his waist, he wore a broad cyan silk belt adorned with intricate embroidery that complemented the robe, adding a touch of nobility. His long, jet-black hair was tied high, secured with a small silver crown inlaid with jade, enhancing his already outstanding looks. What, a beautiful man. Li Xianxiao frowned. Sister. The man called out sweetly the moment he spoke, skipping over to Lin Wanjing. Sister, I caught a butterfly. Lin Wanjing smiled. The butterfly is beautiful. How about we let it go? The man blinked and pouted, acting cute. Lin Wanjing patted his head. Be good, butterflies are living beings too. They feel pain and fear. We think they're beautiful, but right now, it's probably very scared. Maybe, someone is waiting for it to. So, how about we let it go? The man obediently nodded like a 3-year-old child and released the butterfly. I'll listen to sister. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising all over his body. I can't take this. I can't take this. Who's there? Lin Wanjing suddenly asked. Li Xianxiao composed himself and walked out with a smile. 3rd senior sister, you're back. Oh, it's little junior brother. Seeing that it was Li Xianxiao, Lin Wanjing's face also lit up with a smile. Underscore 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 underscore. Big sister, who is he? The man saw Li Songxiao's wary expression and even hid behind Lin Wanjing. He's my little junior brother. Junior brother? What's that? It means he's like my younger brother, Lin Wanjing explained. The man pouted. He's your younger brother? Then who am I? How can you have another younger brother? Lin Wanjing said indulgently, silly, he's my junior brother, but you're my little brother. It's different. Then who is closer to you? Lin Wanjing helplessly pinched his little cheeks. Of course, you're the closest to me. The man smiled from the bottom of his heart. Only then did Lin Wanjing remember, junior brother, what brings you here? Li Xianxiao clutched his chest, lowered his head, and looked unwell. Junior brother, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just suddenly feel a bit nauseous. Nauseous? Did you eat something bad? Probably, Li Xianxiao brushed past the topic. Senior sister, he is. Oh, you can just call him Fan Yu. Fan Yu. Li Xianxiao searched his mind for the name but found no matching information. Lin Wanjing explained, I met him half a year ago. At that time, he was lying by the river, having lost his memory. He kept calling me big sister, so I had no choice but to take him in for now. I also wanted to bring him back to Mount Shushan to see if we could help him recover his memory. Is he a cultivator? Li Xianxiao asked a crucial question. Lin Wanjing shook her head, then nodded. He is a cultivator, but his cultivation is extremely low, barely perceptible. Moreover, his meridians seem to be blocked, likely due to some kind of sealing technique. Oh, Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, unable to stop himself from inwardly complaining. Unknown identity, unknown origins, and judging from his appearance, he was definitely not just some nameless passerby, and he even had a seal placed on him. How could someone like this be casually brought into the sect? What did Master say about this? Master went into seclusion. I went to see him yesterday, but I couldn't find him. Of course, he'd be in seclusion at a time like this. What about the other elders? Maybe they have a solution. Most of the other elders are also unavailable. This was way too much of a coincidence. Li Xianxiao hesitated for a moment. Senior sister, I happen to know some spiritual techniques. Maybe I can try to help him recover his memory. Lin Wanjing nodded. She wasn't surprised that her little junior brother knew such things. Li Xianxiao had cultivated since childhood, traveling far and wide with the sect leader, learning all sorts of miscellaneous skills. It was even said that he could invite spirits to possess him. He muttered something like the sun sets, the sky darkens. Li Xianxiao cupped his hands and bowed. Then I'll make some preparations. All right, Lin Wangqing agreed readily. Fan Yu, quickly thank your big brother. Oh, thank you, big brother. Fan Yu spoke timidly. Li Xianxiao put on a warm and friendly smile. Oh, by the way, senior sister, did you give Fan Yu this name, or did he tell you himself? He told me himself. He said it was the only thing he could remember. Li Xianxiao nodded again and took out a wooden eagle from his storage ring. Then, using a tone suited for speaking to children, he said, Big brother has a toy for you. Want it? What is this? Li Xianxiao activated the wooden eagle. Without requiring any spiritual energy to power it, the eagle spread its wings, soared into the air, circled once, and landed back on Li Xingziao's shoulder. Fan Yu's eyes lit up. Degree. Do you want it? Come take it. Big brother is giving it to you. Fan Yu hesitated, glancing between Lin Wangqing and Li Xianxiao. Seeing Lin Wangqing smile and nod, he finally ran over and took the wooden eagle. Thank you, big brother. Li Xianxiao smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair. Then, he took his leave. Upon returning to his thatched hut on Silver Sword Peak, the smile on Li Xingziao's face vanished. He raised his hand, now holding 2 strands of Fan Yu's hair. Fan Yu. Li Xianxiao murmured the name. With a casual wave of his hand, the bookshelf inside his hut revealed itself. He opened a book and wrote down the name. Once finished, he didn't stop writing. Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, a sketch of Fan Yu's face appeared on the paper. Then, he placed the 2 strands of hair inside the book and closed it. As he recited an incantation, the page ignited without any external fire. This spell was connected to Mount Shushan's Compendium of All Affairs. It was like an ancient version of an online encyclopedia, containing all sorts of records and information from across the 9 provinces. As long as Mount Shushan had ever recorded information about a person, this miraculous spell could retrieve it with ease. With the deep foundation of Mount Shushan, there were almost no people or events that couldn't be found. Li Xianxiao furrowed his brows tightly, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly as he immersed his consciousness into the vast world of this spell. In an instant, countless heavy tomes flooded his mind like a tidal wave, piling up into mountains. Some books were old and yellowed, exuding an ancient aura. Others were pristine and new, glowing faintly with spiritual light. The books flipped rapidly, as if a massive database was running a search. However, as seconds and minutes passed, despite going through countless densely packed records, not a single trace of information about Fan Yu could be found. Finding nothing was even more terrifying. Li Xianxiao frowned in deep thought, as if facing a great enemy. D*MN? What kind of thing did third senior sister bring back this time? And yet, aside from himself, no one seemed to care. Li Xianxiao made 2 preparations in response. First, he used Mahist mechanism techniques to craft a wooden cicada to monitor Fan Yu. The advantage of Mahist mechanism techniques was that they didn't require spiritual energy, making them nearly undetectable by cultivators. Second, he wrote anonymous letters to the law enforcement elder and the vice sect leader, warning them to be wary of third senior sister Lin Wangqing's new companion. He chose those 2 for a reason. Although there were 7 peak masters, none of them wanted to meddle in matters concerning disciples from other peaks. It was a thankless task. The original peak master of Silver Sword Peak, who was also Li Xingziao's master, had become the new sect leader. Silver Sword Peak currently had no peak master. Meanwhile, the law enforcement elder oversaw Mount Shushan's laws, and the vice sect leader acted on behalf of the sect leader while he was in seclusion. So writing to these 2 was undoubtedly the best choice. After handling that, Li Xianxiao went to find little junior sister Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu was counting the treasures that senior brother Li Xianxiao had brought back for her, all looted from the tiger demon's cave. According to Mount Shushan's rules, whoever completed a mission kept the spoils. Li Xianxiao had selected some supplements suitable for Zhao Lu, along with 2 magical artifacts. He assigned Zhao Lu a crucial task. She was to pretend to bump into third senior sister by chance and casually bring up when, where, and how she had met Fan Yu. If Li Xianxiao himself asked too many questions, it would raise suspicion. But with Zhao Lu, it was different. Girls talked more easily with each other. Zhao Lu accepted the mission. Over the years, she had grown used to her senior brother's strange behavior. She had even taken the initiative to join his little faction. Underscore 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 underscore. Law Enforcement Hall. A law enforcement disciple retrieved the letters from the mailbox. These letters were submitted anonymously by disciples from various peaks, allowing them to freely report any rule-breaking people or incidents within Mount Shushan. Of course, anonymity was always just a formality. Every day, the law enforcement disciples would deliver the letters to the law enforcement elder. Today was no exception. After taking a sip of morning tea, the law enforcement elder opened the first report. Someone defecated behind the back mountain of Little Kying Peak, and a passing disciple accidentally stepped in it. The law enforcement elder put down the pastry in their hand and continued reading. Someone reported a disciple flying on a sword at excessive speed within Mount Shushan. Someone else complained that a sect disciple had deliberately destroyed the flowers they had planted. There were also reports of inappropriate relationships between male and female disciples, gossiping, and other trivial matters. Most were just petty grievances. The elder kept reading. Lin Wangqing, a disciple of Silver Sword Peak, has brought an unidentified individual back to Mount Shushan. Please have the law enforcement hall investigate this matter carefully. Fan Yu, the law enforcement elder, had already seen him before. Could there really be a problem with this person? He was so handsome, even a little heart-stirring to look at. The elder cleared their throat and patted their fair, delicate cheeks. Love at first sight? Not quite. But he was definitely enchanting, especially with those deep, affectionate peach blossom eyes. Calling big sister so sweetly it was enough to make one's heart ripple. And Fan Yu, what a beautiful name. What a pity that she wasn't the one who found him first. Instead, it was her martial niece Lin Wangqing. Truly, staying holed up in the sect meant never encountering romance. She was getting old. The law enforcement elder picked up a small mirror and admired herself. And just like that, she completely ignored the anonymous report from Li Xianxiao. Seeing that neither the law enforcement elder nor the vice sect leader had responded, Li Xianxiao knew it was time for his next move. He checked on the wooden cicada monitoring Fan Yu. The wooden cicada was intact and hadn't been discovered. Fan Yu also hadn't displayed any unusual behavior. When Zhao Lu returned, she had easily gathered information on where Lin Wangqing and Fan Yu had met. Zhao Lu looked smug. Senior brother, how are you going to reward me? Close the door, and I'll give you a proper reward. Zhao Lu was momentarily stunned before her cheeks flushed red. After spending so much time with senior brother, he was finally acting like a man. She waved her hand, casting a spell to shut the door. Bang! Moments later, Zhao Lu's voice came from inside the hut. Senior brother. Senior brother. No, absolutely not. Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. Senior brother. Zhao Lu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her whole body was flushed red, and she felt like her meridians were about to explode, her blood surging like a rushing river. Take your time refining this tiger demon pill over the next few days. The tiger demon pill was refined from the 2 tiger demons Li Xianxiao had slain. There were 4 in total. He had just fed one to little junior sister Zhao Lu. It would help strengthen her blood and vitality. With that, Li Xianxiao left Mount Shushan. Flying on his sword, he headed straight for the place where Lin Wangqing and Fan Yu had met. The journey was uneventful, and he didn't come across any wounded women along the way. However, he did take the opportunity to rescue a merchant caravan from a bandit attack. A few days later, Li Xianxiao arrived at the river where the two had met. He used the water avoidance technique and dove directly into the river, searching for the river god. But he quickly realized that not only was there no river god here, but even the slightly sentient creatures in the river were gone. Li Xianxiao then tried to find the local mountain god or land deity, but they were also nowhere to be found. Frowning, he stumped his foot, preparing to cast a summoning spell, a technique to call upon all sentient creatures within dozens of miles to question them. Just then, 3 figures suddenly entered his spiritual awareness, 1 at the Golden Core stage, and 2 at the Peak Foundation establishment stage. Heretic cultivators? The 3 were well hidden, but the swords inside the sword case on Li Sungziao's back, the ones left behind by the former sect leader, began to hum in response to the presence of demonic aura. 3 against 1, with one of them being at the Golden Core stage. A direct confrontation wasn't wise. Li Xianxiao immediately concealed his presence. But he didn't flee right away. He had a feeling that these 3 heretic cultivators weren't here by coincidence. This is the place. The Golden Core cultivator surveyed the area. The marker points here. This is also where His Majesty left his last trace of aura. How can that be? The Hall Master ordered us to find His Majesty, but the aura disappears at this spot. His Majesty? Could they be referring to Fan Yu? Li Xianxiao immediately connected the dots. Who's there? The Golden Core cultivator suddenly shouted. Come out. Li Xianxiao remained motionless, but in the distance, a figure darted out. Trying to run? Not so easy. The Golden Core cultivator extended his hand and pointed into the air. The figure immediately plummeted from the sky, coughing up blood. The 2 Foundation establishment heretic cultivators immediately flanked the captive from both sides, restraining him and bringing him over. A monk? No, just a plain bald guy. Who are you? Zhang Tianxin of the Golden Thunder sect. All 3 heretic cultivators and even Li Xianxiao, still hiding in the shadows, fell into silence. What an embarrassing name. Following me? Overestimating yourself. Zhang Tianxin's lips twitched slightly. And how do you know this isn't my plan? Including getting captured and brought right before you. Oh, boom. Zhang Tianxin suddenly exploded into action, throwing a punch. Golden lightning crackled around his body. Despite being at the Foundation establishment stage, the power he unleashed in an instant was no weaker than a Golden Core cultivator. Even Li Xianxiao was a bit surprised. Zhang Tianxin forced the Golden Core cultivator back with a single punch, then swiftly engaged in battle with the 2 Foundation establishment heretics. Golden Thunder sect cultivators specialized in the Golden Thunder body refinement technique. Their disciples were few, but it was said that each one was extraordinarily gifted. If this technique was cultivated to perfection, it was said to render one impervious to all techniques, an incredibly formidable ability. Now, seeing it in action, its reputation was indeed well deserved. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator was actually pushing back a Golden Core and 2 Foundation establishment heretics, forcing them to retreat again and again. However, a Golden Core cultivator was still a Golden Core cultivator. No matter how fierce Zhang Tianxin was, he was still only at the Foundation establishment stage. Once the Golden Core heretic regained his composure, he quickly stabilized the battle. Li Xianxiao pressed down on the restless sword case behind him. He was looking for the perfect opportunity to launch a completely honorable sneak attack. Judging by the current situation, Zhang Tianxin from the Golden Thunder sect could still hold on for a while. However, at that moment, Li Songxiao's expression suddenly shifted. Inside the sword case, the other sword hilts began trembling violently. This wasn't something a mere golden core cultivator could have triggered. Underscore 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 underscore. 3 peak golden core cultivators, and 1 seems to be a nascent soul old devil. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Songxiao's back. If it were just 1 golden core cultivator along with 2 foundation establishment cultivators, even though he himself was only at the foundation establishment stage, he was absolutely confident he could escape unscathed. He might even be able to kill those foundation establishment cultivators. But with the addition of 3 peak golden core cultivators and a nascent soul old devil, he had no chance of winning at all. His concealment talisman would at most work against golden core cultivators. If it was a nascent soul old devil, just a sweep of their divine sense would easily expose him. Zhang Tianxin clearly also sensed this terrifying aura, and his expression changed instantly. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a golden pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. This was a life-saving pill his master had given him when he went down the mountain. It could forcibly boost his cultivation to the golden core stage for a short time, but the side effects were severe. For an ordinary cultivator, damaging their foundation would be the least of their worries. They might be stuck at their current cultivation level for life. After taking the pill, Zhang Tianxin's cultivation surged. The nascent soul old devil was an elderly man with white hair. He merely glanced at Zhang Tianxin lightly. Just that one look, and Zhang Tianxin, who had just gained newfound confidence, immediately lost all ability to resist. The difference between the golden core stage and the nascent soul stage was only one major realm, yet the gap was like heaven and earth. Have you found any trace of the Lord? The nascent soul old devil no longer paid him any attention. The Lord's aura vanished in this place. Then why are these 2 people here? The nascent soul old devil asked again. The golden core heretic cultivator was momentarily stunned. 2. The nascent soul old devil snorted coldly. All these years of cultivation, have you fed it to the dogs? He then turned to another peak golden core cultivator and said, tell him where the other one is. The peak golden core cultivator blinked, then pointed at Zhang Tianxin and said, I get it now. He's pregnant? That's why there are 2 people. The golden core cultivator suddenly realized. That makes sense. You might as well donate your brain if you're not going to use it. The nascent soul old devil slapped him across the face. Are you coming out yourself, or do I have to help you? The moment he finished speaking, Li Songxiao's figure shot out from underground. Without a word, he activated sword flight and sped away, trying to escape. The golden core cultivator, still stung from the slap, was furious and immediately gave chase. He was incredibly fast, but Li Xianxiao wasn't slow either. Stop right there. The golden core cultivator's expression was grim as he raised one hand and gently clenched his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding trees, which had stood still and silent, seemed to come alive. They suddenly twisted violently. Their branches stretched, thickened, and expanded like enormous, writhing pythons. In the blink of an eye, they lashed toward Li Xianxiao with overwhelming speed. Before he could react, the thick branches had already wrapped tightly around him, binding him completely and making it impossible to move. The immense force felt like it was about to crush him. Even breathing became difficult. The golden core cultivator strutted back to the nascent soul old devil, hoping for praise. Got him. Slap. The nascent soul old devil smacked him across the face again. The golden core cultivator. Why did he hit me again? Idiot. You caught a fake. Huh. With a flick of his hand, the so-called captured Li Xianxiao instantly turned into a paper figure, which exploded into a cloud of toxic mist. Careful. Meanwhile, the real Li Xianxiao was fleeing frantically in the shadows. If it had only been those 4 golden core cultivators, he really might have escaped today. But unfortunately, there was a nascent soul old devil present. No matter what tricks a tiny ant used, to a giant, they were insignificant. And so, just like that, Li Xianxiao was effortlessly dragged out from underground and tied up alongside Zhang Tianxin. The Lord's aura disappeared here for no reason. These 2 brats might know something. Take them back to the honored Lord. A golden core cultivator asked. It's just a small matter. We can just interrogate them ourselves. Why trouble the honored Lord? Fool. If we can't get anything out of them and lose the Lord's trail, the honored Lord will say we're incompetent. If we hand these 2 over, and there's a lead, great. If there's nothing, it has nothing to do with us. In the workplace, you have to learn what to do and what not to do. The golden core cultivator suddenly understood. Second uncle, then what exactly should we do and not do? How many times have I told you? Use titles when addressing me at work. The other 4 golden core cultivators all looked at the nascent soul old devil with anticipation. The nascent soul old devil began to lecture confidently. In the demon sect, don't do what you already know because you won't learn anything new. Don't do what you don't know because if you don't know it, how can you do it? Don't do urgent tasks, you will make mistakes. Don't do tasks that aren't urgent because if they're not urgent, why do them at all? Li Xianxiao couldn't help but clap. Oh no, he actually learned something useful. Zhang Tianxin of Golden Thunder sect. Li Xianxiao of Mount Shushan. On the way to being taken away, the two unfortunate captives started talking. Zhang Tianxin sighed, brother, looks like we're doomed. Li Xianxiao could only let out a helpless sigh. The chances of running into a nascent soul cultivator while traveling were lower than getting struck by lightning. And yet, they had managed to meet one, who was from the demon sect no less. By the way, fellow deist, why were you tracking these demon sect members? Zhang Tianxin hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, I was traveling down the mountain when I met an old fortune teller. He told me a heavenly tribulation was descending, so I followed his guidance. And ended up here, running into them. Heavenly tribulation descending? Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, just about to ask more questions. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness vanished, and light returned. The two of them found themselves inside a grand palace, each tied to a pillar. Zhang Tianxin took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, Deistly, though this is our first meeting, I can see that you are righteous and not one to fear death. Today, even if we must endure all manner of torture from these heretic cultivators, we must grit our teeth and persevere. Only then can we uphold the integrity of the righteous path. Li Xianxiao was moved by his words and nodded firmly. Good. At that moment, a thick surge of demonic aura suddenly rose around them, billowing like rolling black smoke, swiftly gathering. In the blink of an eye, the mass of demonic aura surged straight toward them, finally stopping above a chair before them. As the demonic aura churned and condensed, a humanoid figure gradually became clearer. The figure was slender and graceful, with long, fair legs. At that moment, she was leisurely crossing one leg over the other, resting her delicate jade-like hand against her cheek, exuding an air of pure laziness. Finally, the figure fully solidified. She raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes slowly opening, revealing a trace of weariness and indifference. She looked at the two of them with the lazy expression of someone who had just woken up. Mirong Mo. Din Yufeng exclaimed in surprise. You are actually still alive. Li Xianxiao, Omega Omega. The worst possible scenario of falling into demon sect hands had come true. And even worse, he had fallen into the hands of the demon sect leader. The very same demon sect leader he had once schemed against. Underscore 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 underscore. Mirong Mou, you're actually still alive. Din Yufeng stared at Li Xianxiao in disbelief. Li Xianxiao blinked. He never expected to see Din Yufeng again under these circumstances. So, she hadn't perished alongside Lu Qiushui after all. That day at Wuvong Mountains, after witnessing Li Xianxiao being struck down by Lu Qiushui, Din Yufeng and Lu Qiushui engaged in a fierce battle, causing their barely recovered injuries to worsen once again. Then, a third party intervened, forcing both sides to retreat in tacit agreement to avoid being taken advantage of. After returning, Din Yufeng even built a cenotaph for Li Xianxiao. She had even sworn at his grave that one day she would personally bring Lu Qiushui's head as an offering to him. Never did she expect to encounter Li Xianxiao again today. Li Xianxiao forced a smile. Actually, I'm still alive. Din Yufeng raised an eyebrow and turned to the nascent soul old devil who had captured Li Xianxiao and Zhang Tianxin. The nascent soul old devil quickly explained, Honored Lord, these two are connected to the Lord's disappearance. I suspect they are the ones who captured the Lord. Din Yufeng nodded thoughtfully before looking back at Li Xianxiao. You're still alive, so why didn't you come find me? Oh, right, you went back to Mount Shushan. After you already agreed to be my little underling, you went back on your word. I absolutely despise people who go back on their word. Hands on her hips, Din Yufeng got up from her seat and paced back and forth. TCH, to think I even built a cenotaph for you and had people pay respects to you. You heartless. Did Mount Shushan order you to take our lord? Where did you take him? Speak or not? Li Xianxiao forced another smile. Boss, can I ask who exactly this lord is? Don't play dumb. Din Yufeng's voice turned cold. A red whip appeared in her hand. Smack! The whip lashed out, and a blood-curdling scream rang through the air. Speak or not? Speak or not? Speak or not? Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Ah! Li Xianxiao blinked and glanced at Zhang Tianxin, who was being mercilessly beaten. Zhang Tianxin's mouth twitched as he stared in disbelief. W wrong person? Why are you hitting me? He's the one not talking, hit him? Still being stubborn, huh? The red whip was clearly infused with magic power, evident from Zhang Tianxin's even more agonized screams. This time, the pain was even worse. Li Xianxiao swallowed hard. Utterly inhumane? If this continued, Zhang Tianxin was going to be beaten to death. Boss, I really don't know who this lord of yours is. I was just passing through. Passing through? This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Tianxin's screams grew more miserable. In the end, Din Yufeng even rolled up her sleeves and started whipping him herself. Zhang Tianxin was beaten so badly that the bile he vomited splashed onto Li Xianxiao. Finally, Din Yufeng seemed to have exhausted herself. Stretching lazily, she said, Take them away. Once I've rested, I'll interrogate them properly. Yes. Zhang Tianxin and Li Xianxiao were locked up in separate prison cells. Zhang Tianxin was thrown onto the damp floor, gasping in pain. Deist Zhang, are you alright? Li Sungxiao's voice came from the opposite cell. Zhang Tianxin, if I say I'm fine, would you believe me? Li Xianxiao said admiringly. Deist Zhang, as expected of a true disciple of a righteous sect. Even after being beaten this badly, you didn't say a single word. I respect that. Zhang Tianxin's mouth twitched. She never even asked me anything? She just kept beating me? I wanted to talk, but did she ask? Zhang Tianxin gave Li Xianxiao a resentful look. Who was that woman? Li Xianxiao replied slowly, Dinu Feng. Dinu Feng. Zhang Tianxin's face turned pale. You mean the Dinu Feng from Tianxia Hall? It's her. Li Xianxiao nodded. Looks like we have no way out of this. I've heard that Dinu Feng is ruthless, fond of torturing righteous sect disciples to death. She enjoys watching them beg for mercy, giving them hope only to ultimately crush them in despair. Zhang Tianxin glanced at the wounds on his body. So today was just the appetizer, huh? By the way, you seem to know Dinu Feng. Sort of. I have a grudge with her. A grudge? No wonder she only beat me up today. This must be psychological warfare keeping Li Xianxiao in suspense, making him fearful and anxious. The constant anticipation of when it would be his turn. That was even more terrifying than the pain itself. It was like the difference between getting slapped unexpectedly and knowing you're going to be slapped but not knowing when an entirely different level of horror. Understanding this, Zhang Tianxin turned around, ready to comfort Li Xianxiao. Then, he froze. Li Xungziao's prison cell was spacious and brightly lit. Inside was a soft, luxurious bed, covered with thick, plush blankets. Not far from the bed stood a delicate, exquisitely crafted table, its polished surface gleaming like a mirror. Its 4 legs were engraved with intricate carvings, resembling a work of art. Above, a grand chandelier hung from the ceiling, its sparkling crystal pendants casting dazzling light. In one corner, there was even a vanity table. Zhang Tianxin then looked back at his own prison cell. The only thing inside was a bucket for his waste disposal. Zhang Tianxin, oh, you effing traitor from the demon sect. Li Xianxiao calmly explained, Deist Zhang, this is a trick by the demon sect to sow discord between us. Don't fall for it. Zhang Tianxin nodded thoughtfully, suddenly realizing, as expected, demon sect members are truly insidious. Mealtime. At that moment, a demon sect disciple walked over and casually tossed a bowl of food into Zhang Tianxin's cell. Foundation establishment cultivators hadn't yet reached the level of sustaining themselves purely on spiritual energy, so they still needed food to survive. Zhang Tianxin glanced at his meal. There was both meat and vegetables. It wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't terrible either. Then he looked over at Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao had nothing. The demon sect disciple simply turned around and left. Now Zhang Tianxin was even more convinced that what Li Xianxiao had said earlier was true. The demon sect was clearly trying to sow discord between them. Deistly, you should eat something too. Zhang Tianxin tried to pass his food to Li Xianxiao, but the distance was too far, he couldn't reach. Li Xianxiao shook his head. Deist Zhang, you've suffered serious injuries today. You should replenish your strength first. Skipping a few meals won't hurt me. Zhang Tianxin nodded and didn't insist. He simply dug in, eating in big bites. With food in his stomach, he did feel a bit better. Just then, the demon sect disciple returned, this time pushing a small serving cart. Hey, here's your food. Underscore. The serving cart was filled with an array of dishes, dazzling to the eye. Various exotic and uniquely shaped fierce beast meats, some roasted to a golden crisp, exuding an irresistible aroma. Some were carefully stewed, with tender and juicy meat. There was also a jade-like liquid, crystal clear like agar, served in exquisite glass cups, shimmering enchantingly with every slight movement. In addition, vibrant vegetables were paired with the delicious meat, crisp cucumbers, spicy bean curd skins, and more. Finally, the most eye-catching of all was a steaming pot of thick, milky white broth, rich and fragrant, with various ingredients floating within. It was a concoction made from rare medicinal herbs. Zhang Tianxin took a deep breath. The demon sect disciples cast a deep glance at Li Xianxiao, seemingly just as puzzled as to why such delicacies were being served to a captured righteous cultivator. Zhang Tianxin suddenly found the rice in his mouth tasteless. He widened his eyes at Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao was silent for a moment. See, I was right. These demon sect people are insidious, using such methods to sow discord between us. Zhang Tianxin. Then, let's not eat at all. That way, we resist them. Zhang Tianxin declared. Li Xianxiao fell silent again, then said, if we don't eat, it's a waste. Eating their food helps us resist them. Plus, eating their food means consuming the demon sect's resources. Why not take advantage of that? You make a good point, but why do I feel so awful? Deistly, be careful they don't poison you. Zhang Tianxin gripped the prison bars tightly. No need to worry about me. If she wanted to kill us, why go through the trouble of poisoning? Li Xianxiao quietly began eating. This is pretty good. This one's good too. Before long, Li Xianxiao realized that the amount of food he had eaten was worth 6 months of resources at Mount Shushan. The demon sect's treatment, is this good? Li Xianxiao couldn't help but slap himself and silently recited the Mount Shushan Heart Sutra 100 times. As a disciple of Mount Shushan, how could I have such thoughts? I'm eating with a critical mindset. After finishing all the food, Li Xianxiao let out a loud, satisfied burp. He slowly crossed his legs and closed his eyes, meditating to calm the surging energy within him. From the first bite, he had already noticed the meticulous pairing of the ingredients. Logically speaking, as a cultivator, consuming so many nourishing ingredients in one go should have adverse effects. After all, excessive nourishment not only fails to provide benefits but could even harm the body. However, these ingredients had been carefully selected, forming a strange synergy among them. Each ingredient found a complementary partner among the others, balancing its strengths and weaknesses. When they combined, the resulting chemical reactions perfectly neutralized their respective negative effects. This combination wasn't entirely flawless, but it was undoubtedly expensive. In any case, Li Xianxiao couldn't afford such resources. Zhang Tianxin stared at the scene. Wait, you're seriously cultivating right now? The next day, Zhang Tianxin and Li Xianxiao were once again dragged before Dinu Feng. Speak or don't speak, where exactly have you taken my lord? Li Xianxiao glanced at Zhang Tianxin, then at Dinu Feng. Boss, I really don't know who this lord is. How about you introduce him to me? I think you're like a rock in a latrine, stinky and stubborn. Dinu Feng grabbed a whip and swung it down. Ah! And just like that, a day passed. Dinu Feng exhaled slowly and tossed aside the whip. After all this, you still won't talk? Looks like you really don't know. Zhang Tianxin, confused face. Excuse me, you beat me up like this. If he knew, he still wouldn't say it? Dinu Feng explained, my lord is the first hall master of Tianxia Hall. He was the one who personally founded it. But he died tens of thousands of years ago. This time, he was successfully reincarnated, but somehow, he's gone missing. Li Sungziao's small eyes filled with great confusion. Is this kind of classified information something you can just casually say? Dinu Feng really isn't that smart. It seems that the missing lord is actually Fan Yu, whom third senior sister Lin Wangqing brought back to Mount Shushan. Li Xianxiao silently pondered. He never expected that Fan Yu was actually the first hall master of Tianxia Hall, a figure from the last era. Li Xianxiao suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. Of course, the more pressing issue was his current predicament. Dinu Feng stared into Li Sungziao's eyes as if trying to see through his soul. You really don't know anything about my lord. Boss, I really don't know. Dinu Feng casually pointed, unlocking Li Sungziao's restraints. She then walked over to Zhang Tianxin. And you? Do you know anything about my lord? I really don't know. Zhang Tianxin was going crazy. He truly didn't know. He was randomly captured, randomly dragged into this whole Tianxia Hall mess, and now he was face to face with a legendary demoness. Even if his grandmaster showed up, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat her. Dinu Feng let out a cold snort. Humph, you think you can fool me? You think I'm that easy to deceive? Drag him away and continue beating him. Zhang Tianxin struggled frantically. Wu Yu, I really don't know. Li Xianxiao watched as Zhang Tianxin was dragged away and silently prayed for him. As for trying to save him in front of Dinu Feng, that was something even his master might not be able to do. Boss, since I'm no longer involved, can I leave now? Li Xianxiao asked weakly. Leave. Dinu Feng glanced at him sideways. You saved me and have seen my most disgraceful side. You have only two options. One is to follow me. The other is also to follow me. Li Xianxiao reminded her. Boss, those are the same option. Dinu Feng fell silent. Li Xianxiao fell silent. Dinu Feng, I'll add one more option, death. Swear to follow boss until death. Li Xianxiao immediately declared. Zhang Tianxin was once again thrown back into the prison cell. The physical torment wasn't as cruel as he had imagined. It was just simple whipping. But what truly crushed his spirit was the demon sect's blatant double standards. Deist Zhang, are you alright? Zhang Tianxin looked toward the outside of the prison. At this moment, Li Xianxiao had already changed into the demon sect's uniform. You brat? You were a demon sect spy all along. Zhang Tianxin shouted in fury. Li Xianxiao explained, Deist Zhang, I understand how you feel right now. This is all just a temporary measure. I've infiltrated the demon sect, and I'll find a way to escape with you. Zhang Tianxin calmed down and realized that, since they were already inside the demon sect, there was no reason for Li Xianxiao to deceive him. With tears in his eyes, he nodded. I believe you. At that moment, a demon sect disciple walked over. Greetings, protector. Carry on. Li Xianxiao waved his hand. Zhang Tianxin. Underscore. Li Xianxiao had become a protector of the demon sect. Even he hadn't expected the story to develop in this direction. A proud and orthodox Mount Shushan disciple like him had actually become a protector of the demon sect. Li Xianxiao consoled himself this was just a temporary measure to survive. As a protector, his job certainly wasn't to protect Dinu Feng. Have you ever seen an ant protecting an elephant? His main task was to serve Dinu Feng well. Pouring tea, bringing water, and things like that. Fortunately, Dinu Feng wasn't into absorbing pure yang energy. After a few days of observation, Li Xianxiao noticed that Dinu Feng's previous injuries hadn't fully healed. So, for the most part, she stayed in her cave dwelling to rest. The mighty leader of the demon sect, and yet her only entertainment was playing chess with Li Xianxiao all day, and she was a sore loser at that. She would frequently take back moves and secretly use her magic to shift the pieces. Li Xianxiao could only pretend not to notice. After all, he understood very well. If he took the game too seriously, Dinu Feng would most likely grab the chessboard and bash his head in, securing victory outside of the game itself. He wasn't going to let Din Feng's attitude toward him make him feel like he was anything special to her. Did he think this was some kind of romance game? The waves of the mortal world crash endlessly, enduring humiliation with grace is the best remedy. A rigid bowstring breaks first, a sharp blade dulls the fastest. Greedy men perish for wealth, hungry birds die for food. No matter how cunning you are, you cannot escape the yellow earth's embrace. Li Xianxiao smacked the wooden table and spoke in a loud voice. The story I'm telling today isn't from the present, nor can I say exactly which dynasty it took place in. It happened long, long ago, and it's called officialdom struggles. Across from him, Din Feng was munching on a fragrant fruit, listening intently. She lounged lazily, one leg crossed over the other, reclining against an exquisite soft couch that seemed to be woven from clouds. Her eyes, clear as autumn waters, sparkled with an intense, focused light. Nearby, the guards shot envious, jealous, and resentful glances at Li Xianxiao. The moment this guy arrived, the sect leader's attention was entirely on him. She no longer called them over to play games. Naturally, that also meant no more rewards. Everyone knew that playing with Din Feng was one of the easiest and most enjoyable tasks. All you had to do was humor her, let her win, and keep her happy. Din Feng was generous whenever she was pleased. Her rewards were abundant. Din Feng was very satisfied with Li Xianxiao and took him with her wherever she went. Of course, her attitude was more like how one treats a pet. Or rather, every single follower in the demon cavern was Din Feng's pet. She even kept a few human dogs. What are human dogs, you ask? Well, they were once powerful figures who had shaken the world. Now, Din Feng had crippled their cultivation and kept them in the demon cavern, training them like dogs. They were chained up at the entrance, and every time Din Feng passed by, the two human dogs would bark flatteringly and stick out their tongues. Din Feng treated them well too. When she was in a good mood, she would toss them a fruit or a pastry. She would then watch them scramble for food, a delighted smile on her face. Of course, there were times when Din Feng wasn't happy. For instance, one day, as she was recovering from her injuries, the pain made her grimace. Then, as she stepped outside, one of the human dogs accidentally splattered saliva onto the hem of her robe. Without a change in expression, Din Feng stomped down, crushing the human dog's head. Li Xianxiao, who had been serving her, witnessed everything. The next day, he noticed that the dead human dog at the entrance had already been replaced with a new face. Din Feng lazily leaned on her couch, one delicate foot raised high while the other swayed gently. She wore a luxurious silk gown, its flowing hem spreading like drifting clouds, accentuating her graceful figure and noble elegance. Meanwhile, Li Xianxiao sat respectfully below her, carefully holding Din Feng's delicate foot as he began a gentle foot massage. His movements were skillful and precise. As Li Xianxiao continued, a look of satisfaction slowly appeared on Din Feng's face. Her long, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and within the flickering depths of her gaze lay endless allure and charm. With a faint smile, Din Feng gazed at Li Xianxiao. Being my subordinate is far better than being a Mount Shushan disciple, isn't it? Of course, following the boss is my greatest honor. Li Xianxiao knew exactly what that look meant. Unfortunately for her, he didn't want to be a dog. He was a Mount Shushan disciple. That day, Li Xianxiao, now favored by Din Feng, went to the prison once again to visit Zhang Tianxin. Deist Zhang, you've suffered. Zhang Tianxin glanced at Li Sungxiao's extravagant attire, a trace of resentment in her expression. Why do I feel like you're actually enjoying yourself here? This is all just an illusion to deceive them? I've already obtained the complete map of the demon sect's stronghold. Tonight, you and I will escape. Oh, Zhang Tianxin's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. At the third watch of the night, I'll come find you. Li Xianxiao lowered his voice. Zhang Tianxin nodded earnestly, her eyes welling with tears. Deistly, I misjudged you. Thinking back on her earlier doubts, Zhang Tianxin couldn't help but slap herself. I was such a fool? How could I have ever doubted Deistly? He's still working hard, enduring humiliation for the greater goal. That night, at the third watch, Li Xianxiao left Din Feng's chambers. Din Feng was sound asleep. Li Xianxiao placed a recording stone on the table, which continuously played a pre-recorded message of his voice. Then, he headed to the prison, tricked the guards, and used a copied key to unlock the prison door. Everything went smoothly. Zhang Tianxin saw hope in his eyes. Deistly, where do we go now? Li Xianxiao smiled confidently. I've discovered that the demon cavern is filled with hidden tunnels, complicated and dangerous. A single misstep could trigger traps leading to eternal damnation. However, I obtained a map from Din Feng. You and I will slip away through the secret passages. Zhang Tianxin nodded eagerly. What were they waiting for? She couldn't stay in this place a second longer. But just as they stepped out, the footsteps of demon sect disciples echoed behind them. There they are. Chase them. Zhang Tianxin's expression changed. Deistly, I think this path is wrong. We've been discovered. They seemed to have run into a dead end, and now the only escape route was blocked by incoming demon sect disciples. Zhang Tianxin didn't blame Li Xianxiao. He simply let out a soft sigh. Deistly, it seems the heavens do not favor us. Forget it? Forget it? If we must die, then we'll die in battle? We'll take a few of them down with us. Zhang Tianxin tore off his robes, revealing a muscular and well-defined body sculpted like a statue. His broad shoulders, thick arms, and tight abs all showcased his immense physical strength. deistly, see you in the underworld. Zhang Tianxin turned to face the approaching demon sect disciples, his eyes full of resolve. I, Zhang Tianxin of Golden Thunder Sect, will fight you all to the death today. The next second, Li Xianxiao sent him flying into the wall with a powerful kick. Then, without hesitation, he began ruthlessly punching and kicking him. You worthless prisoner! How dare you try to escape? Brothers, beat him up. The demon sect disciples who had been chasing them rushed forward without hesitation, surrounding Zhang Tianxin and kicking him mercilessly. Once he was beaten to a pulp, Li Xianxiao finally stopped them. A golden core stage disciple shouted angrily, take him to the number 1 cell. Let him experience what real punishment feels like. Let's see if he dares to escape again. Yes. Immediately, a few demon sect disciples dragged the badly beaten Zhang Tianxin, who was now so disfigured even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, toward the number 1 cell. Zhang Tianxin barely managed to open his swollen eyes. He looked at Li Xianxiao, his lips trembling. Sniff sniff. Mother. Li Xianxiao wiped away a drop of blood splattered on his forehead. Why do I feel like I just heard someone cursing my mother? Number 1 cell. Zhang Tianxin lay half dead on the ground. Compared to this place, all the torture he had previously endured felt like child's play. Here, he was experiencing the cruelest torments of the mortal world. Torments so intense, they might even bring back memories of his past life. Din Yufeng might seem a little foolish at times, but she was never soft when dealing with her enemies. Otherwise, how could Tian Shihal have become the most feared demon sect in Central State? At this moment, Li Xianxiao appeared again. Deist Zhang, are you alright? Zhang Tianxin, what do you think? Deist Zhang, our plan is already halfway to success. Li Xianxiao said confidently. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhang Tianxin crawled up, his face swollen like a pig's, staring at Li Xianxiao. What? Li Xianxiao said, actually, this was my real plan. There are many entrances to the hidden passage, but as far as I know, only the entrance from the number 1 cell gives us a real chance of escaping. He opened the cell and pulled Zhang Tianxin out, walking to a corner of the cell. He silently recited the password. Din Yufeng is the most beautiful in the world, and has the biggest boobs. Lu Qiushui from Azura Hall is a despicable bastard, F. Ingdog's pawn. Once the password was spoken, the hidden passage slowly opened. Zhang Tianxin froze for a moment. Li Xianxiao handed him a spiritual fruit. Seeing that, Zhang Tianxin eagerly took the fruit and chomped down hard. The sweet and fragrant juice immediately filled his entire mouth. In no time, Zhang Tianxin had devoured the fruit clean. He didn't even leave the pit behind. Just as he swallowed the last bite, a cool, refreshing sensation suddenly rose from his stomach and spread swiftly through all his meridians. The spiritual energy, which had been sluggish from overuse, suddenly surged like rain after a long drought. As the spiritual energy flowed through his body, Zhang Tianxin felt his strength slowly returning. Follow me. Zhang Tianxin nodded like a bobblehead, now completely trusting Li Xianxiao. He followed Li Xianxiao swiftly through the hidden passage, heart pounding with tension. If one didn't know the key points, even a nascent soul stage cultivator could lose their life in this tunnel. Who knew how much time passed before Zhang Tianxin seemed to hear the sound of ocean waves. Going a bit further, the space before them suddenly lit up. What appeared before them was the sea. The mouth of the cave they stood in was wide and open, offering a full view of the ocean. Deistly, let's go, quickly. Zhang Tianxin couldn't wait. They were just steps away from escaping the demon lair. Who wouldn't be excited? But Li Xianxiao stopped him with one arm. This is the legendary Dead Sea. The Dead Sea. Zhang Tianxin stared out toward that mysterious stretch of ocean in the distance. The Dead Sea, rumor had it, even birds couldn't fly across it. Since ancient times, terrifying legends about this sea had circulated the world. Cultivators who flew near it would be affected by its strange power, lose control of their bodies, and fall helplessly into the water. No matter what spells or divine powers they used, they couldn't escape the pull of the Dead Sea's powerful and mysterious force. Li Xianxiao took the sword case off his back. He said to Zhang Tianxin, in a moment, I'll release a flying sword. It'll carry us away, but it's a bit hard to control. Deist Zhang, be ready. Zhang Tianxin nodded. Li Xianxiao quickly formed a sword seal with both hands. At that moment, it was as if some mysterious, powerful force resonated with the sword seal in his hands. Suddenly, the sword case that had been resting quietly at the side roared with an earth-shaking boom. The sound was deafening, echoing through the skies like thunder. At the same time, a sharp, piercing screech rang out. In an instant, countless streams of razor-sharp sword aura erupted from the sword case like a raging flood, tearing in all directions. The sword aura clashed and intertwined, forming a dazzling sea of light. Zhang Tianxin was shocked and quickly dodged. He noticed even Li Xianxiao had been wounded by the very sword aura he summoned. Among them, one sword aura was especially dazzling. It shot through the sky like a white rainbow, unstoppable. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, leaving behind visible rips in space. A gleaming sword burst out from the case, flashing through the sky like lightning so fast it was hard to follow with the eye. Li Xianxiao coughed up blood. Honestly, all the nourishing he'd done in the demon sect had really strengthened his body. He reached out and barely managed to grab the flying sword. The fierce sword aura felt like it was tearing through his meridians. Li Xianxiao didn't let go. With his other hand, He grabbed Zhang Tianxin. The flying sword surged forward, completely ignoring the Dead Sea's pull. They ran. Din Yufeng, woken by the commotion from Li Songxiao's flying sword, had at first thought those old righteous geezers were storming the place. It wasn't until a subordinate reported in that she found out it was her own protector, Li Xianxiao, running off with Zhang Tianxin. Din Yufeng's expression didn't change, but she clenched her fist so hard the veins on the back of her hand bulged like they were about to burst through her skin. The trembling subordinate held out a letter. This was left by the traitor for you. Din Yufeng waved a hand, and the letter appeared in her grasp. Since childhood I've followed the path of profound cultivation, and my master taught me to save the world and eliminate demons to uphold the righteous path. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. This is goodbye. I hope we never meet again. One last thing, Lu Qiushui is way prettier than you. Din Yufeng, W. That last line from Li Xianxiao broke Din Yufeng's mental defense. You be ****. I'm going to kill you. Lu Qiushui, I'll fight you to the death. Din Yufeng charged out immediately, blaming everything on Lu Qiushui. I'm going to rip your face off. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xianxiao finally managed to forcefully retract the flying sword back into the sword case. After that ordeal, Li Xianxiao realized his injuries were quite serious and Zhang Tianxin wasn't in much better shape either. The two confirmed their current location, then bid each other farewell. Li Xianxiao returned to Mount Shushan. Though this trip down the mountain was dangerous, one thing was now clear. Fan Yu was actually the first hall master of Tianxia Hall, the very founder of Tianxia Hall. And he was an old monster who had lived during the last era, now reincarnated? This news needed to be reported to Master immediately. Report to Master? Li Xianxiao hesitated. Mount Shushan, Silver Sword Peak. Senior brother, you're finally back? I was so scared. Seeing her senior brother return, little junior sister Zhao Lu burst into tears. You were missing for so many days, I thought you were dead. Li Xianxiao comforted her a bit, only mentioning a small accident, without explaining the details. What about third senior sister? How's that guy named Fan Yu? Everything's normal, Zhao Lu said. They're practically glued together every day, and he's really handsome. Third senior sister doesn't seem to mind. At this point, Zhao Lu quickly changed her words. Of course, no matter how handsome he is, he's not as handsome as you, senior brother. Li Xianxiao ignored her flattery. Any other intel? Zhao Lu shook her head, then asked curiously, Senior brother, is there something wrong with that man third senior sister brought back? Nothing serious. Just can't feel at ease without checking it out properly. Li Xianxiao didn't tell her the truth. Zhao Lu was too pure-hearted. If she got too close to third senior sister again, she might let something slip, or cause an unnecessary accident. Turning around, Li Xianxiao went to the main peak Tongtian Peak. Master was in seclusion, but if something urgent came up, Li Xianxiao could report directly to Sect Leader Master. He wandered around Tongtian Peak, thinking about how to explain things to Master. Then, in his mind, he played out all the possible outcomes that could follow. Most likely, Master would believe him. Even if not, he would at least investigate Fan Yu's identity. At that point, there would be two possibilities. 1. Master has a way to discover Fan Yu's true identity. Then he might kill Fan Yu on the spot. Fan Yu being a reincarnated soul, would he awaken some weird power? Unknown +1. Would Lin Wangqing, third senior sister, hold a grudge against him? Unknown +2. If Fan Yu was killed this time, would he reincarnate again? Come back just to kill him? Unknown +3. Would Lin Wangqing descend into darkness because of Fan Yu's death? Unknown +4. 2. Master can't confirm Fan Yu's identity and doesn't believe Li Songxiao's words, so the best he could do is expel Fan Yu. Then third senior sister and Fan Yu would part reluctantly, and it could lead to Lin Wangqing leaving the sect. No matter what, Fan Yu would blame him for breaking them up, and come kill him. Li Xianxiao propped his chin on both hands, brows tightly furrowed. Too many uncertainties? He casually tossed 3 copper coins. Great misfortune? Click. Just then, Li Xianxiao suddenly looked up. His gaze fell on Fan Yu and third senior sister Lin Wangqing approaching Tongtian Peak in the distance. Fan Yu's appearance immediately drew a lot of attention. If Li Xianxiao blended into a crowd like a bean blending in with other beans, utterly unremarkable, then Fan Yu was like a watermelon dropped into a pile of beans. No help for it. Fan Yu's looks were absolutely stunning, seemingly beyond the limits of the real world. It was like he'd walked right out of a masterpiece painting. Every line, every contour of his face was flawlessly sculpted. No matter the angle, Fan Yu looked perfect and dazzling, making it hard not to be captivated. Fan Yu followed timidly behind Lin Wangqing. Suddenly, the Mount Shushan guardian beast the Water Kylin stirred. The Water Kylin had once traveled the world with Mount Shushan's founding ancestor. When the sect was established, it had remained on the mountain. Due to its incredibly long lifespan, it had stayed on as Mount Shushan's guardian beast ever since. Usually gentle in temperament, the Water Kylin suddenly came over and stood in front of Lin Wangqing. Li Xianxiao immediately grew tense. Could the Water Kylin have sensed something off too? As a divine beast, it would make sense if it could see through Fan Yu's identity. If something happened here, Li Xianxiao frowned. Lin Wangqing reached out and touched the Water Kylin's big nose. The water Kylin was famously docile. Everyone at Mount Shushan knew this. Even if disciples rode on its back to take pictures with a recording stone, it wouldn't mind. But right now, the water Kylin's expression was serious. It circled around Fan Yu twice, then scratched its head with a paw, twitched its long whiskers, and finally wandered off to the side to resume its nap. To bystanders, this looked like the Kylin had been wary of a stranger, but found nothing unusual, proving that Fan Yu wasn't someone with ill intent. Lin Wangqing turned to Fan Yu with a smile, the last bit of doubt in her heart disappearing. Fan Yu also smiled brightly. Big sister. Lin Wangqing reached out, tiptoed, and ruffled his hair. Fan Yu lowered his head, grinning like sunshine. Big sister, play with me. Be good, let me finish work first. Seeing this scene, Li Xianxiao completely gave up on the idea of reporting to the sect. Third senior sister Lin Wangqing's eyes were full of affection. It's over. She's already fallen in love. Looks like it's time to switch to another plan. Fan Yu, the reincarnated hall master of Tianxia Hall, an ancient monster who had lived for who knew how many millennia. On his own, Li Xianxiao was definitely no match for him. Within Mount Shushan, the only thing capable of suppressing all evil spirits was the legendary Mount Shushan sword formation. The formation was centered around the Mount Shushan sword, with the 7 peaks of the mountain as its core structure. Together, they formed a massive sword array. The outer layers likely wouldn't be powerful enough. He'd have to use the innermost, core formation of Mount Shushan. Junior sister. A voice transmission entered her ears. Zhao Lu was outside her senior brother's room, secretly peeking in. In her hands was a newly purchased sachet of aphrodisiac powder, which she was about to sprinkle under her senior brother's pillow. That way, when he went to sleep, he'd unknowingly. But just then, her senior brother's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhao Lu. She quickly hid her hands behind her back and straightened her posture. Senior brother, I was just about to help you straighten your blankets, I didn't have any other thoughts. Li Xianxiao ignored her excuse. I'll be in seclusion for a while. During this time, make sure you focus on your cultivation, don't run off or stir up trouble, got it? Senior brother, you're going into seclusion again. Zhao Lu's pretty brows furrowed slightly. If anyone asks, just tell them I'm in seclusion. Got it. Then hurry and come out soon, senior brother. Underscore 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 underscore. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed. Fan Yu had already gotten used to life on Mount Shushan. Wherever his sister was, that's where he would be. She was the only one in the world who treated him well. He remembered how every winter used to be so cold, but as long as he was by his sister's side, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as she was there. Fan Yu clutched his head and jolted awake from the nightmare. It hurt? It hurt so much. It was like something was waking up inside of him. I want to kill everyone. I want to destroy all of Jizhu. This is the path to my immortality. The scene before his eyes was terrifying, as if the entire world had fallen into an apocalyptic abyss. The earth had completely collapsed, massive cracks like the gaping mouths of savage beasts devouring everything in their path. Blazing fires swept across the land like a wildfire, flames soaring skyward, dyeing the sky a blood red. On this land covered in flames and ruins, piles of corpses were everywhere. Some were missing limbs, some had faces twisted in horror. Blood had soaked the ground beneath his feet, forming pools of crimson too gruesome to look at. Countless lives vanished in this catastrophe, their dying screams and wails tangled together into a mournful elegy, echoing through the deathly stillness. Yet in this hellish landscape, one figure stood out. Fan Yu stood at the center of the sea of fire, laughing maniacally. His laughter was like the screech of a night owl, sharp, piercing, filled with madness and insanity. His eyes were vacant and hollow, as if his soul had been lost, leaving behind only obsession and pleasure in destruction. No. Fan Yu's eyes snapped open again, panting heavily. He found himself back on Mount Shushan, back beside his sister. Crying, Fan Yu ran into his sister's arms, burying his head in her chest. Lin Wangqing's face turned slightly red, though the blush faded quickly. She seemed to have long gotten used to physical contact. What's wrong? Another nightmare. Fan Yu nodded, sobbing. There. It's okay. Big sis is here, Lin Wangqing comforted him. Sis, Fan Yu dreamed he killed so many people. What should I do? Am I a bad person? Of course not. Fan Yu is the kindest person in the whole wide world. If you really did kill someone, they must have been bad people. Then what if Fan Yu killed good people? What if they were innocent? What if they come for revenge? What if everyone bullies Fan Yu, hates Fan Yu? Would sister still like Fan Yu then? Lin Wangqing paused for a moment, then affectionately pinched his nose. Even if the whole world stands against Fan Yu, your sister will always be on your side. I love you the most, sis. Fan Yu hugged Lin Wangqing even tighter. Sis will protect Fan Yu with her life, Lin Wangqing added. As long as Fan Yu is here, I won't let anyone hurt sis. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I'll kill every last one of them to avenge you. Lin Wangqing chuckled. Sis didn't love you for nothing. Alright, time to sleep. The bond between Lin Wangqing and Fan Yu grew stronger by the day. Worried that Fan Yu would get bored while she cultivated, Lin Wangqing often found little toys on Mount Shushan to give him. This time, she brought back a Mahist mechanism puppy. Mount Shushan had a bazaar where disciples gathered to sell all sorts of trinkets. Many disciples liked to sell things they no longer needed there. This particular mechanism puppy came from a disciple of Little Kying Peak. A few years ago, driven by interest, he'd started studying Mahist mechanism techniques. Over the years, he made all kinds of little gadgets and often set up stalls to sell them. The most popular were these puppies, so he made a whole bunch at once. What he didn't know was, unbeknownst to him, someone had secretly swapped one puppy among them with another that looked identical. That day, the weather was pleasant and sunny. Fan Yu was playing alone with the mechanism puppy on Silver Sword Peak. Suddenly, the mechanism puppy bolted on its own. Fan Yu quickly ran after it, but the puppy only picked up speed. Seeing the gap widen, Fan Yu had no choice but to run faster. Don't run, stop right there. Out of nowhere, a pair of wooden wings unfolded from the puppy's back. It actually took flight. Fan Yu's eyes widened in amazement. It was the first time he'd seen a flying puppy. He wanted to keep chasing, but he couldn't fly himself. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he noticed a group of cranes passing not far off. These were the cranes raised by Mount Shushan. They often circled the skies around the sect at this time of day. Fan Yu hesitated briefly, then seized the right moment and leapt onto one of their backs. The crane didn't resist. Some disciples still in the chi refining stage often did this. If one of them accidentally fell, the crane would even fly down to pick them up again. Fan Yu had seen that big brother named Li Xianxiao do it before, so he mimicked him now. The white crane soared high into the sky, carrying Fan Yu through the misty clouds. Fan Yu stood on its back, watching the mountain peaks pass by one after another. Today was Mount Shushan's annual day of meditation, a tradition handed down from years past. Though not many followed it strictly anymore, most still tried not to leave their sect gates and wander around, to avoid giving the law enforcement hall anything to catch them for. So Fan Yu didn't run into any disciples along the way, nor did he see a trace of the puppy. His worry grew. Just then, something caught Fan Yu's eye. He jumped down from the crane midair and landed on a mountaintop. Thanks, he shouted toward the crane. The crane responded with a clear, resonant cry. The wooden mechanism puppy had seemingly lost all energy and fallen to the ground. Fan Yu quickly picked it up and checked to see if it had broken. Confirming it was unharmed, he finally smiled. He looked up and started noticing his surroundings. Where is this place? Mist filled the area, making it impossible to tell one direction from another. This was the back mountain of Tongtian Peak. Every year, once a certain season arrived, it would be shrouded in thick fog. The mist rose from deep underground, enveloping the entire back mountain. Within it, all presence seemed to vanish completely. Whether it was the mountain breeze, the breath of the trees, or the traces of birds and beasts, all had vanished without a trace within it. There had been more than one occasion when disciples got lost in the back mountain, unable to find a way out, forced to stay there. Only when the thick fog cleared months later could they leave. Since then, every year during this season, Mount Shushan would assign guards to watch over the mountain, preventing disciples from wandering in by mistake. Mountain guarding was extremely boring, so the guards often snuck off to secretly drink wine. Fan Yu scratched his head. Just then, a flute began to play. It was as if it were guiding the lost back onto the right path. Fan Yu followed the sound of the flute step by step. Underscore 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 underscore. The flute's melody was gentle and lingering, as if it carried a magic that could pierce the soul. Fan Yu followed the sound of the flute all the way and found the one playing it. No, that wasn't a person, it was a drifting spirit. You, who are you? Fan Yu asked cautiously. The spirit beckoned. Come with me, your sister Lin Wangqing sent me to find you. The moment Lin Wangqing was mentioned, Fan Yu's eyes lit up, and he took 2 steps forward. Sis sent you to find me. Suddenly, he stepped into thin air. He hadn't realized there was no path beneath him. The mist had obscured everything below. And since there was someone in front of him, he naturally assumed there was a path ahead. Fan Yu didn't know how long he was falling before he finally hit the ground hard. After resting on the ground for a bit, he lifted his head and looked around. What is this place? Before him stood a massive jade gate, now wide open. Only the current sect leader of Mount Shushan could open that gate, because only successive sect leaders knew the incantation to control the Mount Shushan sword formation. Of course, that excluded the old sect leader who had already passed away. Back then, Li Xianxiao, who had traveled the lands of Jizhu with the old sect leader, had also been entrusted with this incantation. Only, no one else aside from the old sect leader had any knowledge of it. Fan Yu curiously walked inside. In the center of a vast open area, an unimaginably massive sword stood upright like a towering mountain. Its blade shimmered with a biting chill, as though it could slice through the void itself. And surrounding the great sword were countless other swords of various kinds. Some long, some short, some wide, some narrow, some with dazzling gems embedded in the hilts, others with intricate and mysterious runes etched into the blades. It looked just like a sword pool meant solely for storing treasured swords, each one emanating its own unique aura and power. Ever since Mount Shushan was founded, they had collected famed swords from all over the world, as well as the swords of Shushan disciples who had died and been erased from existence. All of them were gathered here. After countless years of accumulation, this sword pool had become a sight to behold. Sword aura crisscrossed through the air, grand and boundless, like a vast river of stars stretching across the sky. Fan Yu suddenly seemed to remember something. He clutched his head and collapsed in pain. A blurry figure appeared before his eyes. That figure took a single step forward, as if walking through the river of time, wrapped in a shimmer of golden light. Why did you tear us apart? Fan Yu shouted. I had already decided to retire deep in the forest with her, to live a quiet life, farming and weaving side by side. Yeah, he had made up his mind to leave the demon sect, lay down his blade and become a Buddha, turn back before it was too late. Those righteous cultivators had already promised to let the past go, but this damn stubborn sword cultivator had chased him down and tried to kill him for 3 days and nights. Fan Yu, your sins are grave. Back then, in order to forge your magical treasure, you massacred 6,000 miles, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of civilians. Did you ever consider those people? They were someone's father, mother, wife, son. And now you dare speak such shameless words? Prepare to die. A golden sword light cut through everything. Staring at that Shushan sword, Fan Yu gradually began to remember everything. Mushin, no, it's Kaoxu, it's Lin Wangking. 3 lifetimes I came to find you. It's all you, they were all you. He held his head, trying to flee. Facing the Mount Shushan sword that had once killed him, he felt nothing but terror deep in his bones. The jade gate slammed shut. The formation that had sealed the sword pool now showed signs of loosening. No. Back at the rear mountain of Silver Sword Peak, Li Songxiao's lips began moving rapidly, and as his lips formed each word, obscure and ancient syllables poured from his mouth in a continuous stream. The characters, glowing faintly like fireflies, drifted slowly in the air. Though he was currently standing atop Silver Sword Peak, that didn't stop him from activating the deepest sword formation of Mount Shushan. Old man, help me one last time. Li Xianxiao pulled out a talisman. Judging by the magical power within it, this was definitely not something a cultivator at his level should possess. Strike down demons and purge evil, one sword to slay all monsters. The Mount Shushan sword formation activated. Fan Yu tried to escape, to blast open the jade gate, but his current strength clearly wasn't enough. What the H*LL? Who's plotting against me? That old geezer should have been dead already. Good news, memory restored. Bad news, somehow ended up inside Mount Shushan's sword formation. Within the mirror-like sword pool, the once dormant swords gleaming and deadly suddenly trembled as if awakened. Sensing Fan Yu's presence, they became restless like sharks smelling blood. In the blink of an eye, they charged toward Fan Yu like wild horses broken loose. Sword light flashed everywhere, sword aura streaked crisscross in all directions. The entire space seemed torn apart by the sheer intensity. Faced with the violent onslaught, Fan Yu's expression changed drastically. With a fierce swing of his right hand, a dense black aura surged from his palm. That black aura looked like a monstrous black dragon, roaring as it lunged at the oncoming flying swords. With a deafening boom, the swords closest to Fan Yu were blasted away like kites with cut strings, sent flying by the powerful dark energy. But even more swords followed, each stronger than the last. One after another, growing fiercer. Fan Yu struggled desperately. Mushin. Kaoxu. This life, your name is Lin Wangking. I can't die here. I haven't even introduced myself to you yet. You don't know me anymore, you've forgotten me. How could I die here? Not even the sharpest sword in the world can sever the bond between us. Muttering to himself, Fan Yu's power suddenly surged. His demonic aura exploded, forcing the sword rain back. Li Songxiao's brows furrowed tightly. What the H*LL? Just yelling about bonds and love makes your power skyrocket? What are you, the main character of some hot-blooded shounen anime? Without hesitation, Li Xianxiao slapped the talisman onto his forehead, synchronized with his unique footwork, and shouted aloud. The sun sets over the western hills, darkness falls, every household shuts their doors, travelers hurry to the inn, birds flee to the forest, tigers return to the mountain. Birds in the forest find shelter, tigers must return in peace. 7-star glazed tiles overhead, 8-sided golden bricks beneath my feet, head up to the heavens, feet grounded on the earth, stepping forward in a whirlwind chain. Underscore. Stand firm with both feet at the camp, set up the incense table to invite the immortals. First invite the fox, then the yellow, then invite the long python and spirit marten with the Sorrow King. The fox clan as commander, the yellow clan as the vanguard, long python holds the line, Sorrow King guards the hall. Li Xianxiao didn't understand why that old man, a dignified sect leader of Mount Shushan, was teaching him this kind of spirit-inviting ritual. And the one he was inviting, was the old man himself. Very soon, Li Xianxiao felt another force entering his body. Then, his body started moving on its own. Only the pure and ruthless Dao can wield the Mount Shushan sword. If your heart is not pure enough, you will be wounded by the sword itself. The old man's voice echoed in his mind. Li Xianxiao opened his eyes. At this moment, they were gleaming with dazzling golden light. His right hand formed a sword seal and raised it high above his head. Then it slashed down cleanly and decisively. As if slicing something apart, he softly shouted, "Die." At the same time, within the sword formation, sword aura crisscrossed like a storm, rushing toward Fan Yu. Fan Yu blocked wave after wave of sword rain. However, in the midst of this fierce clash, the Mount Shushan sword suddenly burst forth with immense power. The blade buzzed and instantly transformed into a streak of blinding golden light. No, don't kill me, I'm begging you. Fan Yu knew he was powerless now, his eyes filled with tears. I only begged to see Lin Wangqing once. That's all I ask. I have never begged anyone before. Can't you let me go? I've already paid the price for this. Even if I made mistakes in the past, why can't I be given a chance? You say I killed the innocent, but they only lost their lives. What I lost was love. I've already atoned for my sins. Why can't I be forgiven? Just give me one chance. No words in response, only a muffled pft as the golden light pierced through Fan Yu's body without resistance. No blood spilled from Fan Yu's wound. Instead, strands of golden thread slowly seeped out from it. These threads seemed alive, spreading rapidly, wrapping around his body. As the threads coiled tighter, Fan Yu's once solid body began to crack and crumble like shattered porcelain. Each fragment shimmered faintly, dissolving into nothingness mid-air. Li Xianxiao removed the talisman, pinched a spell seal with his fingers. The wisp of wandering soul behind Tongtian Peak vanished without a trace. That wisp had been a resentful ghost he captured earlier. Slain by a tiger demon, it became a puppet spirit, luring others into danger on behalf of the tiger demon. As for the little mechanism puppy, it was reduced to dust in the explosion, its corrosive liquid leaking out and dissolving even the dust. After clearing all traces he left behind, Li Xianxiao finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Mount Shushan sword formation really is powerful. If the old man hadn't possessed him, and if his own ruthless Dao wasn't so pure and clear, even knowing the sword formation's incantation, he would have been devoured by it. Li Xianxiao took the prepared pill and didn't rush to leave. Instead, he mentally replayed the operation, about 7, 8, maybe 10 times. Yeah, there shouldn't be any issues. The success of this plan went far beyond his expectations. He had even prepared 5 backup plans, simulated hundreds of unexpected scenarios. After all, not everything goes according to plan. What if Fan Yu had run into a Mount Shushan disciple on the way, and they happened to help him catch the mechanism puppy? What if Fan Yu went to the back of Tongtian Peak but didn't bother looking for the puppy? What if Fan Yu ignored the sound of the flute? And whether or not the Mount Shushan sword formation could even kill Fan Yu, that had been uncertain too. In short, too many variables. But in execution, everything had gone unexpectedly smooth. Li Xianxiao never showed his face the entire time, not even a trace of his presence leaked out. 3 reincarnations, could there be a 4th? Do your best, leave the rest to fate. The shaking of the Mount Shushan sword formation alarmed the entire sect leadership. When the vice-sect leader arrived with others, they had no idea what had happened. They even thought the sect leader himself had entered the sword formation. After all, only the sect leader knew the incantation to activate it. With no other choice, they had someone fetch sect leader Lingxiu, who was in seclusion. When Lingxiu opened the Jade Gate, he immediately noticed the disturbance within the formation. There were clear traces of a battle. But aside from that, nothing remained. Lingxiu inspected thoroughly. Someone had definitely entered the sword formation. But besides the sect leader, who else could get in? Who could even activate the Mount Shushan sword? Lingxiu was filled with questions. To get to the bottom of it, Mount Shushan went on lockdown for over 3 months. They didn't come up completely empty-handed, but found no truly useful clues. The man named Fan Yu, brought back by Lin Wangqing of Silver Sword Peak, had disappeared without a trace. Some disciples said the last time they saw him, he seemed to be riding a crane. No one paid much attention afterward. The sword formation itself wasn't damaged, and nothing else unusual happened within Mount Shushan. So the matter was left unresolved. But from then on, disciples were assigned to guard the formation at all times. The day Li Xianxiao ended his seclusion just so happened to be the day 3rd senior sister Lin Wangqing was heading down the mountain. Lin Wangqing was convinced Fan Yu had gone down the mountain. He's so foolish, so naive. What if someone tricks him? I'm going to find him, Lin Wangqing said. Li Xianxiao tried to comfort her. Senior sister, maybe he suddenly regained his memory, and forgot everything from the time he lost it, including why he was at Mount Shushan. So, he hurried down the mountain in a rush. That's how life is. Some people come, some go. Everyone has their own mission and journey. Some people cross our paths only because fate plucked a single string at the right moment. And when they leave, it's just a small interlude in a grand symphony. If it was fate that brought you together, then even if you part in the end, there's no need to cling too tightly or force things. After all, life is full of twists and unknowns. Just let everything take its course. What's meant to come will come, what's meant to go can't be held back. But in the face of Li Sungziao's comfort, Lin Wangqing only shook her head. You don't understand. Ever since I met him, he's been the only light in my life. Li Xianxiao was silent for a moment. Senior sister, did you cross mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships to join the immortal sect, just to meet someone you could entrust your life to? Mount Shushan disciples never fight for one person, only for the fate of the world. Lin Wangqing gave a bitter smile. I don't have a heart as steadfast as yours. Looks like I'm really not suited for cultivation. Honestly, if I can live my life according to my own wishes, even if it's short, that's already pretty great. Li Xianxiao said nothing more, only gave a quiet, take care. Underscore 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 underscore. Mount Shushan, Library Pavilion. Li Xianxiao was rummaging through books related to reincarnation and such. Only after passing the tribulation and reaching the Great Ascension stage could a cultivator possess this kind of divine ability. He recalled what Fan Yu had said before dying, that he had searched for Lin Wangqing across 3 lifetimes. So, Third senior sister is also the reincarnation of some immortal. What a effing headache. Li Xianxiao reviewed everything he had done from beginning to end flawless. Even if Fan Yu reincarnated again, he probably wouldn't guess it was Li Xianxiao who set him up. But who knows what kind of capabilities someone at the Great Ascension stage might have. Would his little tricks really be enough to fool him? Just as Li Xianxiao was speculating wildly, the jade pendant at his waist twitched. Li Xianxiao left the library and found a secluded spot to activate the jade pendant. Once opened, the jade pendant revealed a hidden compartment inside. It contained a twin goo worm. The other half was with third senior sister Lin Wangqing. He had obtained this twin goo back when he was traveling through the southern border. Originally, twin goo were life-linked worms. Southern border girls liked to plant this kind of goo in their husbands when they got married. If one partner died, the other goo would pierce the surviving partner's heart. But that was a thing of the past of the previous era. Now, twin goo had been modified and become much gentler. It functioned more like a remote sensor, able to detect the condition of the other half at any time. At this moment, through the goo worm, Li Xianxiao received an important message. Lin Wangqing was in trouble. After a brief hesitation, Li Xianxiao quickly left the sect gate. Thanks to the twin goo, he wasn't worried about not being able to find Lin Wangqing. At this moment, it had only been just over half a month since Lin Wangqing had gone down the mountain. Deep within a desolate forest, Li Xianxiao, hiding within the hollow of an ancient tree, was full of stealth. He spotted Lin Wangqing not far ahead. She was still alive. Li Xianxiao was sure of that. Her aura was just weak. There weren't any visible external injuries. Seemed like she had been poisoned. Was she attacked? Or, did she discover the goo worm and plan to ambush him? Li Xianxiao didn't rush out to save her. Instead, his mind was running wild. Did she awaken memories of her 3 lifetimes out of grief from Fan Yu's death? Li Xianxiao released a scorpion puppet. By now, he had crafted 3 scorpion puppets. One of them had already reached the first level of the qi refining stage. The scorpion crawled toward Lin Wangqing and confirmed the situation. Definitely poisoned. The wound on her ankle looked like a snake bite. In the next instant, a shadow flicked past in a blur. It moved so fast that even Li Xianxiao couldn't sense it in time. It was a venomous snake about the length of an arm but as thin as an earthworm. It bit the puppet scorpion. Luckily, the puppet scorpion was immune to toxins. Silver-blooded snake? Li Xianxiao recognized it immediately. The silver-blooded snake was said to only grow among rare treasures. Back in the previous era, it was something cultivators fought over. With it, one could find hidden treasures. However, the silver-blooded snake couldn't be domesticated. Once it knew it had been caught, it would starve itself to death, and then they went extinct. The snake lived incredibly long and its venom was extremely potent. After 100 years of cultivation, it could kill a golden core stage cultivator. Its venom was instant and fatal. Judging from its size, this one had probably lived over 100 years. Li Xianxiao broke out in a cold sweat. Thank the heavens he didn't act on impulse. This silver-blooded snake was exceptionally good at hiding. He wouldn't have noticed it at all. If it had bitten him, he'd be dead for sure. Li Xianxiao had the puppet scorpion launch an attack on the silver-blooded snake. The snake, failing its strike, fled instantly. It didn't have much combat strength, only relied on its stealth and venom. Li Xianxiao had his 3 puppets block off its escape route. The puppets captured the silver-blooded snake, keeping it from fleeing. Li Xianxiao still didn't leave. Where there's one, there might be a second. Wind, come. In an instant, a fierce gale surged in from all directions like a wild stallion breaking free. Fallen leaves were swept up into the air, and even the earth that had been lying still was caught in the storm, forming waves of yellow dust rolling forward in waves. Even the thick trees began to collapse in the face of the wind. A whole mile radius was engulfed by the raging wind, a scene of utter chaos. Eventually, everything was swept into the far horizon. Only a patch of land, plowed by the wind, remained completely barren. Now, the silver-blooded snake had no place to hide. Li Xianxiao kept his feet on his flying sword, wary in case the snake tried to burrow out from underground. First, he forced the silver-blooded snake to spit out its venom and collected it in a special container. Then he killed the snake. The silver-blooded snake itself had no real value. Rare, yes, but it wasn't even as valuable as an unawakened animal. Li Xianxiao burned the snake with a fire. Then he checked on Lin Wangqing. Her condition was much better than he expected. In fact, Li Xianxiao had already noticed earlier, although poisoned and weak, her aura wasn't like a dying candle or a leaf in the wind. Instead, it looked like she was about to recover at any moment. No big deal. Lin Wangqing was already unconscious. Li Xianxiao moved her to the side. But why had she come here? Li Xianxiao checked everything inside Lin Wangqing's storage ring. Ignoring the many magical treasures and pills, he found one thing that didn't fit in at all. A very crudely drawn map. It was Fan Yu's handwriting. Li Xianxiao had seen his writing before he recognized it. Jija, over here, over here. Fan Yu was by the riverbank, using a branch to draw on the ground. Lin Wangqing glanced over. It looked like Fan Yu was sketching a map. Where is this place? Lin Wangqing asked casually. Fan Yu shook his head. Fan Yu doesn't know either. I just remember, it seemed like an important place. An important place? What kind of place? I forgot to. Lin Wangqing chuckled, not taking it to heart. All right, after we make a quick trip back to Mount Shushan, if I have time, I'll take you there, okay, Fan Yu nodded, then added. Actually, I don't care whether it's important or not. As long as I'm with Jaja, that's what matters most. Lin Wangqing couldn't help but reach out and ruffle Fan Yu's hair. Underscore 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 underscore. The sealed door slowly opened in front of Li Xianxiao. Opening the door required blood, specifically a certain person's blood. And that person was undoubtedly Lin Wangqing. Just as Li Xianxiao had expected. What appeared before him was an enormous space. At first, Li Xianxiao suspected there might be traps inside, but he soon realized he was wrong. This place seemed to have once been someone's living quarters. A faint sandalwood scent lingered in the air, barely noticeable yet enveloping one in a calm and mysterious atmosphere. Everywhere he looked, the carved lattice windows were exquisitely crafted. Inside the room stood a soft and comfortable wooden bed, covered with intricately embroidered brocade bedding. Both the headboard and footboard were engraved with delicate patterns. In the corner of the room, a guqin with a simple yet elegant design stood quietly. A bronze mirror sat on a wooden vanity, which was also beautifully carved. Suddenly, Li Xianxiao clutched his head as a flood of memories surged before his eyes. These weren't his memories, they belonged to Fan Yu and Lin Wangqing. No, to be precise, they were memories from their lives 3 incarnations ago. Li Xianxiao understood everything in an instant. Why did Fan Yu draw that map? Because he had planned this from the beginning. As long as Lin Wangqing was brought here, she would recover her memories and recall everything from before. But things hadn't gone according to plan. He hadn't expected to lose his own memory, and even less so to be outwitted by Li Xianxiao at Mount Shushan. In the end, Lin Wangqing had been attacked by the gold and silver blood serpents hidden in this place, and by a twist of fate, the person who ended up entering here was Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao saw the memories Fan Yu had left behind. One was the Hall Master of Tianxia Hall, a notorious demon lord known far and wide. The other was the top female sword cultivator in the world, the unrivaled leader of the sword path. In one siege, Fan Yu killed everyone except Lin Wangqing. Lin Wangqing chased Fan Yu for 3 months. Her once unwavering sword heart gradually began to feel something unusual for Fan Yu. In the end, she decided to sacrifice herself to redeem him, hoping he would lay down his blade and walk away from the path of slaughter. To save Lin Wangqing, Fan Yu had no choice but to send her back into the cycle of reincarnation, hoping to find her reborn. In her second life, Lin Wangqing joined Mount Shushan. She rose to fame at a young age, dazzling the world. Then Fan Yu found her again, and the two experienced many life and death situations together. Eventually, Lin Wangqing regained her memories. In her anguish, she gave up all her cultivation, became immortal, and left Mount Shushan. Fan Yu promised to stop committing evil, and the two of them withdrew into seclusion deep in the forest. But the first sect leader of Mount Shushan back then hunted them down with the Shushan sword in hand. To protect Fan Yu, Lin Wangqing died under the Shushan sword. Watching his most outstanding disciple die by his own hand, the sect leader didn't hesitate and immediately executed Fan Yu. Afterward, to preserve Mount Shushan's reputation, the sect leader erased all records of Fan Yu and Lin Wangqing from Shushan's history. Li Xianxiao, having seen all the memories, paused for a moment and let out a soft breath. So this was the whole story. He really couldn't understand why would a once-in-a-generation genius, the top of the sword path, fall in love with a bloodthirsty demon lord? Li Xianxiao shook his head. Besides the memories, Fan Yu had also left behind 3 magical treasures in the room. This was also what had attracted the gold and silver blood serpents. Everything was destined. Spirit tools come in low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Magical treasures follow the same grading, low, mid, high, and top. Spiritual treasures are divided into postnatal and innate types. Postnatal spiritual treasures are crafted by humans and can be imbued with specific attributes and functions according to the refiner's intent. However, due to being man-made, they must be constantly nurtured and upgraded to reach their full potential. In contrast, innate spiritual treasures are extraordinary treasures that have existed since the beginning of the world. They are born with unmatched spiritual nature and power, requiring no human refinement, and can naturally evolve wondrous abilities. The 3 magical treasures Fan Yu left behind were all prepared for Lin Wangqing. One was a postnatal spiritual treasure forged by Fan Yu, the Flood Dragon Armor, silver white body-fitting armor. It could be worn regardless of cultivation level. Even Li Xianxiao had to admit, consider it, really consider it? Wearing this armor greatly boosted the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and recovering true essence. Its outstanding defense meant that, in battle, as long as your head didn't get blasted off by another cultivator, you could survive. The second magical treasure was the Wind Rider cart. The body was small and could be taken out from a storage ring. It would transform into a cart. The axle was a horizontal beam with a carriage mounted on top, and wheels fixed on both ends. The 2 ends of the axle extended beyond the hub, each holding a pin about 3 or 4 inches long. Incredibly fast, perfect for fleeing or traveling. The third magical treasure, Heaven Mending Pill. After swallowing it, it could gradually improve a cultivator's physique, allowing them to make rapid progress in their cultivation. It could compensate for impure spiritual roots and refine innate spiritual roots. Also had no cultivation level restriction. Nascent soul stage cultivators could take it, and so could those in the foundation establishment stage. The stronger the medicinal power during refinement, the higher the requirements on the user. So pills couldn't be taken carelessly. At best, you'd harm your body, at worst, you'd die. As for mortals, don't even think about it. But this heaven-mending pill had no such limitation. A mortal could greatly extend their lifespan after taking it, equivalent to that of a golden core stage cultivator. It seemed Fan Yu had feared Lin Wangqing might be reborn as a mortal, so he specially prepared the heaven-mending pill. From these 3 magical treasures, it was clear they were all carefully chosen for his beloved. So warm, seriously too warm? Well, I won't be polite then. Li Xianxiao took all 3 magical treasures, then checked the place thoroughly inside and out. There was no way he'd leave these for Lin Wangqing. He couldn't even let her see them. Who knew what she might remember? Rumble. Moments later, the space inside the cave collapsed and was buried in rubble. The indestructible space from the outside was easily destroyed from within. Blazing true fire consumed everything. Li Xianxiao still felt it wasn't enough. He used Earth Escape technique to dig a deep hole underneath. He tunneled straight into the earth, then used Earth Escape technique again to flood the space. He piled massive rocks on top. After doing all this, Li Xianxiao carried the still unconscious 3rd senior sister Lin Wangqing to a safe place. After making sure Fan Yu hadn't left anything else behind, Li Xianxiao erased any trace of his presence and quietly left. If he had never met Fan Yu back then, if 3rd senior sister had never developed feelings for that demon lord, even foolishly giving up her life and cultivation for him, 3rd senior sister, maybe living as an ordinary person would be better than being a cultivator. I hope you never meet Fan Yu again. After Li Xianxiao left, Lin Wangqing gradually woke up. The poison in her body still lingered, making her feel dazed and groggy. She didn't know how she had ended up here. She rested in the cave for several days. Only after that did she step out and, following the map, search for the place Fan Yu had left for her. But there was nothing left there. Lin Wangqing let out a soft sigh and walked off into the distance, alone. Underscore 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 underscore. After going through a series of events, life finally returned to peace. For Li Xianxiao, a happy, ordinary, and fulfilling cultivation life was already enough. 3 months later, Li Xianxiao decided to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had already suppressed his cultivation twice before. Once, then twice, there won't be a third. The first time was when he swallowed the 2 poison pills from Dinu Feng and Lu Qiushui. Then, he consumed a lot of great supplements at Dinu Feng's place. And now, he had taken the heaven-mending pill Fan Yu had carefully prepared for Lin Wangqing. With all that nourishment, there was no way Li Xianxiao could stop himself from breaking through. Naturally, he couldn't go through tribulation within the sect. He had already scouted out a safe place for it. Before leaving, he gave little junior sister a few reminders. Senior brother, you're finally going to become a foundation establishment cultivator. To Zhaolu and the other disciples in the sect, Li Xianxiao had always been at the peak of the qi refining stage. Senior brother, I can guard you while you undergo tribulation. Li Xianxiao rejected her without hesitation. Your task right now is to focus on your cultivation. Try to reach qi refining stage level 7 this year. While I'm in seclusion, don't cause trouble, don't leave Mount Shushan, and absolutely don't bring strangers back to Mount Shushan, especially men. Got it, senior brother. Zhaolu blinked. Senior brother's worried other men might steal me away. After giving little junior sister his instructions, Li Xianxiao went to see second senior brother. Silver Sword Peak still didn't have a peak master. First senior brother had left the sect and was still missing. So for now, second senior brother was managing things on Silver Sword Peak. Pain. It hurts so much. Ha ha ha. Here's a joke I used to believe in love. Second senior brother was drinking alone, dead drunk in his room. Seeing him like this, Li Xianxiao silently backed out and asked little junior sister Zhaolu to tell second senior brother when she had time that he had gone down the mountain to undergo tribulation. Second senior brother had broken up again. It was nothing new, it would pass in time. In Li Sungziao's eyes, second senior brother was the least dangerous. Because he fell in love quickly and moved on just as fast. New flames and old lovers always existed side by side. It was said that wherever he went, within 50 miles, there would definitely be an ex-girlfriend. And yet, he always claimed he was all about pure love. Return, O soul! Return, O soul! Tian Shihal. Dinu Feng was once again summoning Fan Yu, reciting your true name beneath the 9 heavens. Dinu Feng had already sensed that Fan Yu was dead, but didn't know how it had happened. Could Fan Yu reincarnate a 4th time? This deeply worried Dinu Feng better to eliminate him now than let her true body live in constant anxiety. Come back soon, my lord. We will continue to follow you. It was as if Dinu Feng was devoutly conversing with Fan Yu across the endless river of time. Fan Yu didn't reply, he was just desperately running away. How about you put down that soul erasing artifact first? Fan Yu severed his connection with Dinu Feng. Dinu Feng let out a soft sigh. Honestly, remnants of a bygone era, still so stubborn and unrepentant. Fan Yu began to recondense his soul, like a wandering ghost drifting through the world. His true soul was no longer allowed to reincarnate. Losing all his memories in his 3rd life was the clearest proof of that. And by the 4th time, he could only reappear in the world in the form of a soul. His cultivation was completely exhausted. DMN it? Who the hell set me up? Fan Yu couldn't figure it out who was the one scheming against him. In his 3rd reincarnation, he was so close to success. But at the final moment, someone had pulled the strings. Even looking back, Fan Yu couldn't make sense of who had delivered the fatal blow from the shadows. A soul couldn't linger in the mortal world for long. The great Dao itself was rejecting him. He had to find a usable body, but where was he going to find one at a time like this? Li Xianxiao left Mount Shushan, escaping through the terrain. He didn't go straight to his tribulation site, instead circling around to make sure no one was following him. Only then did he dive into the mountains, heading straight for the tribulation site he had prepared in advance. Inside a massive underground cavern, the first level appeared to be a regular cave dwelling. Various spiritual pills and medicines were placed around the area. Of course, if you tried to touch any of them, you'd be in for some serious bad luck, because they were all rigged with mechanisms. For instance, that seemingly harmless marrow cleansing pill would explode upon contact, releasing a thick poisonous mist. Or that spirit stone, which was actually linked to Mahist mechanism techniques. Even the slightest touch would fire off poison needles. Li Xianxiao descended to the second level of the underground cavern. There sat someone who looked exactly like him. It was a paper figure created by Li Xianxiao. The material came from a treasured calligraphy scroll nurtured by a great scholar of the Confucian path, infused with natural laws. But he only had one sheet like this. Still, Li Xianxiao had many similar treasures. Some were obtained during his travels with the old man, others were collected over the years on his own. The third level. That was Li Sungziao's actual tribulation site. Beyond that, there were formations above the chamber. First, formations to block other spiritual senses. Next, a grand formation specifically designed to annihilate souls. This was to prevent anyone from taking over his body during the moment of weakness while undergoing tribulation. Then again. And finally, golden core stage. Spiritual energy within the body condenses into a golden core, and the core's quality determines a cultivator's future potential. If anything goes wrong with the golden core, at best, you suffer serious injury and fall in cultivation level, never able to progress again. At worst, you lose all cultivation and your life is in danger. Golden cores are ranked from 5th grade to 1st grade. Among them, forming a 1st grade golden core was the best outcome. Forming a 1st grade golden core required more materials and was much more difficult. Originally, Li Xianxiao had only planned to form a 2nd grade golden core. He had saved up materials for a long time. But ever since he obtained the treasures Fan Yu left behind, Li Xianxiao changed his mind. A 1st grade golden core might just be worth a try. Now for a little tribulation class, everyone, take notes. Those who've undergone tribulation know. The timing is crucial. It can't be your birthday, nor your parents' birthdays. Avoid the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, and definitely avoid the birthdays of various immortals. Once those are avoided, cast a divination. Rest, harm, life, death, fear, scenery, obstruction, whichever direction the life gate appears in, that's the direction and time you use for tribulation. The power of lightning in heavenly tribulation cannot be underestimated. However, what's even more troublesome is the inner demon. Under the interference of the inner demon, cultivators fall into their deepest fears and vulnerabilities. Quite a few high-level cultivators, when undergoing tribulation, were affected by inner demons. They kept seeing past failures flash before their eyes, disturbing their minds during tribulation, and ultimately failing to succeed. Mental state is everything. Only by staying calm and composed can one remain steady amidst raging thunder and rampant inner demons. The thunderclouds rose. Li Xianxiao lifted his head firmly. Underscore 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 underscore. I walk with a heart as clear as a bright mirror. This heart is like a sword, severing all obstacles. This heart is like a mirror, reflecting the sun and moon. I walk in righteousness, loyal to my own justice, dedicating myself fully to my justice until death. I move towards my Dao, and I will never stop until I reach the peak. Li Xianxiao shook his robe and exhaled a heavy breath. The surrounding wind wrapped around him. The sky seemed to be covered by a giant black curtain, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. The layers of dark clouds piled up like mountain peaks, pressing down towards the horizon. Occasionally, dazzling lightning flickered within the thunderclouds, slashing through the dark sky like silver snakes. Each flash of lightning seemed as if it would tear apart the heavy world, accompanied by deafening thunder, while the rolling thunder rumbled and roared through the clouds. The thunder grew louder and louder, like thousands of horses galloping, like mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, shaking the heavens. Who in this world doesn't fight for the crossing? Even mortals can fight for immortality. Li Xianxiao was fully prepared, cautious, yet at the final moment, he displayed an air of open-heartedness. A golden core was swallowed into his stomach, and he knew at that moment, his fate was not controlled by the heavens. Boom! In that instant, the first thunderbolt descended from the ink-black clouds. Li Sungziao's face grew solemn, not daring to be careless for even a moment. The immense magical power within him surged like a raging river, beginning to wildly flow. The first thunderbolt fell, then the second, and the third. They almost fell simultaneously. After the thunder tribulation, Li Sungziao's eyes shone brightly. He could feel the fierce collision and confrontation between every ounce of his power and the thunder tribulation that had just arrived. It felt like surging ocean waves crashing against rocks, or like raging flames scorching steel. After being baptized by this tribulation, the sensation became even more apparent. He knew the three thunderbolts were just an appetizer. The real trial was yet to come. Li Xianxiao formed a hand seal and shouted loudly. With my true energy, joining the creation of heaven and earth, thunder god assist me. Which Dao friend is crossing the tribulation here? Someone shouted loudly, but there was no response. The speaking cultivator wasn't expecting an answer, he was merely curious. Passing cultivators stopped and looked at the scene from afar. Such a thunder tribulation naturally made them wary of approaching. Of course, there were always a few with ulterior motives, bold enough to act. For example, Fan Yu at this very moment. Getting closer to the thunder tribulation certainly shook Fan Yu's soul. But he quickly realized, this was an opportunity. During the tribulation, the cultivator was at their weakest, the perfect time to seize the body. Foundation establishment breaking through to golden core. Is this, the tribulation of a first-grade golden core? Isn't this the perfect body prepared for me? The fourth, fifth, and sixth thunder tribulations descended one after another. Fan Yu widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the person undergoing the tribulation. He wasn't surprised by this person's power. To Fan Yu, there seemed to be no one in the world he would consider truly strong, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator. In Fan Yu's eyes, foundation establishment and golden core were no different than the difference between a smaller ant and a larger ant. But Fan Yu had never seen anyone who could refine their cultivation base as perfectly as this person. This body didn't seem to have been cultivated by a mere mortal, but instead seemed like an exquisite masterpiece carefully crafted and sculpted by countless grand masters. Fan Yu smiled. The heavens are protecting me? This body is mine. The heavens assist me, and during the tribulation, there's no need for a guardian. If anyone had been around to guard, with Fan Yu's current soul, he would have been helpless. Fan Yu rejoiced, rushing straight towards the person undergoing the tribulation. He silently recited a spell, using his last bit of energy. He passed through the layers of thunder tribulation, then dove straight into the soul extermination formation. Huh? Fan Yu sneered. Not stupid, knows to set up a soul extermination formation. But it's a pity. Merely a grain of sand. Fan Yu destroyed the soul extermination formation. Then the second layer, third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer. Fan Yu, confused face? Is this correct? Even though Fan Yu was strong, he couldn't withstand this many formations all at once. Fan Yu gritted his teeth. I don't believe you still have more. In the end, he really did. Fan Yu clenched his teeth, using every ounce of his strength, and finally broke through 12 layers of the soul extermination formation. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, what awaited him was the blazing true fire. The scorching flames instantly surrounded him. This was the true fire from the Shushan alchemy chamber. Fan Yu felt like he was inside a giant furnace. After finally breaking through the furnace, the temperature around him dropped sharply, and crystal clear, beautiful ice lotuses slowly began to bloom. These ice lotuses emitted bone-piercing cold, like countless cold, sharp arrows shooting directly at Fan Yu. In an instant, he felt as though he had fallen into an endless ice cave, the coldness seeping into his bones. In this way, Fan Yu was at one moment trapped in a sea of flames, enduring the scorching heat of true fire. Then, he was trapped in an ice cave, bearing the harsh cold brought by the ice lotuses. This torturous sensation of being caught between fire and ice made life feel worse than death. But Fan Yu still didn't give up. He only had one belief in his heart. Love? Yes, it was love. The image of Lin Wangqing appeared before his eyes. The past, every moment, every detail. In this life, I still haven't told you I love you. Fan Yu growled. Finally, the figure appeared before him. Your body is mine. Fan Yu muttered words under his breath and charged straight at Li Xianxiao. In the blink of an eye, the power of his soul surged like a roaring tide, flooding into Li Songxiao's body. However, just as Fan Yu successfully seized the body, thinking everything was under his control, an unexpected change occurred. Almost at the same moment, he felt something unprecedentedly wrong. Not good. Fan Yu silently screamed in his heart, but by then it was already too late to escape. Because that body tightly bound his soul within it. No matter how Fan Yu struggled or resisted, he couldn't break free from the confinement of this body. At the same time, Fan Yu fearfully discovered that a huge figure had appeared before his eyes. It was the golden body manifestation of the Confucian sage. The golden body emanated a dazzling golden light. Those brilliant golden rays shot mercilessly towards Fan Yu's body like countless sharp arrows. All that could be heard were heartbreaking screams, as Fan Yu's soul was pierced and torn under the assault of these golden lights, filled with unbearable pain. He desperately tried to resist this terrifying attack, but unfortunately, the disparity in power was vast, and his efforts seemed utterly powerless. Li Xianxiao sensed an intrusion but didn't know it was Fan Yu. He didn't get distracted. He had made sure there were no flaws in the setup. He only needed to face the thunder tribulation with full concentration. Li Xianxiao shook his robe. A first-grade golden core, a 4-9 small tribulation, each thunderbolt with its own power. But it didn't seem as strong as he had thought. Did it succeed? Li Xianxiao felt the power within his body. Wait. It seemed like he had triggered a hidden effect. What Li Xianxiao didn't know was that, after he had completely killed Fan Yu just now, the karmic cycle had returned to him. The heavens provided a blessing, the luck was added. Thus, the generous heavens decided to prepare something big for Li Xianxiao. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Xianxiao slayed Fan Yu. He severed his last path of reincarnation. Karma returned to him, gaining immeasurable merit. And once again, at this most crucial and sensitive moment of crossing the tribulation, the 4-9 small thunder tribulation, which should have ended, underwent a change. The lightning changed color. The 6-9 great thunder tribulation, which should be experienced by a cultivator at the nascent soul stage when their soul leaves their body, is divided into 6 thunder tribulations. Each thunder tribulation is more powerful than the 4-9 small thunder tribulation. Li Xianxiao watched this scene, his brows furrowing tightly. Things seemed to be getting interesting. It was not a waste of all the preparations he had made. For this tribulation, the materials Li Xianxiao had organized could fill several books. 5 years to foundation establishment, 3 years to golden core. The cold knowledge every golden core must know. Small topics, wildly done. Though everything that occurred today seemed like countless coincidences colliding together, Li Xianxiao had already made the worst possible preparations beforehand, so everything was still under control. Li Xianxiao swallowed a pill. Beneath his tattered daoist robe, there was another robe. 3 daoist robes in total. His undershirt was made from rubber tree fibers, which contained spiritual energy, and was over 200 years old. It effectively resisted the shockwaves of the thunder tribulation. Underneath the shirt was a vest, also made from immortal materials. Beneath the vest, there was another vest, and then finally, the flood dragon armor. Li Xianxiao lined up his magical treasures one by one. He touched the jade pendant, which was said to increase his luck. He pinched the peace talisman of the daoist gate. Then he took a spray bottle and sprayed it around him a few times. Don't misunderstand, this wasn't perfume. It was a medicinal powder that could accelerate the condensation of surrounding spiritual energy, drawing it in rapidly. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, as if the entire world was trembling. The long-anticipated thunder tribulation descended like an enraged purple dragon, roaring down from the sky towards Li Xianxiao below. In an instant, the dazzling purple lightning engulfed Li Xingxiao's figure completely. The violent power of the lightning surged like a torrential flood, wreaking havoc on everything around it. The space seemed to warp and twist under this powerful energy, emitting a series of ominous buzzing sounds. Stay back. What's going on? This thunder tribulation isn't over yet. The cultivators in the distance, who had initially come just to watch the spectacle, now stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that the thunder tribulation, which should have vanished into nothingness, would undergo such a dramatic change at this moment. In the sky, the lightning that had already started to weaken, almost disappearing, suddenly seemed to be infused with an immense power, instantly becoming wildly violent. Foundation establishment to golden core. The golden cores that can be forged are divided into 1st to 5th grades. Those with exceptional talent aim for the 1st grade golden core. However, few know about what lies beyond the 1st grade. It's a superior grade golden core. At this moment, an elderly man muttered to himself. Nearby cultivators subconsciously looked over. When they looked, they were immediately startled. The old man hobbled on one leg, leaning on a cane, and only a few strands of hair fluttered in the wind. The cultivators around him were missing limbs or eyes. He was a cripple. A notorious heretic cultivator from the Jiangbei region, rumored to be hunted by the Jiangbei Alliance. They never expected him to have run all the way here. Let's go, keep away from them. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, he screamed in agony. His eyes had been taken from him, and Feng Sunyang smiled seductively, looking at the cultivator's companion. The companion hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran. Feng Sunyang clicked her tongue. Heartless, what kind of good brother abandons you in times of trouble? The crippled old man spoke in a low voice. It's a superior grade golden core. This person has no one to protect him. When the tribulation ends, it will be his weakest moment. Kill him and take the core. Yes. Several of his subordinates responded in unison. The thunder tribulations continued to fall. At this moment, the daoist robe and inner garments around Li Xianxiao had all turned to ashes. Only the flood dragon armor remained on him. This acquired spiritual treasure was indeed useful. Fan Yu really pulled everything out. He entered the game. First, he gave Li Xianxiao the flood dragon armor. Then, he proactively allowed himself to be killed during Li Xingxiao's tribulation, helping him gain immeasurable merit. Who wouldn't want to make a friend like Fan Yu? This should be the last one. Li Xianxiao looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath and raised both hands. As his hands moved, they traced smooth arcs in the air, gradually intertwining to form a perfect circular trajectory. In his hands, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, gradually gathering into a clear golden character Dao. It quietly hovered around him, subtly interacting with the surrounding air. Cough cough cough. As Li Xianxiao coughed up a large amount of blood, the scorpion puppet behind him shot silver needles, piercing into his acupoints. The silver needles had all been soaked in medicinal herbs beforehand. Again, he could feel that the golden core within him was just one step away from becoming perfect. The final thunder tribulation crashed down from the 9th heaven. In this suffocating light, everything was submerged without a trace. Mountains, rivers, forests, and even all living beings lost their original colors under the terrifying lightning. The intense electrical currents intertwined in the air, forming a dense net of lightning, triggering landslides and earthquakes wherever it passed. Not good. Li Xianxiao silently thought to himself. He had carefully chosen this place for his tribulation, far from human habitation. This was to prevent the tribulation from affecting others. He didn't want to bring disaster upon innocent lives, and he also didn't want to accumulate karma. But now, with this situation, who knows how many spirits and creatures the mountain harbors. Under the ripple effect, innocent lives would be harmed, and he would still accumulate karma. Thinking of this, Li Sungziao's figure flashed as he left his tribulation site and drew the thunder to the air. Big brother, why did he suddenly charge into the thunder tribulation? Feng Sunyang asked in confusion. The crippled old man snorted coldly. These righteous cultivators have hearts full of compassion. They cannot bear to see others affected by their tribulation, so they risk failing their own tribulation to protect others. Feng Sunyang raised an eyebrow. What a righteous gentleman. I'm best at dealing with people like him. Big brother, I have a good plan. Underscore 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 underscore. The lame old deist calculated with his fingers, his face showing great joy. It's done? A super-grade golden core. Congratulations, big brother, on obtaining a super-grade golden core today. The one-armed man beside him immediately flattered him. Be careful, don't let the duck fly away. The lame old deist suppressed his excitement and instructed in a deep voice. Yes, super-grade golden core? At this moment, it was quietly floating in Li Sungziao's danshan. After going through the thunder tribulation, he finally slowly emerged from the rolling thunder clouds. Although his clothes had already been shredded by the lightning, Li Xianxiao still stood tall. However, only he knew just how intense the pain his body was enduring at this moment. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were being burned by a raging fire, penetrating to his bones. A nauseating sweetness surged up to his throat, causing him to involuntarily spit out mouthfuls of fresh blood. This was the most weakened state after successfully surviving the tribulation. But, as long as he had this rare super-grade golden core, it was all worth it. Li Xianxiao was not blinded by his brief victory. He sensed the many presences around him, but he couldn't pinpoint which one would pose a threat. Originally, breaking through to the foundation establishment and golden core stages wouldn't have attracted so many cultivators. But the commotion caused by Li Sungziao's super-grade golden core was simply too great. Even the city lord of the nearby city quickly sent people to this area. When in doubt, it's best to escape first. At this moment, Li Xianxiao suddenly stopped. Feng Sunyang appeared not far away. Feng Sunyang had a smile on her face, and she was holding a cultivator in each hand. A man and a woman, most likely Dao partners. Both of them had their eyes blinded by Feng Sunyang and their cultivation crippled. Little Daoist, look how pitiful they are. It's all because of you that they've turned out this way. Now, I'm going to throw them down. To the left of Feng Sunyang was a green python. To the right was a black python. If the two were thrown down, they would be devoured by the black and green pythons. Feng Sunyang showed a pitiful expression. You are a disciple from a righteous sect, following the righteous path. So, who will you save first in this situation? She emphasized again. They're so innocent. Who knows, the woman might already be pregnant. What will we do now? If it weren't for you going through the tribulation, we wouldn't have been drawn here. Without us being drawn here, this Dao partner wouldn't have met us and ended up like this. You must seize the last chance to make up for your mistake. Li Xianxiao glanced at the Dao partners in her hands. My spirit snake's venom will kill them with one bite. I hope little Daoist is quick enough, then they can be saved. After speaking, Feng Sunyang gently exerted force, throwing the two people in different directions. At the same time, the black and green pythons almost simultaneously moved. Both were fast. Feng Sunyang squinted her eyes and stared at Li Xianxiao. Her left sleeve held a rope for binding demons, while her right sleeve held a hairpin, also a magical artifact, a deadly weapon. If he went to save the female cultivator, the rope would sneak attack him from behind. If he went to save the male cultivator, the hairpin would strike at him. No matter what, he would have to both save someone and deal with the poisonous snakes and her magical artifacts attacking him. Feng Sunyang's tactic was not new. They, being unscrupulous, had no bottom line, while righteous cultivators typically had higher moral standards. So, these righteous cultivators often had no way to deal with them. This move, though simple, was always effective, playing with open schemes. The number of righteous cultivators who had fallen for this trick was countless. Li Sungziao's figure flickered. Feng Sunyang's eyebrows twitched. Sure enough, most people would choose to save the female cultivator. What she had said earlier about the possibility of the female cultivator being pregnant had likely struck a chord with him. Feng Sunyang smiled faintly and shook her right sleeve, activating her magical artifact. You'll regret your choice. The next moment, Feng Sunyang spat out blood. Li Xianxiao made a sword gesture with one hand, piercing through her head. So fast? How did he appear here? Before Feng Sunyang could react, her eyes glazed over, and her divine sense quickly dissipated. She never expected that he would decisively charge at her without hesitation. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Dao partners had already met their end in the snake's mouths. Li Xianxiao didn't have time to glance at them again. A gentleman doesn't save people. At least, I avenged you. After killing Feng Sunyang, Li Xianxiao did not linger. His figure flashed and he fled into the distance. Sunyang, bastard, don't run. Shouts and the sound of breaking air came from behind. Li Xianxiao dove into the forest. Two one-armed men chased closely behind. One had lost his left arm, and the other his right arm. The two brothers had feelings for Feng Sunyang, but now that she had been harmed by this person, how could they not hate him? Although he is in the golden core stage, he just passed the thunder tribulation, and his body is weak. With our perfect foundation establishment stage, we can still kill him. Let's avenge Sunyang. Careful, The voice suddenly stopped. Toxic fog erupted, instantly disorienting the two. Immediately after, poison needles shot out from all directions. Li Xianxiao had lured his pursuers into a trap he had set. He had long planned his escape route to prevent such situations from occurring. The ones chasing him had either been struck by poison needles from the puppets or entangled by vine formations with built-in magical arrays, ultimately poisoned to death. Or they had triggered a series of explosions. By the time Li Xianxiao had run for 100 miles, there were no more pursuers behind him. It's done. You little thief, do you think this old man's golden core stage is just for show? The lame old man descended from the sky. Losing all his subordinates in one go made him extremely furious. The other party was indeed worthy of having cultivated a super-grade golden core. Still, just thinking about getting his hands on that super-grade golden core made the loss of all his men worth it. The lame old man struck directly, aiming to pierce through Li Songziao's chest. Even within the golden core stage, there were differences in strength, especially since the other party had just completed his tribulation and hadn't yet had enough time to digest the power brought by the super-grade golden core. A heavy thud echoed through his hand. The other party's chest hadn't been pierced through. On the contrary, the lame old man felt a suction force absorbing the full power of his attack. Roar. He seemed to hear the faint sound of a dragon's cry. Postnatal spiritual treasure? The lame old man was both shocked and thrilled. A postnatal spiritual treasure and a super-grade golden core. Thank the heavens for this gift. He couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. However, in the very next second, he felt dizzy and weak. He hadn't noticed at all at some point, a fine wound had appeared on his finger. The poison of the gold-silver blood serpent. Back then, even Lin Wangqing, who was at the peak of the golden core stage and blessed with bloodline power, still lost consciousness instantly. And this lame old man was far less powerful than Lin Wangqing. The poison entered his body, and he died on the spot. Heaven's gifts and disasters always arrive hand in hand. The key lies in which one you manage to seize. Li Xianxiao, worried the poison alone wouldn't be enough to kill him, didn't forget to finish the job. Then, without looking back, he continued fleeing. He didn't even have time to loot the corpse. This wasn't the moment for greed. Greed could get you killed. His vision blurred a bit. It felt like he was about to collapse. He had to find a place to rest and recover. Underscore 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 underscore. 5 puppet clones fled in different directions. The real Li Xianxiao, meanwhile, used the earth escape technique, moving rapidly underground like a little mole. He had to find a place to rest as soon as possible. This perfect golden core would definitely draw a lot of attention. He was probably already being targeted. Li Xianxiao kept digging underground at a slanted angle. He maintained forward momentum while ensuring a certain depth. 2 puppets continued working tirelessly. Li Xianxiao, sandwiched between them, closed his eyes heavily. He was far too weak. Before falling asleep, he ordered the puppets to slow their digging speed. But don't stop. Switch to new units. Then Li Xianxiao adjusted his breathing rhythm, gradually relaxing his entire body, as if entering a peaceful world completely isolated from the outside. He just sat there quietly, like a sleeping statue. Yet beneath his seemingly calm surface, a series of strange changes were taking place. Li Songziao's consciousness slowly sank into his body, beginning to carefully inspect and repair the meridians and acupoints damaged during the tribulation. At the same time, he didn't neglect the subtle shifts in the surrounding environment, remaining alert to external threats. The insights from the tribulation brushed over the depths of his heart like a soft breeze, stirring ripples within. Drawn by this force, Li Xianxiao unknowingly fell into deeper contemplation. He began recalling the hardships, challenges, and fortuitous encounters he had experienced since stepping onto the path of cultivation. Savoring the rise and fall, the cycles of life and death in the world, the impermanence of all things, pondering the true meaning and value of his existence within this vast universe. And so, 3 months passed. Only then did Li Xianxiao awaken. At the golden core stage, one feeds on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, no longer needing to consume grains. So even after 3 months without food or water, Li Xianxiao still felt completely energized. This feeling was incredible. After savoring it for a while, Li Xianxiao finally recalled where he was. The 2 puppets turned their heads toward him upon sensing his awakening. For some reason, Li Xianxiao actually felt a sense of grievance from the 2 puppets at that moment. Oh, sure enough, even puppets can't handle working overtime too long. Li Xianxiao immediately retracted them into his palm, and the 2 puppets reverted to wooden figures. Then, like a mole again, Li Xianxiao burst out from underground. As soon as he poked his head out, he instantly sensed something was off. He couldn't circulate his spiritual energy. What was going on? He quickly tried to escape back underground, but it was no longer possible. Even fully emerging from beneath the surface was a struggle. Sweat covered Li Songziao's forehead, and it took all his strength to pull the rest of his body out. He looked around, ready for an ambush. But after waiting a while, no one attacked. It seemed like he was in a small town. Just as Li Xianxiao was puzzled, lines of text suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Rules of Luoshui Town. Rule 1. You may enter the town but may not leave at will. Rule 2. At night, you must have a candle by your side, and it must not be extinguished. Rule 3. Red clothing is forbidden in Luoshui Town. Rule 4. Within 7 days, you must find a suitable partner and hold a grand wedding witnessed by the townspeople. Rule 5. New residents must report to the magistrate's office within 3 days. Rule 6. Anyone who enters the magistrate's office will permanently lose all 5 senses. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is safe. Rule 8. There are dangerous beasts inside the mountain god temple. Rule 9. There are no constables in the town. Rule 10. People dressed in black are constables. You must obey what the constables say. Rule 11. Town residents are not allowed to reveal information about the town. 11 rules in total. After hovering for a while, the text disappeared. Where the H*LL have I ended up? Is this still Central State? Li Xianxiao sat cross-legged on the spot and took a short rest. Soon, he sorted out his thoughts. It looked like he had accidentally entered a kind of paradise realm. Nowadays, so-called paradise realms were often places where body fusion stage cultivators had died. Those cultivators could already use their will to reshape reality, but the rules they set couldn't go too far against logic, too far against reality. After a body fusion cultivator's death, their essence would become nourishment for the heavenly Dao, eventually dispersing into the world. Many were unwilling to die so easily, so they used their powers to create rules, sealing off an area so their spiritual energy wouldn't escape, and trapping newcomers. The more people trapped, the stronger the dying cultivator's residual power would become. Eventually, they might even succeed in resurrecting themselves. But at the same time, places sealed by body fusion cultivators were rich in spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivation, so they were called paradise realms. Some daring cultivators deliberately sought out these rule-bound places, entering without hesitation. But in the end, they all became nothing more than dust in the earth. If every body fusion stage cultivator did this, or if those backed by powerful sects did it, every time one died, they could randomly trap a city to resurrect themselves. Who knows how many innocent lives that would cost? That's why this method was strictly forbidden by all major sects. If discovered, the rules would be forcibly broken and the soul of the body fusion cultivator would be scattered for good. I must be the luckiest guy alive. Like luck itself came knocking. Li Xianxiao carefully recalled the earlier rules. There were many contradictions. For example, Rule 5 and Rule 6. Rule 5 says new residents must report to the magistrate's office within 3 days. But Rule 6 says anyone who enters the office loses all 5 senses. Rule 9 says there are no constables in the town. Rule 10 says people dressed in black are constables. The sky was starting to darken. Li Xianxiao remembered Rule 2 at night. He must have a candle with him. He walked along the bluestone street. The town was eerily quiet. It was as if there were no traces of human life here at all. And now that he couldn't use any spiritual power, it made him even more uneasy. Soon, he saw an inn. The inn was brightly lit. A sleepy-looking attendant lazily looked up at him. Customer, need a room. Underscore 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 underscore. Stay at the inn. Li Xianxiao fumbled in his pocket and took out some money. At this moment, a few more cultivators entered the inn. Senior brother, what's going on here? We can't use our spiritual power, and we can't leave. I've never encountered anything like this before. I don't know either. Let's find someone to ask. The innkeeper had just given Li Xianxiao the room key. Among the three, senior brother Wen Qi walked over, cupped his hands in greeting. This brother, I am Wen Qi, a disciple of Kingman Mountain. May I ask what is going on here? Kingman Mountain? Li Xianxiao searched his mind but couldn't find the name of this sect. It was probably just some obscure small sect. Wen Qi, the highest in cultivation among the three, was only at the Qi refining 4th level. They probably didn't know that those at the body fusion stage could set rules, and they had no way of knowing. Li Xianxiao then explained the situation to the three. They looked as though they had heard something unbelievable, all of them showing expressions of shock. Li Xianxiao reminded them again, be careful in everything here. Wen Qi hurriedly said, thank you for informing us, fellow Daoist. Since we are all trapped here, we can look out for each other from now on. Li Xianxiao nodded, not rejecting the offer. He didn't believe that more people would necessarily help, as this situation likely wouldn't allow for much power in numbers. But seeing that these three were newcomers and fiery, young swordsmen, he figured it wouldn't hurt to offer some help. It was a basic principle for righteous cultivators to help each other. There was no reason to ignore someone in danger, unless there were special circumstances. Li Xianxiao entered his room. When staying at the inn, 2 candles were provided for free. The candles had a wind guard, and there was a lamp covering the top. Li Xianxiao lit the candles. He had no time to rest. Instead, he began thinking quickly of a countermeasure. The other rules were not urgent. But Rule 5 required new residents of the town to report to the government office within 3 days. Yet Rule 6 stated that anyone who entered the government office would lose their 5 senses permanently. If he didn't report to the government office, he would be violating Rule 5. He might be erased on the spot. Although he had forged a super-grade golden core, the gap between him and the body fusion stage was too vast. If he went to the government office, he would lose all 5 senses permanently: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Just then, a familiar voice came from next door, and the voices sounded strangely familiar. Zhang Tianxin, my pure yang body is going to be broken today. There's nothing we can do. We came to this place, and we must fall in love. Fate is like this, so I won't hold back. Please, ravish me. 5 seconds passed. Zhang Tianxin, what do you think is the meaning of life? Li Xianxiao put his ear against the wall, confirming it was Zhang Tianxin on the other side, then knocked on the door. After a while, Zhang Tianxin reluctantly opened the door. When she saw it was Li Xianxiao, she couldn't help but smile in delight. No need for small talk. The three of them sat around the candle in Li Sungziao's room. According to Zhang Tianxin, after escaping from Azura Hall with Li Xianxiao, she had planned to return to her sect. But fearing revenge from the Empress de Nu Feng, she hid herself away. After hearing many people had gone missing in this place, she came to investigate, only to get trapped here. Her companion, the female cultivator beside her, was a disciple of Xiantian's sword sect, and she had come along too. The two of them recalled the rules. They had to find a partner within 7 days and get married. And so, Li Xianxiao immediately noticed Zhang Tianxin's issue too much theory and love for practice matches. So when it came to real battle, she was useless. Of course, now wasn't the time to talk about that. Have you two gone to report to the government office? Both Zhang Tianxin and Han Yao nodded. Han Yao said, that rule is just, too inhumane. Zhang Tianxin said, many people in this town have already lost their 5 senses, but there are still many who haven't. I think there must be a way to deal with it, but when I ask, they won't tell me. Li Xianxiao nodded. Rule 11, residents of the town are not allowed to leak any information about the town, especially the rules. So we have to think of a way ourselves. Han Yao sighed and said with some despair. Tomorrow is the last day. I don't know how many people got trapped here and died. The graves in the town are countless. Only after some people figured out the rules did they finally survive. The night passed in silence. The next day, Li Xianxiao, Zhang Tianxin, Han Yao, and Wen Qi all arrived at the government office. Not only them, but more than 10 others who had been trapped in the town arrived as well. Along the way, they saw many people on the street. These people were sitting on both sides of the street, waiting for death to come, hopeless. They had been forcibly stripped of their 5 senses, unable to feel, touch, or hear anything. They could only let time pass by. And in the whole town, the number of normal people could be counted on one hand. Seeing this scene, the thought of becoming like them was more tormenting than death itself. Everyone stood in front of the government office, exchanging glances. No one dared to enter first. As time ticked by, Zhang Tianxin finally couldn't hold herself back. I want to see what's going on inside. I'll go first. Li Xianxiao glanced at her. From their previous interactions, he had already realized something. Zhang Tianxin wasn't bad, aside from her poor judgment. Li Xianxiao stopped her with a hand. He had already come up with a plan last night. What he needed to think about now was how to convey his solution to the others. Residents of the town were not allowed to leak information. Now, they were technically residents, so even if they knew how to solve the problem, they couldn't tell each other. Otherwise, it would violate the rules. A gentleman doesn't save. When seeing someone in distress, and the cost of helping them is small, one should naturally lend a hand. But if the price of saving someone is too high, so high it costs one's life, then one doesn't have to help. At that point, there's no need for guilt. After all, one must love themselves first before they can love others. Li Xianxiao would not hesitate if he encountered such a situation. But at this moment, he thought of a way that would not violate the rules. It was not allowed to actively leak information. Indeed, all the solutions were within the rules. He walked up to the group. Facing them, everyone looked at him in confusion. Li Xianxiao placed his sword finger on his forehead. He deprived himself of his sense of touch, then inserted his sword finger into his eyes, followed by his ears, and then destroyed his sense of smell. This scene shocked everyone present, and they instinctively took a step back, thinking that he had gone mad. He hadn't even reported to the government office yet, so why had he deprived himself of his 5 senses first? Li Xianxiao remained silent and turned to walk toward the government office. A voice rang out from deep within. Who goes there? Li Xianxiao responded. Li Xianxiao, a new resident of Luoshui town. Good. Li Xianxiao turned and left the government office. As soon as he stepped out of the government office, everyone was shocked to discover that Li Sungziao's 5 senses had fully returned. Since anyone who entered the government office would lose their 5 senses permanently, it seemed that those who had already lost their 5 senses could enter the government office without losing them again. Underscore 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 underscore. Is that Empress Dinu Feng going through menopause or something? Why does she keep finding ways to pick fights with me? Lu Qiushui had just finished a battle with Empress Dinu Feng and returned to her cave dwelling. Ha! She gently exhaled. I'll kill that bastard sooner or later. I still haven't settled the score with her from the last time. Lu Qiushui couldn't help but recall the young man named Mirong Mo. She reached up to touch her shoulder. That young man wasn't exactly unpleasant. She remembered the scenes from back then. Lu Qiushui had never experienced anything like it in her life. After all, she was born a saintess, with a transcendent status. No one could defy her, not even meeting her gaze was a sign of great disrespect. But there, in that cave, she had appeared before that young man so gracefully. At that time, Lu Qiushui had been extremely weak, a state she had never experienced before. And she had never met a young man like that either. Too bad, he died just like that. No. At the thought of this, Lu Qiushui's eyes once again filled with fiery anger. That Dinu Feng, that scoundrel. She had been against her since childhood. Now, she had even killed her benefactor. Lu Qiushui was about to quickly walk out when her subordinate came to report. Another former elder at the body fusion stage from Tian Shahal was about to resurrect. Lu Qiushui glanced at the name on the token. Elder Sikong. Lu Qiushui recalled. Elder Sikong had probably died about 500 years ago. After his death, he had set up restrictions in the surrounding area, which were then concealed by people from Tian Shahal to prevent discovery by other righteous cultivators. Now, after all these years, it seemed that he was finally able to be resurrected. Lu Qiushui nodded. Looks like the combat power at the body fusion stage will increase by one more. She hesitated for a moment. Let's go, we should first check on Elder Sikong. Where is he? Luoshui Town. Luoshui Town. Watching Li Xianxiao sever his 5 senses and enter the government office. Everyone was stunned. But when they saw Li Xianxiao walk out of the government office, his 5 senses restored. They immediately understood his actions. A loophole in the rules? They quickly followed Li Songxiao's example, depriving themselves of their 5 senses. To be honest, not many people had the courage to do such a thing. But now, with their lives in danger, they had no choice but to take the drastic step. At the government office's door, the wailing sounds were endless. Senior brother, I can't. Don't want to live? Just bear with it for a moment. Back at the inn, Lu Jing began thinking about Rule 4. Within 7 days, one must find a suitable partner and get married in front of everyone. Why was this still forcing people to find a partner? What kind of strange habit did these powerful cultivators at the body fusion stage have? Did they like to watch others falling in love? Zhang Tianxin reassured Lu Jing not to worry about this matter. He would take care of it. He would go find a female cultivator outside. Li Xianxiao didn't refuse, although he wasn't keen on the idea. But now, finding a suitable partner first would at least be a precautionary measure. However, Li Xianxiao had never considered marriage. Getting married would entangle him with karma. It would affect his cultivation, and if he ascended to immortality later, it might even break his dream of becoming an immortal because of worldly attachments. In fact, as long as he solved the rules left by the body fusion stage within these 7 days, he could exploit the bug. Li Xianxiao thought silently. If he couldn't find a way to escape within 7 days, marriage could wait. Zhang Tianxin was indeed efficient. Soon, she found a female cultivator. The female cultivator looked young and timid. I'm Li Menjiayun, and I don't have a section. I ran away from home. Li Menjiayun carefully glanced at her partner, whom she would marry in 7 days. Nothing special. She was really ordinary, nothing noteworthy. Was I really going to marry someone like this? Li Menjiayun felt deeply disappointed. This was nothing like the martial world she had imagined. She was supposed to meet a super handsome, cold, and powerful master. This master would be powerful, cold-hearted, but would fall in love with her. But now, Li Menjiayun sniffled, feeling a little aggrieved. Li Xianxiao didn't notice her emotions. He briefly introduced himself, then immersed himself in his thoughts again. There was something else he needed to verify. His gaze lowered, and he saw 2 constables dressed in black appearing on the street. Their eyes wandered over the group. Suddenly, one constable pointed at several people and said, "You guys will fight each other, and the last one standing will survive." Everyone froze. Rule 10, those in black clothing are constables, and you must listen to what they say. They looked at each other. The constable duo crossed their arms and reminded, "Time's running out." Finally, under the threat of death, someone made a move. One person acted, and the rest quickly followed suit. Unable to use spells, they fought with the weapons in their hands in the most brutal manner. Blood stained the ground. The last one standing was panting heavily, standing in the bloodied ground. The 2 constables nodded in satisfaction and leisurely walked into the inn. Seeing this, the town's residents kept their distance. As for the newcomers, they were deeply shocked. Li Menjiayun was even more frightened. This was nothing like the martial world in her dreams. This was so wrong, she just wanted to go home. She didn't want to meet any cold-hearted master anymore. "We're leaving?" Li Xianxiao stood up and walked downstairs. Zhang Tianxin quickly grabbed him. "The 2 constables are still downstairs. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "It's precisely because the constables are here that I'm going," Li Xianxiao replied. Zhang Tianxin was confused. Li Xianxiao shrugged off her hand and walked down alone. At this moment, all the guests who had been in the inn earlier had scattered far away, not daring to be seen with the 2 constables. The 2 constables were eating and drinking without a care. We're missing someone to sing." The fat constable wiped the grease off his mouth, his gaze landing on Li Menjiayun, who was peeking down from the stairs. "You, come over and sing a song." Li Menjiayun stiffened, her face turning pale, but she didn't dare to refuse. She shakily walked down. The fat constable squinted his eyes and sized her up. "New here? As long as you listen to my brother and me, you'll be fine, understand?" Li Menjiayun nodded. The fat constable continued, You look obedient. Now, take off your clothes and sing." Li Menjiayun's whole body trembled. Underscore 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 underscore. The skinny constable laughed. There's not much time left. Come on, little beauty, strip quick. If you die later, that'd be a real pity. A flash of silver suddenly cut through the air inside the inn, cold and blinding. Li Xianxiao stood with his longsword in hand, blood beating along the sword's edge. Along with the drops of blood, the skinny constable's head also fell to the ground. The fat constable froze, completely unprepared for anyone daring to strike them. Through her tear-blurred vision, Li Menjiayun saw that plain-looking figure suddenly charge forward. Not particularly handsome, and definitely not like the dashing, unearthly heroes described in storybooks. But it was a kind of feeling. Even though they couldn't use magic here, martial arts skills were still intact. Li Xianxiao, with a single arm, smashed his fist into the fat constable's face, shattering all his teeth. You're supposed to listen to the constables, so if they don't speak, there's nothing to listen to. Just as the fat constable opened his mouth to speak, blood gushed out. He couldn't say a single word. Li Xianxiao gave him no time to react. Grabbing his fat head, he slammed it against the wooden floor, smashing a hole into it. With one hand on his sword, Li Xianxiao thrust it toward the man's neck. A muffled squelch sounded as the blade tore through his throat, blood spraying, flesh splitting until the entire head was severed. Hot blood poured out, splashing across Li Songxiao's face. It was the first time Li Menjiayun had seen something so gruesome. She looked at Li Xianxiao and, strangely, wasn't afraid. On the contrary, that plain face, now splattered with blood, appeared a little more heroic and dashing in her eyes. Li Xianxiao turned, pointing his sword tip at Li Menjiayun. Take off your clothes. Li Menjiayun was stunned. Li Xianxiao slashed. The sword tip drew precise arcs through the air. Li Menjiayun's upper garments slid off instantly. She let out a startled scream. Li Xianxiao tossed his own clothes to her, then ignored her completely, turning to strip the black clothing off the constables. Rule 9. There are no constables in this town. Rule 10. People wearing black clothes are constables. You must obey what constables say. There were no constables in the town. Anyone who put on black could become one. And anything a constable said had to be followed by others. So of course constables would be killed. They weren't invincible. Rule 12. Constables can freely enter and exit Luoshui town. They are to lure more people into town. Once the population exceeds 1,000, you may gain the chance to leave. Upon leaving, you will lose all memories of Luoshui town. Just as Li Xianxiao put on the black clothes, Rule 12 popped up in front of him. Only for constables. Free entry and exit from Luoshui town? If he became a constable and left the town to report back to the sect, wouldn't that be better? But Li Xianxiao quickly gave up on that idea. If he followed the rules and left, he'd probably still be bound by the town's rules, meaning he wouldn't be able to tell anyone about what happened here. Tight restrictions. Li Xianxiao tucked away the other set of black clothing, just in case someone used it against him. Outside Luoshui town, Lu Qiushui stared intently at the town, or rather, at Li Xianxiao within it. Still alive? Mirong Mo was still alive, and by some twist of fate had entered the restriction left behind by Elder Sikong. Lu Qiushui never expected to run into Li Xianxiao, hiding under the alias Mirong Mo, in this place. As far as she knew, he should have already died at the hands of Dinu Fang. She'd even investigated Mount Shushan afterward and confirmed that Mirong Mo was dead. The news had left Lu Qiushui feeling strangely melancholic for a while. Not many things in the world could stir such emotion in someone like her. So when she saw Li Xianxiao again, she hesitated over whether to act and pull him out. But she quickly dropped the idea. If she forcefully extracted someone from within the restriction, she'd damage the very formation Elder Sikong left behind. With her power, breaking that restriction would make it impossible for Elder Sikong to ever awaken again. Was it worth it to kill a body fusion stage powerhouse from the Azura Hall, just to save a Mount Shushan disciple who once saved her life? Lu Qiushui was caught in hesitation. This was reality, not some female-oriented cultivation romance, nor a male power fantasy cultivation novel bin. As the sect leader of the demon sect, Lu Qiushui might occasionally feel tired of her current life. Or maybe, in some moment, she became interested in the young man Li Xianxiao who'd once saved her. But that was all. Lu Qiushui could choose to save Li Xianxiao, gift him treasures, grant him status. But only if it cost her nothing. Like a human giving snacks to a pet they're fond of. That kind of feeling. But if she had to give up something and it would hurt her, then she had to think it through. What was a body fusion stage cultivator worth compared to Li Xianxiao? Sure, she could choose to save him just to make herself happy. But the Azura Hall didn't belong to her alone. Breaking into the restriction would be no different from killing Elder Sikong. So how would she explain it to the other upper-level members? Just for a Mount Shushan disciple. Not worth it. After a brief moment of weighing the pros and cons, Lu Qiushui made her choice. I'll just pretend you're already dead, and make it up to your family, she said in her heart. Seems like he's already figured out the loopholes in Elder Sikong's rules. He should be fine, right? A disciple of Tianxia Hall nearby looked at Li Xianxiao, now dressed in the black clothes of a constable, and couldn't help but worry. What's there to worry about? Elder Sikong was a body fusion stage powerhouse. Lu Qiushui raised an eyebrow. That kind of outcome seemed pretty unlikely. Back in Luoshui town, inside the Mountain God Temple. Rule 7. The Mountain God Temple is safe. Rule 8. There are dangerous beasts in the Mountain God Temple. Li Xianxiao, holding a candle, walked alone into the darkness of the temple. From the outside, the mountain god temple didn't look very big, but once inside, the space was surprisingly vast. A massive azure dragon was coiled within, its enormous body taking up nearly half the temple hall. Each of its scales shimmered with a cold gleam, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Its sharp dragon fangs resembled swords, sending chills down one's spine as if it could open its bloody maw and roar at any moment. Standing before the dragon, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, making it hard to breathe. This fear didn't come from a physical threat, but from deep within the soul a reverence for the unknown. The azure dragon looked at Li Xianxiao with mockery. Li Xianxiao looked right back at it. Suddenly, the dragon opened its huge mouth and lunged to swallow him. Li Xianxiao didn't move. The dragon roared, and the candlelight went out. Rule 2, at night, you must keep a candle by your side, and the candle must not go out. At that moment, the only candle beside Li Xianxiao had gone out. And yet, Li Xianxiao remained still, letting the dragon roar and thrash in front of him. The mountain god temple is safe. Underscore 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 underscore. Lu Qiushui looked at Li Xianxiao, who had entered the mountain god temple alone, and let out a barely audible sigh. The key to this restriction lay in the mountain god temple. Li Xianxiao was indeed clever. Unfortunately, he only guessed half of it right. I'll remember you. The little guy who once saved me, but that's all it will be. You can only blame fate for this tribulation. For Lu Qiushui to reach her current position, she naturally understood the art of sacrifice. She glanced once more at the figure of the youth within the restriction, then turned and left. You few stay here and await Elder Sikong's awakening. Yes. The restriction's power was now sufficient. It would likely be 1 or 2 more days. By then, Elder Sikong would awaken, and everyone within the restriction would die. Lu Qiushui couldn't bear to see that young man die an untimely death. Forget it, let it be. Luoshui Town. Li Xianxiao stood within the mountain god temple, completely unfazed by the coiled azure dragon. Hurry, hurry. Black-clothed constables rushed to the temple entrance. Whoever's inside, come out now. According to Luoshui Town's rules, you had to obey constables. But now, Li Xianxiao was a constable too. He looked down at the black clothes he was wearing. Just as the constables outside were shouting, Zhang Tianxin suddenly appeared. With a single palm strike, he crushed a constable's throat. Though his cultivation was sealed, his physical strength remained. Stop right now, a constable shouted. Zhang Tianxin didn't stop. Punches, kicks. Wearing black, under the night sky, he seemed to melt into the darkness. Within seconds, he had taken out all the constables outside the mountain god temple. Seeing this, Li Xianxiao began to consider his next move. He took off the black clothing, shedding his constable status, revealing a red garment underneath. Look closely, that wasn't actually red. It was originally a white undershirt, now dyed crimson from blood soaking through. Rule 3, red clothing is not allowed in Luoshui Town. There was no red clothing in Luoshui Town. Rule 7, the mountain god temple is safe. Li Xianxiao pointed his sword at the mountain god statue. The moment he put on red, a new rule appeared before his eyes. Rule 13, destroy the mountain god to leave Luoshui Town. Rule 13. The shrine awakened and materialized before Li Xianxiao. He was radiating killing intent, fully prepared for battle. A middle-aged man stood there, exuding scholarly elegance, his demeanor refined and calm, even carrying an aura of righteousness. He looked like a Confucian cultivator. What the H*LL? This young deist, may I say a few words? The man quickly asked. Stalling for time? Li Xianxiao sank into a battle stance, knees bending ready to strike at any second. The man raised a single finger. A flood of memories that didn't belong to Li Xianxiao poured into his mind. Zhang Heiran, the Heiran sword. He was somewhat well known, once holding up an entire sect on his own. But his sword had a flaw. To compensate for it, he secretly joined Tian Shihal. During a breakthrough, he lost control and accidentally slaughtered all his disciples. Zhang Heiran lost all purpose in living and sought only death. While attempting suicide, he met a little demon who had transformed from a mayfly. The mayfly-turned-girl said, if you're going to die, why not spend just one day with me? That one day felt like a lifetime. The girl gave him a reason to live. But mayflies are born in the morning and die by dusk. She encountered spiritual energy and gained human form one day to live a whole life. Even that was already a great blessing. Zhang Heiran said, we did many things. We bowed to heaven and earth. She became my wife. But even then, I couldn't save her. I'd never seen a mayfly before. By the time I realized, she was already gone. That was her life. I couldn't save her. Not even as a body fusion stage powerhouse could I bring the dead back to life. But, if I die, I can make it happen. Using this restriction, I can pour all of my power into letting her live again. Like a normal person, to live the life she dreamed of. Zhang Heiran looked at Li Xianxiao with teary eyes, voice choking. So, my fellow deist, I'm not doing this for myself. I've long since been a man who should have died. I just want to fulfill her dream. Please, she's innocent. It's almost done, just a bit more. Can you wait a little longer? This restriction will vanish soon. She's never seen the ocean. She's never seen the bustling capital. She's never ridden in a carriage. She's never eaten sugar figures. She deserves all of it. As he spoke, the shrine, this body fusion stage powerhouse manifestation, knelt before Li Xianxiao. I can give you anything you want. After I die, I'll repay your kindness. I just ask you to give her a chance. If it means going to the 18th level of hell, let me be the one to go. I just want your life. Li Xianxiao drove his sword straight through the shrine's head. Zhang Heiren stared at Li Xianxiao in shock and fury. Why? Li Xianxiao didn't explain. With one strike, he chopped off the shrine's head, firmly following the principle, kill first, talk later. She gave you a chance. If being born in the morning and dying by dusk is her fate, then why force it? She lived a whole life with you, saved a despairing man ready to die, and you stayed with her till the end. But you were too obsessed. You just had to force it. How many innocent lives have been lost because of you? You only remember that your girl never saw the bustling capital, never rode in a carriage, never tasted sugar figures. But the innocent people you killed, who will answer for the wonderful lives they were robbed of? Zhang Heiren, I understand why your sword technique had a flaw, and why you lost control during cultivation. It was your choices that led to who you are now. I won't accept this. I won't. The restriction over Luoshui town was gradually fading, and Zhang Heiren's voice echoed through the entire town. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I'll watch you forever. I'll drag you into the deepest hell. Facing Zhang Heiren's curses, Li Xianxiao remained calm and indifferent. Zhang Heiren, everything that happened is what you deserve. I'm going to kill you. Li Xianxiao didn't even listen. Luoshui town completely vanished. And with it, countless bones of those who had mistakenly entered Luoshui town were buried as well. Outskirts of Luoshui town. Gone. Looks like Lord Sikong is preparing to awaken. The disciples of Tian Shihal guarding the outskirts clearly sensed the change in Luoshui town. This is earlier than the Hall Master's expected timeline. Does that mean we can move around freely for a few days? Ha, you brat, trying to go flower picking again. I'm telling you, don't mess around. Wait until we see Lord Sikong before doing anything. The few of them chattered back and forth. None of them noticed a figure rapidly approaching them. Li Xianxiao landed silently, without releasing any sharp sword aura. Not even a breeze stirred around him. But before the others could react, the sword moved through the crowd at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Each slash of the blade took a life with perfect precision. The beads of blood only burst forth after Li Xianxiao had sheathed his sword. Li Xianxiao quickly retreated, making sure these heretic cultivators didn't have any toxins hidden in their bodies that would explode upon death. Then he set them ablaze, burning everything clean. Li Xianxiao released his divine sense. Confirming no one else was around, he let out the tiniest breath of relief. Had 2 days already passed? Li Xianxiao checked his internal condition. Though he had been trapped in a paradise realm, the spiritual energy inside had greatly benefited him, even if it was only 2 short days. With the restriction gone, all the rules vanished as well. Those trapped here didn't run away. They just stood numbly in the town, glancing at each other. It was as if they had long grown used to life here. As for those who had already lost their 5 senses, they still huddled in corners, feeling nothing at all. The rules were gone, but their senses remained sealed. Zhang Tianxin stood with her hands on her hips, laughing loudly. Just a mere body fusion stage? With me and my brother Li together, we're unbeatable. Then she muttered to herself. We've met twice in such a huge world, both times in dangerous situations. This must be fate. Might as well swear brotherhood with brother Li. Give up that dangerous idea already, Li Xianxiao thought to himself from the shadows. Li Menjiayun had even prepared her will earlier. Now, having survived the ordeal, she felt completely weak, everything surreal. Was it over? These past few days had felt unbearably long. She thought again of Li Xianxiao, who had saved her twice, and looked around. Where was he? Why was he gone? Li Menjiayun couldn't help but recall the scene from just earlier. That figure who'd stood between her and disgrace. That blood-stained face had looked so noble. Her cheeks flushed. It felt like she'd found the male lead from a romance novel. Just as she was drifting off into her fantasies, Zhang Tianxin accidentally found the letter Li Xianxiao had left behind for her. He's already left. What? Li Menjiayun asked tentatively. Said he has orders from his master, and he's also injured and needs to go back to rest. Li Menjiayun looked disappointed, then quietly muttered, he's a Mount Shushan disciple, right? After such a huge favor, I should really thank him properly. From the shadows, Li Xianxiao, confused face, girl, you're playing with fire. Zhang Tianxin opened the note. 6 big characters. We'll meet again in the martial world. Li Menjiayun puffed her cheeks slightly. In the letter, Li Xianxiao had also asked Zhang Tianxin if it wasn't too much trouble to help those townspeople whose senses were still sealed. Zhang Tianxin didn't refuse and led the group back toward the sect. As for Li Xianxiao, once everyone was gone, he set up a simple large formation around Luoshui town and began chanting the rebirth mantra, so those who died here could return to dust. Afterward, he found many letters among the corpses. Some were from wandering travelers who had received letters from home. They hadn't returned in 10 years, their families missed them terribly. But on the way back, they had mistakenly entered this place. Some carried betrothal letters, probably meant for a beloved waiting elsewhere. Others had written knowing they likely wouldn't escape this place, keeping the letters close. They hoped their younger brothers would take care of their parents and told their wives to remarry if needed. There were even letters written to unborn children, wishing for their safety and peace. At the end of the letters, many included their home addresses and names of family members. If anyone found the letter and happened to pass by their home, they begged them to deliver it so their loved ones wouldn't worry forever. Li Xianxiao sat on the grass, opening letter after letter. He carefully stored them all away and quickly left. Several months later, morning sunlight spilled across the village. A husband and wife who had woken early for farm work found a letter and 5 taels of silver by the door. Neither they nor their young son could read, so they took it to their eldest daughter-in-law. She had studied a little and read the letter for a long time, then burst into loud sobs. Tears and snot flowed as she cried, holding her baby who, not understanding, reached out to pat her cheeks. Watching from a distance, Li Xianxiao let out a nearly inaudible sigh. Indeed, Zhang Hairan's Mayfly girl had lived a fleeting life. He had been willing to trade his own life to repay the girl who had given him hope. But behind that were countless shattered families. What had the common people done to deserve such suffering? After delivering the last letter, Li Xianxiao rushed back to Mount Shushan without rest. The ruthless Dao was never truly heartless, it was the Dao of the masses, a great love without selfishness. Once you set foot on the cultivation path, why cling to mortal affairs? Those who are lost will suffer the cycle of reincarnation, those who awaken will see the vastness of the world. All beings cycle through karma. If the world is filled with regrets, the more you cling, the deeper the suffering. Zhang Hairan was the perfect example. You're saying that in the short time I was gone, the restriction was broken? Elder Sikong died? And the outer disciples disappeared too. Inside Azura Hall, Lu Qiushui slightly raised her elegant willow-shaped eyebrows. The disciple who came to report the news dared not move at all. Lu Qiushui suddenly smiled. The disciple was even more frightened, his face draining of color, trembling all over like a sieve. The hallmaster was so angered that he laughed. I underestimated him. You may leave. Lu Qiushui casually waved his hand. The disciple felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly left. Lu Qiushui's slender fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the chair. To be able to form a perfect golden core and break the body fusion stage restriction, he's truly no ordinary person. What a pity, though he didn't die. Why didn't he come to Azura Hall to find me? Lu Qiushui muttered softly to himself. With a casual wave, a round mirror appeared in front of him. He tapped it gently, and the face of a person appeared in the mirror. Subordinate pays respects to the hallmaster. How is your undercover work in Mount Shushan going? Didn't you tell me that Mirong Mo was dead? Why is he still alive and well now? What? Mirong Mo is still alive? But he really did die. Idiot. Lu Qiushui pinched the air. The undercover agent clutched his chest, wailing in agony. Oh. The undercover agent cried out in pain. He should have already returned to Mount Shushan. Find him. Lu Qiushui said coldly. The undercover agent nodded repeatedly. Sect Leader, I understand. I will find Mirong Mo. Do you want me to eliminate him? No need, just lure him out of Mount Shushan. Yes. After hanging up, the undercover agent got back up from the ground. Mirong Mo. Wasn't he already dead? The Mirong family even held a funeral for him. I even attended the banquet, contributing 5,000 spiritual stones. Can this still be fake? This is clearly a scam for the banquet, my 5,000 spiritual stones. The undercover agent felt a little pain in his spiritual stones. The undercover agent was Song Kizawa, a disciple of Little Kying Peak. Song Kizawa's journey to becoming an undercover agent for the Shura Hall was a long and twisted tale. Many years ago, while traveling down the mountain, he met Lu Qiushui, who was also traveling in the same area. At that time, Lu Qiushui was recuperating and disguised herself as a loose cultivator living in a small town. Song Kizawa was immediately captivated by Lu Qiushui's appearance and naively thought that love had finally arrived for him. Upon learning Lu Qiushui's true identity, Song Kizawa couldn't help but look up and scream to the sky. Why? Is it fate that you and I cannot be together? Lu Qiushui had originally not wanted to interact with Song Kizawa, as she didn't want to offend Mount Shushan. But she soon realized that he could be useful to her. Thus, Song Kizawa was deceived by Lu Qiushui into joining the Shura Hall, where he was coerced and manipulated into becoming their undercover agent. Song Kizawa clutched his aching chest and muttered to himself. Qiushui, it seems you've gotten even more beautiful. You told me to find Mirong Mo? It can't be just to see me, right? Did you miss me? Song Kizawa left Little Kying Peak, greeted Li Xianxiao, a disciple of Silver Sword Peak, and headed in the direction of the Mirong family. Li Xianxiao turned around and looked at him oddly. Did I just hear the name Mirong Mo? Suddenly, Li Songxiao's alarm bells went off in his mind. Li Xianxiao had spent nearly half a year crossing the tribulation. When he returned, he exchanged the sex command token. He explained that he had failed his tribulation and returned after healing his injuries. When he arrived at Silver Sword Peak, he saw his junior sister, Zhao Lu. She was walking proudly, leading a yellow dog in one hand and a blue one in the other. Senior brother, you've finally returned. Zhao Lu jumped up 3 meters high. She spread her arms wide, aiming to hug Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao quickly dodged, extending his finger and lightly tapping her forehead. Did you cultivate well? Yes. Zhao Lu nodded enthusiastically, her big, bright eyes fixed on her senior brother. Senior brother, did you succeed in crossing the tribulation? No. Li Xianxiao wasn't worried about exposing his cultivation. He was wearing a spiritual concealment cloak and an inner concealment lining. The cloak was a gift from an old man, and after practicing the concealment of spirit technique, it allowed him to control his spiritual energy to hide his cultivation. However, against people like Empress Din Yufeng and Lu Qiushui, any concealment was pointless. Zhao Lu nodded and muttered softly, no success, but based on senior brother's personality, that must mean success. Senior brother says he's at the peak of the qi refining stage, but in reality, he must have entered the foundation establishment stage. This time, after breaking through, he'll surely be at the golden core stage. Li Xianxiao, little junior sister, you have already sealed your fate? Any news from the sect lately? Li Xianxiao asked. Zhao Lu skillfully took out her small notebook and began recounting all the gossip she had heard within the sect. Li Xianxiao wasn't paying full attention, his thoughts lingering on the Mount Shushan disciple he had encountered earlier. Song Qizuo. There were over 10,000 disciples in Mount Shushan, not to mention the extra from the miscellaneous peak, so it was unlikely that every disciple would know everyone in the sect. Of course, Li Xianxiao was the exception, he knew even the old man sweeping the floor at miscellaneous peak. In his scenario, he even fantasized that the floor-sweeping old man might be a hidden expert. This was because the cafeteria ant had been looked down on and abused by a Mount Shushan disciple, leading to her death. Later, the old man stepped in, wiping out the entire Mount Shushan section. As a result, Li Xianxiao often visited miscellaneous peak to get closer to the cafeteria ant. He had even once stopped a confrontation. The cause was a disciple eating fish, but the still-alive spiritual fish slapped the disciple 3 times in the face. The disciple, angry, went to argue with the ant. Seeing things escalate, Li Xianxiao had stepped in to mediate, even compensating the disciple with some spiritual stones. For some reason, the ant had given him a strange look. And when the floor-sweeping old man heard about it, his gaze had been even stranger, almost like looking at an enemy. Li Xianxiao checked his junior sister's homework, then greeted several senior brothers and sisters. They all offered condolences when they learned that Li Xianxiao had failed his tribulation, telling him that he was still young and had many opportunities in the future, and so on. Then, Li Xianxiao investigated the relationship between Song Qizuo and Murong Mo. The two had gone on missions together multiple times. When the Murong family held Murong Mo's funeral, Song Qizuo had attended and even offered 5,000 spiritual stones as a gift. Could it be that they were close friends? Li Xianxiao wanted to investigate the truth of Murong Mo's death. Although Li Xianxiao was certain his actions in Murong Mo's death were flawless, the presence of Suan, a bug-level existence, had complicated things. Suan was able to deduce that Li Xianxiao had killed Murong Mo out of admiration for her. This deduction shocked Li Xianxiao deeply. Indeed, someone like Suan, an abstract-level existence, could easily reach limits that Li Xianxiao could never imagine. Li Xianxiao checked on Song Qizuo's movements and discovered he had gone to the Murong family. Had Song Qizuo perhaps heard some world-shattering news from Suan and believed it to be true, then told the Murong family? Li Xianxiao paced back and forth in his room. Several days later, Song Qizuo returned to Mount Shushan. He had already visited the Murong family. When Murong Mo died, his body wasn't found, so his family only set up a memorial tombstone for him. Song Qizuo also went to find a few people who had acted with Murong Mo. However, Suan was in seclusion. Junior sister Zhang Luoshui didn't care about Murong Mo's life or death. In fact, when Song Qizuo mentioned Murong Mo, she stared blankly for a while, as if trying to remember who Murong Mo was. So, she pulled Song Qizuo and had a long chat with Suan. Song Qizuo was speechless. But, he did obtain an important piece of information. At the time, Li Xianxiao had also disappeared along with Murong Mo. Thus, Song Qizuo came to Silver Sword Peak to find Li Xianxiao. However, for some reason, Li Songxiao's gaze toward him seemed a bit strange. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Song Qizuo thought to himself. Song Qizuo, junior brother Xianxiao, were you at the scene when Murong Mo was killed? Song Qizuo asked. No. Then where were you? How do you know Murong Mo's senior brother is dead? Did you see his body? Li Songxiao's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was in turmoil. This was a trap, and all the questions were pitfalls. At the time, 2 great powers were fighting, and Wuvong Mountain was in chaos. I hid, and then took the opportunity to escape. I never encountered senior brother Murong. After speaking, Li Xianxiao sighed, clenched his fist, and said bitterly, it's a pity. Senior brother Murong was the strongest among us. I never expected to encounter Empress Din Yufeng and Lu Qiushui. Damn it, senior brother Murong, he must have been killed by them. Song Qizuo's gaze was intense. So, you didn't see senior brother Murong's body? You're not sure whether he's dead or not? Yes, but afterward, we searched all of Wuvong Mountain and couldn't find senior brother Murong. Song Qizuo was silent for a moment, then said, do you think it's possible that Murong Mo might not actually be dead? Li Xianxiao, impossible. Pure rumors. I burned his soul, I recited the rebirth spell. But of course, I can't say that. So he asked. Senior brother Song, what do you mean? Did you discover something? Song Qizuo, of course, didn't tell Li Xianxiao that he had received information from the demon sect, confirming that Murong Mo wasn't dead. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Lu Qiushui mistook Murong Mo for Li Xianxiao? Was Lu Qiushui actually looking for Li Xianxiao? She must have thought she met Murong Mo. This thought made everything fall into place. Junior brother Xianxiao, you just returned to the sect recently, didn't you? Yes. With the confirmation, Song Kizawa was overjoyed, more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly bid farewell to Li Xianxiao and went to contact Lu Qiushui. After he left, Li Sungziao's face became serious. Sect leader, please stop hitting me. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Sect leader, have mercy. Song Kizawa rolled around in pain because of the life and death talisman. Lu Qiushui stared at him coldly. Do you think I would even get the name wrong? He wouldn't deceive me. His name is Murong Mo. Sect leader, I was wrong, I was wrong. Useless people deserve to die. You can't even handle something this simple. I understand, I will become someone useful to you, sect leader. Several days later. Sect leader, can you describe what Murong Mo looked like? After much investigation, Song Kizawa still believed that Murong Mo was dead. The person Lu Qiushui was looking for was Li Xianxiao. Trash is just trash. Why did I send such an idiot to Mount Shushan as an undercover agent? You can't even do this simple thing. Sect leader, I was wrong. A few more days later, Song Kizawa spread out the image of Li Xianxiao for Lu Qiushui to see. Lu Qiushui glanced at it indifferently. Yes, it's him. Sect leader, this person's name is Li Xianxiao. He's not Murong Mo, Song Kizawa said, his tone full of grievance. Idiot? You knew all along, why didn't you act? Song Kizawa rolled around in pain again. Get him out of Mount Shushan, and someone will take care of you. Yes. The next day, junior brother Xianxiao, let's go down the mountain together. Song Kizawa's face was full of grievance. Li Xianxiao, oh, senior brother, you're just one step away from writing I have bad intentions on your face. Aren't you even going to give a reason? I found a tomb left by a nascent soul cultivator down the mountain, filled with treasures. Li Xianxiao looked at Song Kizawa. This is such a ridiculous excuse. And senior brother, our relationship isn't even that close, why are you looking for me? At least come up with a proper reason. Li Xianxiao was in a dilemma. For safety's sake, he would definitely refuse. But if he refused, Song Kizawa would surely try to plot against him and do something unexpected. It might be better to go along with it and see what he actually wanted. The key was what backup he had. The Murong family's reinforcements? Thinking this through, Li Xianxiao made a decision and arranged to meet Song Kizawa outside the sect gates the next day. Song Kizawa reminded him specifically, junior brother Xianxiao, digging tombs for treasures is forbidden within the sect, so when we leave the sect, we'd better leave one by one and make up separate reasons. Don't tell anyone about this. Li Xianxiao nodded. How clumsy, so clumsy. The next day, Song Kizawa left the sect early and went alone to the spot Li Xianxiao had arranged to meet. He grumbled inwardly about how Li Xianxiao had offended Lu Qiushui. Why would Lu Qiushui risk sending him, an undercover agent who had been hiding for years, to take on such a dangerous mission, just to bring Li Xianxiao out? To reassure Li Xianxiao, the meeting spot was still one Li Xianxiao had chosen. However, Lu Qiushui had secretly arranged people. 2 nascent soul cultivators hid themselves. Once Song Kizawa brought Li Xianxiao there, the 2 nascent soul cultivators would quickly act, taking Li Xianxiao away without Mount Shushan noticing. The nascent soul cultivators could already be sensed by Mount Shushan's sword formation, so the plan had to be fast and decisive, away from the vast search range of the sword formation. That's why the nascent soul cultivators weren't placed here. Li Xianxiao had chosen the meeting place within the sword formation's range. The nascent soul cultivators dared not step in. As Song Kizawa waited idly, suddenly a hand shot out from the ground. Song Kizawa was pulled into the earth. Then came a series of brutal strikes. Song Kizawa felt completely helpless. This was Li Sungziao's first time fighting after reaching the Golden Core stage. Of course, his fighting method was a bit ungraceful, and his opponent was just in the foundation establishment stage. Li Xianxiao had already changed his appearance, wearing a jade ring to conceal his presence and a hairpin that altered his appearance. A sharp talisman blade was pressed against Song Kizawa's neck. Li Xianxiao said in a deep voice, Song Kizawa, today's events are your own doing. Though Li Xianxiao said this, he didn't immediately strike. With his personality, if he wanted to kill, he wouldn't waste words. As expected, Song Kizawa was terrified by this and panicked. I'm a Mount Shushan disciple, this is Mount Shushan's territory, who are you? Don't you know what you've done? You're from the law enforcement hall. Song Kizawa's face turned ashen. Smart. It's over. His undercover identity had been exposed. Underscore. Since the day Song Kizao began working as an undercover agent, he had anticipated this day would come. Captured by the law enforcement hall disciples, he feared he was already trapped with no way out. Song Kizao, it's not too late to confess. I won't say anything. If you think you can make me betray the Hallmaster, you're dreaming. Hallmaster? Why does that title sound so familiar? Song Kizao sneered. I might as well tell you, ever since I met the Hallmaster, I joined the Shura Hall. Have you heard of the Shura Hall's Lu Qiushui? I've developed feelings for her. If you release me now, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, feelings? Lu Qiushui? Li Xianxiao shook his head. Lu Qiushui was absolutely not that kind of person. Although she didn't seem as crazed as Din Yufeng, the empress of the demon sect, in fact, she was even more cruel and ruthless in nature. Lu Qiushui would fall for Song Qizhao? Nonsense. Li Xianxiao smirked and said, Lu Qiushui has a mole 3 inches below the left side of her neck. What? How do you know? Song Qizhao was shocked, his face instantly turning pale. This was supposed to be a secret only he knew. Stop dreaming. Lu Qiushui doesn't like you. Let me tell you something. She has a red-colored spider lily on her back. Have you ever seen it? By the way, she always uses her left hand to hold chopsticks when she eats. Shut up, who are you? I've already told you, you're just a fish in her pond. Don't take it too seriously. After a moment, the desperate Song Qizhao confessed everything like a flood of water. I was instructed by Lu Qiushui to lure the disciple Li Xianxiao of Silver Sword Peak out of the mountain gate. She forced me to do this, and gave me a life or death talisman to act as an undercover agent in Mount Shushan. Li Sungziao's silence was deafening. It wasn't Mirong Mo's doing? Undercover? Li Xianxiao felt a storm of emotions inside him. Now, Lu Qiushui of Shura Hall, Din Yufeng of the Tianxia Hall, the 2 demon sect leaders were both targeting him. Li Xianxiao suddenly felt a headache. However, this seemed like an excellent opportunity. Weren't we supposed to meet today? Why hasn't anyone shown up? It was supposed to be the day before yesterday, but it got delayed by 2 days. Could something have gone wrong? We're only responsible for the reception. We don't need to worry about the rest. After all, we're in Mount Shushan territory. The Mount Shushan sword formation is no joke. I heard it can now detect cultivators at the nascent soul stage. The 2 demon cultivators were whispering to each other. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, they're here. Remember, the hall master specifically ordered to bring them alive. Got it. On the desolate road, undercover Song Qizhao was walking ahead, with a young man following him. The 2 nascent soul cultivators immediately jumped out and began giving the young man a good beating. After finishing, they bound him with rope and carried him off without hesitation, not even sparing a word. When capturing someone in Mount Shushan's territory, one had to be extremely cautious. The 2 nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to stop for a moment. They had to constantly be on guard against their energy leaking out, and they couldn't use flying boats or float openly in the air. They had to stick to deep mountain forests, running for days and nights without rest. As for the person they were capturing, they had fed him a sleep-inducing pill, so he wouldn't wake up for at least 10 days or half a month. In Shura Hall, in the sacred hall, Lu Qiushui was standing by the lotus pond, looking at the spiritual fish inside. In the reflection on the water, she vaguely saw the figure of a young man. Interesting. Lu Qiushui wasn't interested in the weak. If that young man was just like that, she wouldn't give him another thought. But his actions were beyond her expectations. He was a good seed. Given some time, he would definitely become a strong force for the righteous path. If he could join her faction. However, he dared to deceive her. He claimed his name was Mirong Mo. Upon thinking about this, Lu Qiushui couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger. With her status, she had seen countless young talents. But for some reason, she had paid attention to him, the Shushan disciple who had both saved her and deceived her. Interesting. Why is Song Qizhao taking so long? He still hasn't brought the person here. It was supposed to be 2 days ago, but it was delayed. Could there have been an accident? We're only responsible for the reception. The other things aren't our concern. At this point, a servant finally came to report. The person had been brought. Lu Qiushui composed herself, walked out. Li Xianxiao, his hands bound, stood before the giant plaque in the hall. He scanned the surroundings of Shura Hall. After a while, a figure appeared like a ghost, floating silently. She wore dazzling red clothing, her sleeves flowing elegantly. The red of her robe seemed to have been dyed by the setting sun, emitting a captivating glow that made people stare. Her stunning face, with skin as smooth as white jade, eyebrows like distant mountains, and eyes deep like an unfathomable lake, with a glimmer of coldness reflected within. Her high nose bridge and red lips slightly parted, as she gave a faint smile that was neither a smile nor a scorn. She lifted her beautiful eyes, looking at Li Xianxiao with a sharp gaze, carefully inspecting him. Mirong Mo, we meet again. She already knew Li Sungziao's real name, so she spoke with a tone of mockery. Li Xianxiao remained silent. Lu Qiushui's expression suddenly changed, a flash of cold light appearing in her eyes. Her white, jade-like arm lifted. In an instant, a deafening roar filled the air, as 2 enormous fire dragons, their bodies engulfed in blazing flames, erupted from the ground like ancient behemoths, carrying boundless force and scorching heat. The fire dragons writhed, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite, forming a sea of flames. They spewed thick smoke and searing fire from their mouths, heading straight for Li Xianxiao, as if to devour him whole and reduce him to ashes. Facing the full-force strike of the renowned sect leader of the Shura Hall, Li Xianxiao remained completely calm. His body was surrounded by protective magical artifacts, and the flames couldn't get close. Li Sungziao's lips curled into a faint smile. Lu Qiushui snorted coldly. The Mount Shushan hidden spirit technique is indeed impressive. The hidden spirit technique was a unique cultivation method created by the previous sect leader of Mount Shushan. Its greatest function was to conceal one's cultivation level. Although such powers weren't extremely rare, the hidden spirit technique of Mount Shushan was one of the best in its class. Li Sungziao's body began to change, quickly transforming into a white-browed deist, holding a whisk, and dressed in a magnificent cloud robe. Ling Su Daoist, the current sect leader of Mount Shushan. He raised his head and spoke softly, "It's about time." At that very moment, an astonishing scene unfolded over 10,000 meters outside the Shura Hall. A dazzling streak of white light flew past at an incredible speed, leaving behind a snowy white rainbow glow that seemed to illuminate the entire sky. This was the powerful sword aura released by a flying sword. The force of that sword could be described as earth-shattering. It cleaved through the thick clouds above and effortlessly broke the long-standing restrictions in the area. And this sharp sword aura didn't dissipate quickly with time. Lu Qiushui, standing in the hall, witnessed this scene and naturally understood just how terrifying the power behind this sword was. In an instant, the entire hall began to tremble violently, and the surrounding aura became exceptionally intense. Had she not activated the protective formation of the hall in time, the grand building would likely have been reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. The flying sword returned to Ling Su Daoist's hand, and the vast, immense sword aura, almost as if it had its own will, swiftly circled around Ling Su Daoist's body. When the filthy air inside the hall attempted to approach, they didn't even have time to touch the Daoist's robe before they were instantly reduced to ash, disappearing without a trace. It was like fragile water droplets falling onto a scorching iron, evaporating completely in the blink of an eye. Lu Qiushui, brimming with killing intent, said, "Ling Su, do you really think you, alone, dare to break into my sacred hall?" With a wave of her large sleeve, Lu Qiushui sealed the aura of the cave. Ling Su Daoist smiled indifferently. "What's there to fear, being alone? But then again, I do prefer a righteous group brawl." With that, he took out a large flag from his robe. The flag moved on its own, without wind. The innate spiritual treasure, the Blue Lotus treasure color flag? At this very moment, the many Mount Shushan elders and disciples who were waiting in full formation within the Mount Shushan Great Array felt the immense power of the array. In the blink of an eye, they were all collectively transported to the Shura Hall. Underscore 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 underscore. This battle was earth-shattering. On the battlefield, the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons rang out continuously, deafening everyone. Within an 800-mile radius, the weather changed abruptly. It had just been clear skies, but now dark clouds covered the sky, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Lightning streaked across the heavens. Then, large raindrops fell in a torrential downpour, hitting the ground and splashing water everywhere. The rain mixed with blood, forming a red stream that slowly flowed. Mount Shushan had reaped great rewards. The demon sect was never a match for the righteous path. When the four major demon sects joined forces, they might be able to engage in a battle with Mount Shushan. But this time, Mount Shushan caught Lu Qiushui off guard, directly invading the enemy's sacred hall. The Shura Hall suffered heavy losses. Most of the demon sect disciples inside the sacred hall were either captured alive or killed on the spot. Many confidential documents and spirit stones and magical artifacts from the sacred hall couldn't be taken away in time. Lu Qiushui broke through the siege, heavily injured. When this news spread, it caused great excitement everywhere. The reason why the demon sect couldn't be completely eradicated wasn't because their power was so overwhelming. It was because they were deeply hidden, making it difficult to mobilize enough forces to encircle them. But this time, Mount Shushan had given the righteous path an important lesson. Lu Qiushui had never imagined she would suffer a huge setback and almost be killed on the spot. In her view, Li Xianxiao seemed like an interesting toy, or maybe a tasty treat. In short, it was already her fortune that he had caught her interest. Thus, she never thought he would pose any threat to her. She never imagined that this time, he would nearly take her life. Weakness and ignorance won't cost you your life, but arrogance very well might. The news reached Mount Shushan. Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao didn't feel any joy upon hearing the news. The great battle achievements, he only remembered one sentence. Lu Qiushui was severely injured and managed to escape the siege. However, Li Xianxiao didn't hold much hope that this time he could directly kill Lu Qiushui. After all, Lu Qiushui had dominated Central State for many years, so she would definitely have some means to protect herself. But after this blow, the Shura Hall should remain quiet for a while. Though the branch halls hadn't been attacked, the Shura Hall's sacred hall had been treated as if the enemy hadn't attacked your heavily guarded city but instead directly razed your capital. This wasn't just a simple loss. Empress Dinu Feng probably wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Li Xianxiao nodded. He could rest easy for a while now. For the next period, Mount Shushan was busy. The results of the attack on the Shura Hall's sacred hall were substantial. Many prisoners were taken, and the locations of several Shura Hall branch halls were discovered. As a result, the other four major sects of Mount Shushan joined forces to act together. They began to exterminate the branch halls of the Shura Hall. As for Li Xianxiao, he didn't participate in the battle at all. He stayed in seclusion, cultivating and refining his own skills. He had luckily obtained an exceptional grade golden core. His original goal was to at least get a second grade golden core, but a first grade golden core would have been ideal. A third grade golden core would have been fine, and even a fourth grade golden core wouldn't have been a loss. Unexpectedly, by some twist of fate, he ended up with an exceptional grade golden core. Thinking about it, Li Xianxiao smiled secretly when he saw no one around. Then, he spoke softly to himself, "Hehe, I'm an exceptional grade golden core." Afterward, his expression turned serious, and he slapped himself. "Don't get carried away. Focus on solidifying your cultivation. striving for perfection and laying a solid foundation. Haste makes waste. At his age, forming a golden core was already many times faster than an ordinary person, even tens of times faster, so there was no need for him to rush. Li Xianxiao could feel that since forming his exceptional grade golden core, the power it provided had the ability to push him through a small realm, but he had forcibly suppressed it. Because breaking through a realm with a golden core was a decision that had no regrets. It was like a blank piece of paper, ready for you to draw on. This was why the saying of forming a golden core to determine one's Dao was born. A cultivator must draw a pattern on the golden core based on their true heart, which is called the golden core diagram. Thus, the golden core realm placed great importance on one's Dao heart. As for the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, they basically ignored the Dao heart. Each stroke in the golden core diagram would make the golden core more refined and solid. For this reason, Li Xianxiao had set his next 5-year plan. Year 1, fill in the gaps and stabilize the foundation. Year 2, fill in the gaps and stabilize the foundation. Year 3, same as above. Year 4, same as above. Year 5, review from the beginning and strive for perfection. A good book is never afraid of being read again. It's never a bad thing to review more for exams. After 2 months in seclusion, one day, Li Xianxiao, as usual, performed his daily divination. Li Songxiao's expression immediately darkened. The divination showed that his fate was currently entangled with peach blossoms. Peach blossoms equals improper intentions equals possible malice equals a threat to safety equals someone wants to kill me equals enemy. There was an enemy. Li Xianxiao jumped to his feet in alarm. Quickly, Li Xianxiao figured out the trouble. The process was surprisingly smooth because the other party hadn't even entered the Qi refining stage. It was no one else but Li Menjiayun, whom he had met in Luoshui town. Old man, is Mount Shushan ahead? Just a little further. The old man, riding a mule, raised his whip as he spoke. Little girl, Mount Shushan doesn't accept disciples at this time. You'll have to wait a few years. It was clear that the old man had seen too many people seeking immortality and the way. Li Menjiayun smiled. She wasn't here to seek immortality, but to find the person who had saved her. These days, her soul had been deeply drawn, as if her soul had been taken away. Just a quick meeting would be fine. Li Menjiayun, carrying a travel bag and leading a fine horse, walked along the official road. She had sneaked out of her house again and had been traveling for 2 months. Finally, she had arrived. She couldn't help but stretch, her face filled with a smile. The next moment, she knew nothing. She collapsed directly. A figure swiftly lifted her and flew off into the distance. Li Menjiayun slowly woke up, blinking her eyes. She looked around at the familiar surroundings and then glanced at her father and mother standing by the bed, their faces dark, holding a bamboo stick. Li Menjiayun suddenly smiled. I scared myself, I was just dreaming. The father standing by the bed raised the bamboo stick with a grin. A moment later, Li Menjiayun's scream filled the room. I told you not to sneak away, I told you. Do you know how dangerous it is outside now? Li Menjiayun felt like she had encountered something nasty. Not giving up, she escaped again half a year later. This time, it was still at the foot of Mount Shushan, and once again, she didn't know when she fainted or when she returned home. The third time, she had made it halfway up Mount Shushan, but once again, she was knocked unconscious and found herself back at home. The fourth time, the fifth time, Li Menjiayun was very persistent. Gradually, as Li Menjiayun grew older, she shed the childishness of her youth. She had no talent for cultivation, and even if she entered a sect, she would likely become a lower-tier disciple. Later, she forgot about the Mount Shushan disciple named Li Xianxiao. She married her ideal husband and had children. One day, by chance, she brought her child to the foot of Mount Shushan. Li Menjiayun was holding her child, a string of candied fruit in her hand. At that moment, a familiar figure brushed past her. Li Menjiayun turned her head, but the person had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. Li Menjiayun thought back to her reckless experiences in her youth and couldn't help but smile. She finally understood why she had fainted every time she came to Mount Shushan and was sent back home. Thank you, she suddenly shouted loudly. The noise of the crowd drowned out her voice. Li Xianxiao quickly walked by, a breeze brushing his face.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.